Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We got a big day ahead, I think, in terms of severe weather. We do have a tornado watch already issued, and we are likely going to see at least a few discrete supercells fire off over the next few hours, capable of producing the threat for strong and long track tornadoes if we actually see discrete storms fire, which personally I think we're at least going to see a couple that fire up and do produce the potential for a couple of intense storms that produce all hazards of severe weather, including damaging winds, large to very large hail, and even some strong and long track tornadoes. I figured we'd go live a little early just to kind of give you an overview of what's going to be happening here over the next few hours, and also answer your questions, and also what's happening right now, because we do have two cells that have popped up just west of Oklahoma City that may become tornadic at some point down the road. We are keeping a close eye on them. They've only popped up in the last 20 minutes, and we do think the cap is starting to be overcome, mainly to the northwest of Oklahoma City right now. So let's begin with what the general outlook is right now. So again, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect here across the basically all of central Oklahoma, and also including southern Kansas and about 6 or 7 different counties here in north and north central Texas. And I'm going to pull up the tornado watch just so you guys can see all the hazards and stuff like that. But their wording essentially is that a couple of strong tornadoes are possible, and in addition to that, scattered large hail up to the size of tennis balls is in play. So here's your watch and your overview here. So scattered large hail up to the size of tennis balls is likely, scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely, and then a couple of strong tornadoes are also going to be possible. This includes about 3.5 million people, so make sure that you're getting the word out about this. This event has been uptrending a ton just over the last 36 hours, so some people might not be fully aware of this weather event that's going to be taking place today, but we are starting to see, again, a couple of cells that have just started to pop up off to the northwest of Oklahoma City. We got one little cell just to the north of El Reno. This one is very new, hasn't really broke the cap quite yet, but I do think this cell west of Hennessy is a storm that has now broken the cap. The echo tops are over 40,000 feet now, so this storm's been intensifying pretty quickly back over to the west of Hennessy. You can actually see on the bottom right of your screen that storm under media looking at clouds that are building up very quickly, and that cell is actually the one near Watunga. So there are two storms right now that are quickly intensifying, not severe quite yet, but these are the storms that we'll have to watch for over the next several minutes as they continue to move to the northeast. Now, you might be wondering, why is today such a big day? Why all of a sudden do we have an enhanced risk of severe weather? Well, let's first talk about the risk outline. So again, we have an enhanced risk of severe weather that is in place for western Missouri, central and eastern Kansas, which, by the way, those areas will probably get a tornado watch there in about an hour or two is my guess, and then also across central and northern Oklahoma. The slight risk is a bit more of a low confidence area, but it goes from southern Iowa back into central Texas, where there will be a potential for large hail, damaging winds, and also a couple of tornadoes, and then a marginal risk, which is a very low-end threat, back over into the Midwest, also into Nebraska, and back into parts of South Texas. And here's what this threat is driven by. We are mostly driven by the risk for very large hail. That's mainly across central Kansas and into North Texas. And our tornado risk is the other thing that is going to be potentially significant over the next few hours, where we could see a couple of strong, maybe even long-track tornadoes occur across central, southeastern Kansas, and as well as back through central Oklahoma. That is where there will be a potential for strong tornadoes. They have mentioned that there could even be an intense or maybe even violent tornado as well today. It's just going to depend on if these storms can overcome the cap, which so far it looks like we are starting to get some initiation that is doing that. Damaging winds are also going to be a potential significant risk back over near Kansas City. This is where we could see damaging winds exceeding 75 miles per hour after sunset tonight. So protect loose line items, bring any sort of, furniture that might get, shattered by, let's say, hail or even from wind. Bring all that stuff inside. Don't let that be sitting out, because this is an area that we do think significant damaging winds are going to be a possibility. Now, talking more about the ingredients, one of the reasons why this environment is favorable for today for tornadoes is because it's a high shear environment. We have a lot of wind shear out there today, and here are the significant tornado parameter values, and look how high they get right around 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. I don't remember the last time we had values this high. I really don't. I don't know the last time we had values in this range. I think the last time we may have had this was when we had the tornado outbreak on March 15th in the Dixie Alley. But even then, it was in a very localized area. This is across 3 different states. Now, granted, we have a cap in place. And what that means is that there is a temperature inversion aloft a few thousand feet off the ground that's basically going to try to prevent storms from developing. So essentially, a parcel goes up and temperature has to be decreasing as we go throughout the atmosphere. But there's a small area about 3 to 4,000 feet off the ground that is actually inverted, meaning our temperature is increasing instead of decreasing, and that is why storms are not necessarily firing yet in areas like Texas, and we don't think they're going to fire in Texas. But if they were to, we'd be talking about a really significant tornado risk here with the dry line setup. But talking about the tornado parameter values here, again, they're very high. It basically means if a storm fires and it's matured, it's developed, and it's over 40, 50,000 feet for cloud tops, and it's a pretty intense storm, there's a very high chance it's going to produce a tornado. So that's why today is that concerning, and these values stay high even into the overnight hours. But here's the thing, we'll have a cold front coming through as we go into the overnight hours, and that will eventually just produce mostly elevated thunderstorms with some isolated hail and wind. So really our window for opportunity when it comes to this tornado risk and really large hail risk today is right now until about 8 o'clock or so. If any storms fire after 8 o'clock, I don't really think we're going to see a whole lot out of that activity. I think it'll be mostly from 5 to 8 o'clock, at least for those in Oklahoma. If you're back over in eastern Kansas or even central Kansas, we have a little bit of a different setup. This is our triple point setup, where we are essentially going to be looking at our cold front and dry line in addition to a warm frontal boundary, and near that warm frontal boundary there is a lot of wind shear. So any storms that ride near that warm frontal boundary could also produce the potential for a tornado, and that could also be significant. So it's a very complex setup here, and one of the biggest things and one of the biggest questions that we have is, are these storms going to overcome the cap, and will they intensify? That's essentially what we're going to be waiting for here over the next hour, even though we do have 2 cells now that have popped up on radar to the northwest of Oklahoma City. Now keep in mind that storms could literally fire anywhere inside of this tornado watch. We could have a supercell down here, one up here, and then another one up in Kansas. Basically, we're expecting very widely scattered supercells here to fire off if the cap is overcome. So that's the general gist of the threat for today. Keep in mind that we again could see strong and intense tornadoes, so it definitely could be a long afternoon / evening. We're really going into the evening now, but it could be a long evening depending on how these storms do evolve. Here's a little look at the future radar for today, just to kind of give you an idea of what the HRRR is painting, at least in Oklahoma, and then I'll go back up into Kansas, and we'll also show you Texas here in a moment. So the HRRR didn't really have storms firing until about 7 to 8 o'clock Central Time here. This was a few hours ago. This was a more a run that was a few hours ago, so this isn't exactly what we just had in the last hour, but it still gives you a good idea that this is what we could be talking about around 8 o'clock Central Time. We could have 2 or 3 different discrete supercells here in Oklahoma that are producing very large hail, damaging winds, and even a potential for a strong tornado or two as these continue to move northeast. And this is obviously very concerning with the given environment that we have. There's a lot of wind shear, a lot of instability, and a lot of moisture that these storms can feed off of. So it definitely could be a very significant threat here in Oklahoma. And even by 10 to 11 o'clock, notice how these storms continue to stay very intense, even across eastern Oklahoma near Tulsa, one other one going towards McAllister, and then eventually even by midnight to 1 in the morning, these storms are eventually moving in the direction of areas like, that's Arkansas, moving in the direction of areas like Joplin and Springfield, Missouri, but it eventually does weaken after midnight as it approaches those areas. So again, we could have a couple of big supercells here in Oklahoma, and they could definitely be dangerous depending on the evolution here over the next few hours. Now back over in Kansas, there is a chance again for a discrete supercell in this region, mainly from Wichita, Kansas, back through Kansas City, and this is also an area where we could see a strong tornado occur. And then off to the north, we're talking about a lot of hail and wind out of the storms that are north of the interstate, north of Salina, but near that triple point, we will have enough wind shear a little after 9 to 10 o'clock where there could even be a couple of tornadoes, and I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado out of that activity as well. So again, very complex setup. There's going to be a lot of severe weather, I think, especially in Kansas. Things are a little bit more conditional when it comes to what we're talking about in Oklahoma and as well as Texas. If we go down to Texas real quick, this is what it looks like over the next few hours. Notice how it does not show anything between now and 2 a.m., but it does show showers and storms early tomorrow morning. This would be along the cold frontal boundary, and these are more elevated storms. So we're talking more about some isolated hail and wind, and then those would eventually move to the east, and we'd see more severe weather into Thursday, which, again, the stretch of severe weather here just over the next few days is going to be, I think, relatively significant. I think we're going to be talking about a lot of different severe storms. We're going to have multiple days of severe weather coverage on this channel. We're going to be live, I think, basically every day between now and Saturday. We have a slight risk of severe weather in place every single day, all the way through Saturday, and I think we'll also get one on Sunday. So there is a busy stretch of weather ahead. Okay, I do want to talk about the storm that is now northwest of Oklahoma City. This is going to be south of Lahoma. There's actually a mesocyclone developing on this. We have a little area of rotation, so this might be our first storm of the day that actually tries to do something here. Currently, Storm Intermedia, bottom right of your screen, they're looking at the southern storm. I think we're going to go to Connor. Connor will be bottom right of your screen. He is looking at the storm that's back over near Wakumis. So this one actually currently has a meso on it that's developing. So this, again, might be the storm that tries to do something here over the next little while. We at least have a little bit of something that's developing near Wakumis. Let's go full cam to Connor, and let's just listen in real quick. So again, that's the storm right now that we're looking at. It does have a little meso to it. Over the last few scans, it's definitely gotten a little bit of its act together.
Ready for the 20 membership bomb.
Notice how hazy the skies are, by the way. One thing I didn't point out is that the skies are very hazy, and if you look at the satellite imagery right now, this is the geocolor. It is very cloudy aloft. Like, we have a lot of clouds. That was one of the things that was a little bit concerning, or not really concerning, but kind of a good thing almost. We kind of thought, hey, maybe these clouds will kind of prevent storms from developing. So far, it really hasn't. You can actually see these storms here, these supercells that are breaking through that cloud layer. So these are the two storms just northwest Oklahoma City. But notice how thick that cloud cover is aloft. So quite impressive stuff there. But again, we are actually starting to see lightning as well. So this storm is starting to organize a little bit. So we now have a little bit of lightning on this cell. This is probably going to be something that we need to watch for very closely. The southern storm has not had much success. It was going for like, you know, a couple minutes here, and it's kind of fizzling already. But the northern cell does have a bit more of that look to it right now. And also, there's another updraft developing just to the northwest of the main supercell. So we actually have a couple different updrafts here. This would be the one that's more important, though, I think, for a tornado threat. Again, but we are starting to see at least a little bit of rotation on radar. And long-term, if this were to produce a tornado, which, again, it's not really imminent, but it's something to watch for, I'd say over the next half hour, it'll be moving in the direction of Enid and eventually Ponca City, going towards I-35. So this is definitely a storm that we need to watch for very closely. But there's a pretty good chance that this cell right here, over the next like 20-30 minutes, either it tries to split or it just stays on its own. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But this is definitely a cell that we need to watch for very closely. Again, very favorable environment for tornadoes. Thank you, Sarge, for the super chat. I will talk more. We're not going to talk a whole lot about tomorrow's threat in this live stream until probably later on. Watch my video today. It's still very, accurate to what I think will happen tomorrow. In addition to that, we will be live pretty much all day tomorrow. I might have a video tomorrow morning. We'll wait and see what happens basically tonight, but there's a chance I have a video tomorrow morning, so we'll see. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So again, this storm is blowing up pretty quickly. We are starting to, it's still organizing. So let's go to Echo Tops real quick too. So currently the radar's measuring that this storm has popped up to around 42,000 feet. So the storm itself is growing quite a bit. Now the southern cell that we were just talking about a moment ago, that peaked at around 39,000 feet, and it is now fallen apart quite a bit. It's back down to 32,000 feet. So the storm that's going towards Enid right now has a lot more of my attention. This one is definitely one that could easily produce a very large hail and tornado threat as it continues to move northeast. And again, that's what the storm looks like right now.
Towns are just killing.
This is Connor Croft in Dover, Oklahoma, or technically Hennessy now. But that is what the storm looks like right now. The Echo Tops are around 40, 45, 50,000 feet.
Yeah, I thought about it, but we'd be going through OKC at a bad time.
Yeah, come on. We got a good, again, we got
Thank you, DS, for becoming a member. Thank you, Sherry, for the super chat. Appreciate your forecasting every morning and every storm. Appreciate that.
Again, I'm watching this closely. I still can't see a base on it. Still can't.
It's so hazy right now. It's actually like
right there. Tower looks good.
Pretty hazy. Thank you, SOJ, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Hey, no problem. I know who you are. I sent you a hat for free. Hope you enjoy it.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome in, guys. We are live right on this developing supercell near the town of Ames, Oklahoma. It's gonna go it might go right into Enid. but it might track just south of Enid. It's headed right for the Osage Indian Reservation in about an hour or so. So enjoy this good terrain while we have it, because once we get into the Osage Reservation, roads and terrain and service is going to get very, very sparse. But we're gonna make the most of it here.
All right, he's gonna again be bottom right of your screen. Let's go over to the SPC Tornado Watch. So again, if you've not already heard, there is a Tornado Watch until midnight tonight. If you're just tuning in now, we have a Tornado Watch till midnight. This is going to be for parts of Texas, Oklahoma, and as well as southern Arkansas. Reason why I'm pointing this out for the second time is because we didn't go over the probabilities for this Tornado Watch. So the Storm Prediction Center essentially puts probabilities on these Tornado Watches. And so every category that we have today is a moderate, essentially, likelihood of happening. So we have a moderate likelihood of tornadoes, a moderate likelihood of EF2 tornadoes or above that, severe wind and 65 mile per hour winds or greater. Those are all moderate likelihoods. So basically, we don't exactly know if it's definitely going to happen, but I think we're going to end up seeing stuff in this watch. Again, I still think we're going to at least get a couple of discrete cells out here. But again, generally speaking, you know, for comparison, at least to what we had the other day in the Ohio Valley, like a lot of the likelihoods were mostly moderate and low. There were a couple high, I think the wind was high, but that was about it. So likelihood is not really something we usually talk about a whole lot in live streams, because I think it just kind of is a little confusing. If you see like high likelihood, you might think it's a high, you know, risk essentially of severe weather, but that's not necessarily what that means. Okay, yeah, we definitely have a meso on this. This is concerning. This is a concerning storm. It's very early stages, and we at least have some rotation on this. This was about 8 minutes ago. Echo tops were about 42,000 feet. We got some lightning. Yeah, this storm's definitely concerning. So again, what Connor's looking at right now at this exact supercell.
Got 1,800 guys in here. Welcome in, guys.
One thing that's interesting actually on radar that I'm seeing is that this is splitting right now. So we actually have a little like splitter. A little split there near Enid. Storm's actually kind of splitting off a little bit. But this one definitely has a long-term concern. Hey, Pettis for the 11 months, appreciate it. Yeah, this storm has broken the cap, that's for sure. There's lightning too, so positive and negative charges coming together. Again, this is what the storm looks like currently. Again, we have no active warnings, but this would be probably the first one that gets a warning.
Side camera view here. Keep an eye on that. I'm gonna put this camera back straight. Again, guys, look for a base.
Should I stay up late and monitor the weather here in North Texas? I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't think anything's gonna happen in North Texas tonight. I just don't. Like, we just don't have, like, the environment is phenomenal for tornadoes. Like, it's really favorable, but like, we just don't have any sort of really initiator. So we have a dry line, right? But like, the problem is there's also a large cap that's in place in North Texas that really should prevent storms, I think, at least for the next, you know, several hours. If we got something, it would be between now and like 9 or 10. And I just don't have much confidence that much is going to happen down here. I think if we got a storm down here, it would be somewhere in like near the Red River Valley. Like, I think it would be northwest of Dallas Fort Worth. You know, the radar's actually picking up at least on one small little, you know, updraft that is appearing. At least there's at least something there. But I just don't think Texas is in a very concerning position. I think Oklahoma and Kansas are much more concerning. But I do think that Texas is a very, very conditional risk. Like, it's way more conditional than what we have in Oklahoma and also back up into Kansas. All right, let's go back to Connor. He has a pretty good view right now of this storm.
About 50,000 feet now.
Yep. He's saying the storm's up to 50,000 feet. Let me double check that number here. Yeah, this storm's up to 50,000 feet now. We're up to about 50,000, 46,000 feet from that radar. The other radar doesn't show it, but yeah, this storm's about to hit 50,000 feet. This will probably be the one that tries to do something here in the next 30 minutes to an hour. Thank you, Hydro, for becoming a member.
No, okay, guys, I'm about to change it to only storms.
Thank you, Pierre, for the super chat. Thank you. I can sleep easier tonight. I'm glad I can help you out with that.
Next member that joins.
I'm not sure if I can sleep easier tonight if we're gonna be live. Like, we could be live until 2 a.m. tonight or something, then I'll have to get up at like 7 tomorrow.
YouTube might not like that, I don't know. It's like somebody got pulled over right here.
So once again, what you guys are looking at is the storm that is towering up near Enid, or Enid, I mean, Oklahoma.
Waiting for it to go severe warned. It could happen at any point. Getting rocks kicked up at me. Let's see.
I do think we're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning on this at some point here shortly. Hey, this storm's intensifying pretty quickly. It's only a matter of time until this thing gets severe thunderstorm warned. You know, what's interesting is the radar site from Oklahoma City does show a little mezzo there near Drummond. So there's something here. Thoughts on Ardmore? I don't think Ardmore's too concerning, at least for now. I mean, like in an hour or two, it could be very different. So let me find where I put the radar here. I closed the radar out. All right, but let me just show it on here. So this is what it's going to look like on the future radar. Let's go back to 18Z, and this is the right thing. So right around about, again, 7 to 8 o'clock is when I think the threat of Supercell's peaks. I think it'll be like 8, 9 o'clock when the peak is. It's basically right around sunset. That is when we have the peak of, I think, Supercells, if any are out there, which I think we'll at least have a couple. And so notice how we have basically maybe 2 or 3 here that are actually tornadic in Oklahoma. It'd basically be these 2 and maybe a third one somewhere else. But again, notice how they're really widely scattered. The further south you go, the lower chance there is of a supercell doing something, but I do think that we are at least going to see one north of I-40. I think we may get one south of I-40. It's too early to tell. We don't have anything really convecting there quite yet, but I think we're going to get something down there, and I think we're almost undoubtedly going to get a supercell that develops near Wichita Falls. Like, I think there's going to be something that develops here going right up basically I-35 and I-335. Like, I could definitely see something in this area. I'm not as confident though south of I-40. I'd say like maybe a 50% chance, maybe a 60% chance that we get a storm south of there. I would say right now it's like an 80% chance that something actually goes tornadic here north of Oklahoma City. And then I'm almost guaranteeing that there will be a storm up here in southern Kansas and eastern Kansas that is going to try to be a long-term discrete supercell. So this is Connor's view now. He actually has a really good view now of the storm. You can see the kind of the anvil, like the overshooting clouds there at the top of your screen, spreading out quite a bit.
Soon to be only storms.
Shout out to SOJ with the 10 gifted memberships. If you got to get to membership, make sure to thank him in the chat.
I got a road up here. We're gonna take west just a little bit to look at this, guys. We're gonna get a nice visual on this thing here in a second, everybody. If you're just tuning in, welcome in, guys. We got a nice visual on this supercell here.
We'll say this tailwind is making this drive a lot easier. CMPGs too. Yeah, according to radar, it looks like this southern one really fizzled out, and the northern one's just becoming quite dominant, or at least trying to.
We're right on this thing, guys. Hopefully, oh, that was my road, wasn't it? God dang it.
All right, there you go.
God dang it.
There's your first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. And that one's gonna, or yeah, this is the first one. I was about to say, we had a tornado warning in California before we went live. This severe thunderstorm warning will be for Enid, North Enid, Garber, Billings, Lamont, and as well as Waukemis. That is going to be for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So they have gone ahead and put out a severe thunderstorm warning on this. And again, I don't think it's going to be long until this is becoming more of a concern when it comes to a tornado risk. I do think we at least have some level of rotation here in the upper levels. Not reaching the ground right now, but this storm is definitely starting to form into something a little bit more concerning as it approaches Enid and Garber. I think it's, again, going to take a little bit of time, but this is the storm that we need to watch very, very closely as it continues to track northeast. So make sure that you're staying weather aware. If you're back up near Ponca City, Blackwell, Maryland, Caw City, Newkirk, and you guys are a little ways out from this storm, but this is the type of storm, again, that could produce something that's more long-tracked and, when it comes to both a supercell like hail and wind and also potentially a long-tracked tornado risk. All that stuff is in play. I'm going to go back to Connor in a second. Connor is getting a better view. Oopsie, did not mean to do that. Connor is getting a better view of this storm right now. This is what Connor's looking at right now as he approaches this supercell that is quickly materializing.
Oh yeah, nice base on this.
Yeah, you can see the base now just a little bit. Again, hazy skies are making it a little bit hard to see.
Base on this, it is high, but there is scud. We're gonna stop.
Once again, this is Connor Croft approaching this.
Might just pull off the road right here, actually.
I mean, the storms, we're actually starting to see DBZ values now get into the range of legitimate hail, so we are definitely getting
Keep an eye on this base right here.
some hail on this now.
I'm just debating like which way to take to get up on this thing. If I just want to.
Thoughts on Northwest Arkansas tonight? I don't think we're going to have much in Northwest Arkansas. It would be mostly early morning tomorrow.
I feel like for the most part, I-35 is going to be the fastest option. My GPS has me going.
Again, we got a large rain shaft on the right side of your screen, and then Connor did say there was some scud. I cannot see it with my own eyes, but there might be some. There's probably some back in there. Just so hazy. Once again, we have a lot of high cloud cover, so it's gonna be hard to see some of this stuff, but on the radar site that's much closer, so we're looking much lower to the ground. We're not, again, seeing any rotation quite yet. However, if you go, again, to the Oklahoma City radar site, there is a little bit more, spin there, and that's more aloft. That's not, again, that's not near the ground, so it's not like an imminent tornado concern, but we're at least seeing some spin here. And again, the environment has, we have a lot of wind shear, got a lot of instability. This environment, again, is very primed for tornadoes, and this is probably going to be the one here in the next hour that does something. The southern cell, by the way, near Hennessy, this one is not currently a concern in my opinion. All right, this one's just, it's kind of whatever right now. It's just a little shower, but the one that's back up near Enid, that one is a lot more concerning, and I do think here in the near term we're going to see something out of this. By the way, this is John McKinney over in Concordia, Kansas. Got a horseshoe vortex back up in Kansas. Don't see this very often, but these happen a lot when we have a lot of wind shear. So kind of a little cool feature there in the clouds. Back up in Kansas. Again, Kansas is also in a situation where it is a very favorable environment for tornadoes. We have a lot of wind shear up there as well. The low-level jet is ripping. So that is a little cool photo there from John McKinney, who might be with us later as well. He's going to be chasing back up there in Kansas. So we'll be keeping an eye on him. All right, we got another radar scan coming in. We'll go back to Connor here for a second, see what he's seeing. Shout out to Rusty with the super chat. Thank you for what you do. Much love from Kansas City, Missouri. Stay safe there tonight. Appreciate you tuning in. I think Kansas City is going to be mainly a wind risk a little after midnight.
My apologies, Ashley. My apologies. Last thing I meant to do is disrespect anybody.
Hey, Michael for the super chat. Greetings from sunny Massachusetts. Always appreciate your analysis and expertise. Appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in.
Is upset anybody or offend somebody.
By the way, if you know any friends or family today that are in Oklahoma, Kansas, or Texas that need severe weather coverage, make sure to get the stream out there, share it with friends and family. We have our links posted on both Twitter and as well as Facebook if you just want to share it. I highly recommend you getting the word out if you have any friends or family. A lot of people still do not know about the YouTube platform and having weather on it, so definitely a good idea to get the word out there. And yeah. Yeah, there actually might be a legitimate rotation kind of developing on this right now. Unless that's hail. Let me double check. Okay, that might be hail contamination. We at least have some large hail right now approaching the town of Enid, Oklahoma. But there's definitely spin on this. I mean, again, you can look at the velocities here. Wind's going toward and away from the radar. There's definitely spin here. So there's probably at least some sort of lowering attempting to develop right now. But again, it's going to take, I think, a little bit of time. It still needs to organize. So, but nonetheless, it is definitely becoming a more concerning storm. I'm going to try to see if I can pull up an 8RRR model run and just show you guys what, if there's like a, I'm going to see if there's a run here that showed like a path with this cell.
I think it will eventually. It's just, I don't know, usually with these dry lines, it's a slow process. Okay, guys, I'm gonna head north here. Again, it's important to stay with this thing.
Yeah, I'm still thinking it's gonna be.
So he's going to reposition. This is what I'm kind of talking about here. Like, this is the HRRR model run from a few hours ago. And even notice, again, the timing with, like, the position of these storms is very dependent on where we see parcels basically rising up. And once we see a parcel hit the level of free convection, which is essentially where the parcel becomes warmer than the environment, that is where we're going to start to see storms explode. And that's what we're seeing currently with the storm that Connor's on near Enid, Oklahoma. But notice the position of these storms at like 8 o'clock, for example, on the HRRR. And again, so far, we don't have anything here near Oklahoma City, but again, this storm's forming off near Enid right now, and notice how the model doesn't show anything. That's why you always want to take these model runs for granted, especially when we have a setup that is more isolated to widely scattered for supercells, which is something that we have today, because storms could definitely change where they actually begin, like basically their starting point. But again, we could still see storms back over here near Oklahoma City, but I don't currently see anything developing in and around Oklahoma City right now. There might be a little bit of convection trying to develop west of Wichita Falls. The Oklahoma City radar site is picking up on a couple small little updrafts that are probably trying to develop there, but nothing currently that is tornadic. So, not anything like of an imminent concern. But once again, this is going to be the storm that we need to watch for over the next 30 minutes to an hour. We are expecting the potential again for a maybe even a small scale tornado outbreak this evening. It'll begin in Oklahoma over the next couple of hours, and then we should see initiation back over in southern and eastern Kansas as we go later into the evening hours. Really starting around 7 8 o'clock is when we could see initiation around Wichita Falls, and that, if we have a supercell, it would track probably right up I-35 and I-335. And then over in the Kansas City area, we are expecting a line of thunderstorms later this evening into the overnight hours that could produce the potential for significant damaging winds, large hail, and even the potential for tornadoes. So we need to watch that. Also, that'll be more of a late evening and early overnight risk in those areas. Thank you, Amanda, for the super chat. I thought you were lying about the tornadoes with how chilly it was this morning, and then I walked out for work at 4. And I was like, oh, yep, they're better. It's better be tornado weather. Yeah, earlier today we didn't really have much of a moisture pull out of the Gulf, but this low pressure system is moving over the Rockies, and so we're essentially getting a huge moisture pull from the Gulf, and that's mixing in with a lot of instability. And we also have warm and cold air mixing. So when a low pressure system moves over the mountains, we get something called turbulent mixing, and that essentially leads to warm and cold air mixing that steepens our lapse rates, which is our temperature that decreases as we go out throughout the atmosphere, and basically promotes a very impressive setup for severe weather. And that is what we're currently witnessing. Now, again, we have a cap in place, which is again a temperature inversion that could prevent storms from forming. This one's had no problem, so I think this is a big concern over the long term. But storms back over in Texas, for example, I don't really expect much to happen down there. So until like early tomorrow morning. But the cap was really the biggest question. All right, this back over to Connor. Again, he is currently approaching this severe storm. This is what it looks like right now. He's currently about 5 miles to the south of it, which you might think he's at least 10 miles away. But again, the hazy skies is the reason why we're having trouble seeing the actual structure right now. Should become a lot more clear here, though, soon. Explain the cap? Yeah, I'll explain it here in a second.
Almost concerns me a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna get to 64 guys and blast these. This thing's not gonna produce anytime in the next, I'd say, 30 minutes or so, just looking at it. So we do have time to get out ahead of it, which is what I'm gonna do. And I might even go all the way to 35. I might even go all the way to 35.
All right, there's Connor's insight. So a lot of you guys are asking, what is a cap? And so, a little lesson. This is a weather sounding. Essentially, for those that know, weather balloons get sent off at National Weather Service offices. And so we essentially have a balloon that measures all of the temperatures, the wind, and as well as the dew point. And this was taken at 4 o'clock Central Time in Oklahoma City. They sent off a special, weather balloon. And so this right here is a cap. So what we have is our temperature decreasing with height up until about 1.5 kilometers, which is a few thousand feet off the ground. And then eventually our temperature is increasing rapidly. I mean, this is a huge temperature increase aloft. And so that temperature increase is, again, a cap. It essentially prevents storms from developing. And since our lifting condensation level, which is down here around a couple thousand feet up, that's where our lifting condensation level is. That is where the parcel is going to rise. And that's essentially where our cloud base starts. And the clouds will build from there. But that cap is going to prevent the storm from building. So that is essentially what a cap is. But notice again, the wind shear is just crazy today. I mean, we have very strong veering winds, which means that we have, again, a lot of wind shear in the environment. But this storm in particular has no issue right now with the sound, or with the cap. Like, this one has already overcome the cap. The only thing that could really happen is this thing gets choked off somehow, but I don't think it will. I think this storm's already off to the races and probably will produce some risk for a tornado at some point here in the next hour or so. This is a view now of the Supercell. Much better view. Connor's much closer to it. You can see the base. It's a little elevated, but it's probably going to organize here pretty soon. Hopefully that cap explanation made sense, by the way. Can you guys not hear Connor? Let me turn him up.
Literally standing up for you, and now you're talking crap. It's like, my goodness.
Thank you, Tiffany, for becoming a member. Thank you, Maximus, also for the super chat. There is an enhanced risk for hail in DFW. I think it's going to be mainly tomorrow, though. Like, I don't think Dallas-Fort Worth is seeing much tonight. I think it'll be more a threat for tomorrow.
That's the last I'm addressing it. The mods can handle the chat. I'm just done reading chat for the afternoon. I'm going to focus on this.
I haven't had Connor on in like a month. I kind of miss his commentary.
And guys, this is the last thing I'm going to say. Guys, if somebody is talking...
I'm going to take him off for a second. Okay, another thing I do want to talk about real quick before we go back to Connor and also this storm. Just a heads up, I did not say this in today's video because this happened a few hours ago, but we do now officially have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for tomorrow in the Mississippi River Valley. So we are expecting a tornado outbreak tomorrow. There could be one today, but there's probably going to be one tomorrow from anywhere from eastern Arkansas back into southern Indiana. If you live in any of this area, you need to be weather aware tomorrow. We are expecting another severe weather outbreak, probably at least a step up from what we just saw on Sunday. And I do fully expect that we are going to be talking about some significant severe weather, including some numerous to widespread damaging winds, very large hail, and the potential for strong and maybe long track tornadoes as well. We do have a rare 15% tornado risk in place for southern Indiana and also eastern Arkansas. It is expected to be again a very significant day on Wednesday, and the madness does not end there. Look at Thursday. We got another slight risk of severe weather coming up for Thursday. This could also go enhanced depending on what we see evolve tomorrow back over in the lower Mississippi River Valley and also northeast Texas. And I don't want to look too far ahead, but Friday and Saturday we have a slight risk of severe weather. This is Friday, and then this is Saturday. We essentially have a risk of severe weather every single day through Saturday. We will have one on Sunday. I don't know what to what level, but we're probably at least going to have a slight risk of severe weather on Sunday. So we have a marathon of severe weather coverage essentially coming up on this channel. We'll be live, I think, every day, almost no matter what. There's a very low chance that we don't go live on a given day this week, essentially. So do you think Tulsa has a risk? I do think Tulsa has a risk. Yeah, I think Tulsa is going to see something. What you're going to see is still up to what happens over the next hour or two here in central Oklahoma, because this storm right here is not tracking towards Tulsa. This one's going towards Ponca City and Bartlesville. But back over in like Oklahoma City, for example, we're waiting to see if convection fires here. And if anything does fire, it would probably track right up I-44. Back over near Wichita Falls, we are seeing some legitimate convection developing right now. Like, there's some legitimate convection popping up right now near Wichita Falls. There's a couple of updrafts right here, and actually one near Electra looks like too. Look at, so the latest radar scan showing that updraft a little bit more. So this is an area to watch. Again, the cap might even be over. The cap is definitely not overcome yet, but the cap might be overcome here soon near Wichita Falls. And if that happens, that cell would be going more towards like Ardmore or Lawton or somewhere kind of in between. Depends on the trajectory, but that'll definitely be interesting. We'll have to wait and see. We are starting to see an uptick of lightning on this supercell that is formed right over the town of Enid, Oklahoma. A little bit of hail core as well right over the north side of town. So hail is currently impacting Enid, right around $half sized hail. Downburst winds around 60 miles per hour are also possible. This is what Connor's looking at right now. He is in the town of Enid on the supercell. He's almost underneath it. There are some trees, though, in the way.
Brandon, welcome to Bears Cage. 6 good November, man.
This is Storm Hunter Media, who's a little bit further out, but you can see how tall the updrafts are here. Look at that huge cumulonimbus cloud right there. It's... Some could say it's massive. Right over there in Enid. He's a little bit further down to the south, but that's the storm from a distance. Hey, Stacy, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Max, I just had a baby, and we named him after you. Well, congratulations. I don't know if I've ever heard that said before, but that's pretty cool, I guess. I guess somebody named their kid after me. All right. Is their last name Velocity, though? We need to know. Is their last name Velocity? When are the hats shipping? The next 150 hats will ship by early next week for those that got a signed hat. Again, the reason why they're not this week is because I'm live every day and I cannot sign all the hats in time. I'm going to try to do my best, though, to get at least half of them out by the end of the week. All right, this back to Connor.
It's Lisa, thank you for the super chat.
Again, Connor is right in the town of Enid. That is what the Supercell looks like right now. It is a little elevated, but I do think it'll become more organized over the next 30 minutes. Thank you, Kodos, for the super chat. Is there a threat in North Texas today? There is a threat, but it's conditional, and it's very conditional. So I personally don't think we're going to see many storms fire off in North Texas. I think it's going to be more geared towards tomorrow morning.
Looks like they got some potential nudging updrafts forming behind this.
That's not good.
I don't want to, like I said, I think this northern one will have a chance.
Also, brand new report coming in. Just a heads up, we now officially have quarter-sized hail that has been reported in Enid. So, according to emergency management, as of 6 minutes ago, 1-inch hail was reported right in the downtown area of Enid. And currently being estimated by radar, it is around 1.25 inches of hail. So the hailstone sizes are probably ranging around quarter to $half sized hail on the north side of Enid. But again, emergency management confirming that we do have hail right over the town of Enid. One thing we'll have to watch for on the backside of the storm, too, is if we get any sort of little, and Connor mentioned this a second ago if you heard him, there might be a couple of little nudgers. Essentially what that means is small little updrafts that develop and kind of bump into the storm, and that can actually increase the amount of spin that we have. And I personally think that this supercell here could be a long-term problem. I really do. I think that this one right here is going to be something that's tornadic for probably a long time after it gets organized, but we're gonna have to wait and see the evolution of it. But this does not have much stopping it right now. Also, ping pong ball sized hail has been now this warning has now been upgraded to ping pong ball sized hail. Again, the report in the downtown area of Enid was quarter sized hail, but it might even be a bit larger than that. The worst of this hail now is moving through some rural areas of the north side of Enid. It will be approaching Hunter, Billings, and Lamont here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. And again, if you're back over near Blackwell, Newkirk, Caw City, Shidler, Granola, or Arkansas City, or even near Winfield, down over there in Kansas, be ready for this storm. Make sure your tornado action plan is ready to go. This storm is definitely starting to turn more to the right, which means that we are probably going to start to see this thing really start to kick into gear here soon. But once again, a little bit of an elevated supercell for now, so the tornado risk, at least temporarily, is on the slightly lower side of things. This is a sounding, this is our hodograph trend. Where is this? Is this Oklahoma City? Oh, this is at the Vance Air Force Base. This is a little trend of the sounding here. Very favorable here for tornadoes. We have very strong relative, very high relative helicity index, which is, and as well as the storm relative helicity, they're very high here. Like, the environment again is extremely favorable for tornadoes, but the hodographs today again are very curved, which means we have a lot of wind shear throughout the entire atmosphere. Very strong winds, all kind of again veering winds, which essentially means our winds are turning in a direction that basically would promote a threat for tornadoes. Let's go back over to Connor, and I just want to pull something up here. This is again the Enid storm right now. Connor is on it, currently getting out in front of it a little bit. We might start to see a lowering start to form soon. We'll have to wait and see.
To the north there too.
Hey, Bradley for the super chat. Got a warning for Nevada County in California. Yeah, fun fact. We've had a tornado warning today. If you guys have not already heard, it was not in the Great Plains. Believe it or not. We had a tornado warning in Grass Valley, California. This is shocking. And by the way, I actually think there was a brief tornado with this in some like mountainous region. There was 46,000 people included in this warning. And there is a 2% tornado risk actually today over there in like central California. It's mostly higher elevations, but yeah. We now do have a special weather statement west of Wichita Falls. We actually have storms forming here. This is not trending in the right direction right now. We actually have storms forming west of Wichita Falls. That is not what you want to see. These are probably going to be overcoming the cap, too. Let me check the echo tops on these. About 38,000 feet. So I would say give it 2 more radar scans. And if it actually is over 45,000 feet, there's a pretty good chance that is fully over the cap. The storm appeared to the southeast of the radar site near Enid. Let me go to the echo tops on this thing. The echo tops are now at 50,000 feet. So we've now officially at the 50,000 foot level on this supercell. Let's go over to Connor. He has a pretty good view of it right now.
Victoria, welcome to Bear's Cage.
It did not work. Let me try that again. There we go. This is what it looks like right now in Enid.
Thank you for the super chat, Victoria.
In Oklahoma.
Got a little bit of scud behind me.
Scud is an indicator, by the way, of like rising motion, and a lot of cases does lead to like a wall cloud, especially with our environment today.
Yeah, look at that behind us. Yeah, nice looking base.
And velocities have not come together yet near the surface, which we can tell because there's literally no lowering yet, but...
Yeah, I'll see you guys up there.
Also, little heads up, we do now have a PDS flood watch that is in effect. This does not happen very often. We have a PDS flood watch that is in effect between now and basically Sunday across essentially this entire area here in Ohio, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Missouri, and Kentucky. 8 to 15 inches of rain are likely between now and Sunday in this area. Not the entire area, but most of the area will, especially in this region here. We actually have a high risk of excessive rainfall also in place. In addition to that, there could be some locations that pick up over 20 inches of rain over the next 4 days. It is a very serious situation there, and that is going to be happening literally. We're basically going to get heavy rainfall every single day between now and Sunday in that region. And by the way, PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It's essentially the highest level flood watch that you can get. And so, yeah, don't be surprised if we have multiple flash flood emergencies in the Mississippi River Valley and the Mid-South between now and Sunday. Let's go over to Connor. It looks like we might have an inflow tail. And his stream did not load again. Let me try that again. There we go. The Supercell is very quickly organizing.
It's very interesting. The main base on this thing is like behind me by a good amount. But like all the precipitation is getting vented so far away from the base that it's further west than it looks on radar. Like the base looks like it's pretty much over Enid right now, which maybe just barely.
Hey Jeff, for the 5 get the memberships.
Get the memberships.
You just got to get the memberships at the same time. You E-Cole for the super chat as well. Love all you do except for the town pronunciations. That's like the best part of the stream, guys. You trying to figure out how to pronounce Tupelo in Mississippi. It's probably the hardest one. All right, back to live radar. A little quick update. We are now seeing a much more definitive hail core just north of Breckenridge here in Oklahoma. So the hail core is coming together very quickly. And we are seeing at least a formation right now of a supercell. Again, this is a supercell right now, but we are starting to see that kind of look to it. And I also think we do have rotation aloft. Again, I've mentioned this a few times. We can see there is a mesocyclone aloft, which basically means there is rotation, not near the surface, but a few thousand feet off the ground there on the east side of Enid. If we go over to the Wichita radar site, you can also see that very clearly. So there is rotation aloft right now. It's just going to take probably about 15-20 minutes until this thing really starts to crank near the ground. But this storm is definitely coming together right now. It's approaching Hunter, Billings, Lamont, and eventually going towards Blackwell and Ponca City in Oklahoma. And back to the Wichita. Wow, this is not shaping up to be a good day. And I'm not saying this to scare you guys, but like when we get stuff like this is never a good sign with today's environment. These two storms have probably broken the cap now. They're on the cusp, if not, they've now fully broken the cap near Wichita Falls, Texas. So this could be a concerning storm down the road. It's going to be moving towards Duncan, potentially going towards Lawton. We'll have to see the storm track, but it's going to be going in this direction essentially. So again, the wind shear is very strong. I cannot urge this enough. I cannot say this enough, but the wind shear is very strong today. We have a lot of instability, a lot of moisture, and this type of activity is not what you want to see. Like any sort of supercells like this forming are not what you want to see in today's environment. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning now for those east and northeast of Enid has been upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. So we now have tennis ball sized hail moving towards Lamont, Hunter, Billings, and eventually towards Tonkawa, Ponca City, and Blackwell. The only confirmation that we've at least officially gotten so far was back over in Enid, and that was for quarter sized hail by emergency management. But this storm is again rapidly developing near Hunter. Correlation coefficient is picking up on that hail as well here. Again, very rural areas, but there are some farms in this area approaching Hunter and Highway 74 and 15. Go back over to Connor again. He's getting out in front of this storm. Okay, once again, it did not load. Let me try that again. This is what Connor's looking at right now in the Enid Supercell. He's on Highway 64. So he's a little south of the storm now. I'm going to double check and see if we have any chasers looking at this directly. Hunter Hurley is out in front of this, so once he is a bit closer, we're probably going to go to him.
I might go all the way to 35, guys. I might go all the way to 35 on 64.
All right, we'll go back to radar here. There is no tornado possible label on this storm quite yet. Oh, did I have tornado possible on the other thing? Let me change that. There's no tornado possible label on this cell yet, but I mean, I would assume... Oops, did not mean to click them. I would assume in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to get at least some sort of tornado possible label on this. So, again, this supercell is shaping up to be relatively significant. We got a couple other little updrafts forming near Hennessy, Wakumis as well, and one near Helena. None of these right now are concerning in my opinion. I'm really mostly concerned about that cell in northern Oklahoma, and then the two that are developing near Wichita Falls, again, are catching my attention. Again, these are going to take probably about half an hour to really turn into something tornadic, but like, half an hour from now, this is going towards a lot more populated areas like Lawton, Duncan, and Ardmore. I saw somebody in the chat ask when's Duncan going to see storms, and honestly, it's going to be sometime between between now and about 8:30 or so. That is if you see storms, but these would probably be the two that head in your direction. So just be ready for that. And I see why this is warned for tennis ball sized hail. We got a chonker of a hail core right now, right over the south side of Hunter, Oklahoma. The reflectivity values are white, which essentially means that's big hail. That's a lot of hail too that's probably falling right now. Absolutely intense hail core, destructive hail core moving towards Hunter, eventually towards Salt Fork, Polk, and Lamont. So this storm is definitely a little bit more concerning. All right, we got Hunter Hurley. We're going to check in with him. He is on the east side of the storm right now. So let's go ahead and go over to Hunter Hurley. This is his view right now of the supercell. Again, he's on the east side of the storm. You can actually see the cloud base there on the left side. That maybe a little bit of a lowering there on the left. I'm going to go ahead and Zello... I'll Zello Hunter and see what he's seeing here. Hey, Hunter, you're on stream. Do you want to say anything about the storm that you're seeing right now? I don't know if Hunter has his thing on. Alright, Hunter's now moving. I don't think he's locked in right now on the radio. Unfortunate. I just got left basically on red. Wow, what a time to be alive. Wichita, Kansas. I think Wichita is going to be sometime between now and about 7:30 or 8 until like when we see Supercell development. Nothing's growing yet near Wichita, which is good news. But I mean, if something initiates between now and 8, that is definitely a bit more concerning. So again, anything that develops basically between now and 8:30 is going to be on the more significant side of things. Including this Supercell right now that is moving in the direction of Lamont and Hunt, and as well as Billings. All right, latest radar scan is currently coming in.
That one up there is a ping pong ball size.
Oops. All right, this is the latest radar scan. We still got a massive hail core right now near Hunter in Oklahoma, east of Kremlin. It's approaching Highway 74 right now. And we're not seeing any rotation near the surface quite yet, which means we don't necessarily have some sort of, like, again, lowering or anything like that. There might be, like, a small little lowering, but nothing, like, crazy yet. But we do have a mesocyclone, again, that's developing aloft, which means we do have spin at least a few thousand feet off the ground. It's just not visible yet, you know, in terms of, like, a wall cloud. But we are starting to see at least some spin on radar from a distance. But in terms of our low levels right now, we are talking about a pretty big hail core over the south side of Hunter. And that is going to be moving towards Tonkawa over the next several minutes. Let's go back down to Wichita Falls. This is the latest radar scan. So again, 2 supercells, or I should say cells, not technically supercells yet, but 2 cells are currently exploding right now near Iowa City and Burke Burnett, moving towards Granfield and Temple. And it looks like Hunter now does have a view of this storm.
Should be off to our left over here still, but the core is pretty much entirely passed over me by now.
So Hunter is currently looking at the supercell near Enid. And I think he's moving into a low signal area. But he has a pretty large rain shaft there. It looks like it's kind of dipping down on the left there. You can kind of see the clouds lowering to the ground almost on the left side.
Not even that much.
They're like slightly slanted there. I think we're losing him though. I'll put him bottom right. Hunter is in Hunter. Yeah, Hunter Hurley currently is in the town of Hunter, Oklahoma. Believe it or not. He's literally in the town of Hunter. Who would have thought? This is a very small town, by the way. There's actually quite a bit of homes. But it is a pretty small town. The town of Hunter is about to take a direct hit from this big hail core, though. If not, it's going to just be off to your south, and it will eventually approach, no town there, but it will eventually approach Polk, and as well as Salt Fork over the next several minutes. Hunter's losing signal still, but this is, again, another view of this supercell. Left side of your screen, again, notice how the clouds are dipping down. That's where we'll be looking really for some sort of lowering to form. And on the middle and middle right, that's just a big rain shaft. And hail shaft. There's probably a hail shaft back in there. Let's say it's probably right there in the dead center, where we have big hail coming down. About 1,600 people are in this warning, by the way.
Right here. So, there it is right there. That's my right turn.
That hail shaft is massive. I think it's anything from the center all the way to the the top right there almost. Like it's a huge area. Alrighty, we are now up to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
I haven't seen a single hailstone larger than the size.
We now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those in Kay, Noble, Grant, and Garfield counties. And that is going to be for this supercell. This is going towards Ponca City, Newkirk, and Blackwell. So baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the current concerns. But this is a destructive supercell. that is moving to the northeast. If you are right along I-35, you should probably avoid this stretch. Don't, like, you know, if you're traveling right now, let's say you're over in Perry, I would just wait out the storm. All right, I would just stay down there. I wouldn't go all the way up and then just park under an overpass, because that's not legal, and it's also not what you should do because it's not safe for anybody. But if you're traveling up I-35 right now, this is probably a lot of people traveling since we're a little after rush hour. Avoid this area. Just avoid the area, because we got baseball-sized hail. It'll almost undoubtedly break your windshield or at least crack it. So not recommended that you drive here along I-35. Another concerning trend, the storms back over near Wichita Falls right now, again, are intensifying very quickly. This is not, again, a good sign. We got two cells, two big updrafts that have formed right over near Burke Burnett. If we go over to the Echo Tops, they are now up near 45,000 feet. So these storms have broken the cap back over in far north Texas, and it will be moving into southern Oklahoma over the next few minutes, going towards Temple, Walters, Comanche, Duncan, Germanino, I think, or Nemo, south of Lawton. And so, again, this is kind of like the general area of where these supercells could go. I'm giving you a large range because we don't exactly know where they're going to go. They could definitely change directions, because notice that this supercell, if I can do a little loop on this, this supercell that developed up here in northern Oklahoma, you can kind of see how it started kind of north almost. It was kind of starting a bit more north, and it's kind of turned more, and it's really beginning to turn now. So you kind of see that trajectory here. I mean, these storms are going to start more in a north-northeasterly trajectory, and then they'll start to turn, I think, more east-northeast, and that's when they really become tornadic. So that's what we're currently seeing on the storm, at least near Billings. This storm is really turning fast, and we also have an updraft forming right on the south side of where the hail core is, which once this thing feeds in, I think this thing is going to really start to rotate. So that is, again, a concerning trend right now on radar. But again, I still think it's going to take a little bit of time until this thing really starts to produce a tornado. It might take like 15, 20 minutes, but it's going to take a little bit more time, and then after that storm merger happens, we'll probably have something here. Huge shout out to John with the $400 worth of super chats. Put some huge W's in the chat for John. You are way too generous. Really appreciate the support, John, and thank you so much for the generosity. You are way too kind. It'll probably fuel my caffeine here for the next 5 or 6 days. I don't know how much sleep I'm getting over the next 5 to 6 days. I'm not going to lie. We might be lacking sleep to some extent. Let's go over to Jordan Hall. He actually has a view of this now. Here's Jordan Hall's view of the supercell in Enid, or north of Enid now. Jordan Hall is currently on the southeast side of the storm, so he's in the perfect position for if there was to be a wall cloud or a tornado.
Right now. I don't know.
It's to the west of Enid. I'm tempted to play in the baseballs. I kind of want to. That the storm is very well ventilated. Tornado threat is increasing on it.
It definitely just did a split, so...
Which storm? 2.5 miles north, I can get baseballs. Should I?
I think you should. I think you should do it.
I want to. It's been so long.
You should do it.
Harvey wants to stay here and get the time lapse, but...
We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in southern Oklahoma that I want to get to. This is going to be all the way back down.
I can see them. They're right there.
Oops. This is going to be all the way back down towards Lawton, Oklahoma. So again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. We got 2 large updrafts that have formed. 2 storms. They're probably going to merge into one. If I had to guess, that'll be moving towards Walters, Temple, Comanche, and as well as Lawton, Oklahoma. Long term, this is going towards Duncan. So if you're anywhere out in front of this, just be ready for the threat here of, again, severe weather. Mainly large hail and damaging winds right now, but the tornado risk will probably increase in about 45 minutes to an hour if I had to give you a little guesstimate. And keep in mind, a tornado watch is currently in effect. Southern Kansas, North Texas, and pretty much all of central Oklahoma. You are in a tornado watch. This goes until 12 o'clock. So please make sure that you are staying weather aware. Jordan was just pointing this out a moment ago, but we actually have a bit of a storm splitter situation happening here. So we got a little cell that is formed off to the north, so a little storm splitter near Lamont going towards Blackwell. And then this right here is another updraft that is formed, and that's approaching Deer Creek. And again, this all right here is large hail that's over the town of Hunter, over the south side, as well as Salt Fork. We are not quite yet seeing any sort of low-level rotation on this cell, but definitely very large hail and damaging winds are still in play here. Again, we very easily could see hail over the size of baseballs with this supercell. This is, again, a life-threatening situation for hail if you are in Billings, Nardin, Blackwell, Peckham, if you are in Kildare, Hunter, Lamont, any of those towns I just named in northern Oklahoma. Destructive hailstorm currently moving in your direction. And strong downbursts damaging winds around 60 miles per hour is also likely. And bottom right of your screen is a look at that supercell right now near or just northeast of Enid right now. Let me see if the Oklahoma City radar site's still picking up on any meso aloft. Yeah, the Oklahoma City radar site still showing at least rotation aloft. Again, it's definitely not near the ground, but we definitely have some rotation here. It's going to continue to track towards Ponca City. Well, we have a updraft west of Oklahoma City. Let's hope this doesn't form. It's currently not getting past the cap, but we do have a cell now forming west of Oklahoma City. So it's going to try. We've already had a couple of attempts of convection here west of Oklahoma City. None of them have been successful so far. This one, we got a new radar scan coming in. This one might try. I would say it's a low to medium chance of this actually getting to at least a storm level. But that'll be moving towards El Reno, Edmond, and long-term it'd be kind of going in the direction of Tulsa. So this is not bats. That is definitely an updraft. We also have an updraft near Frederick. We have another updraft west of Wichita Falls now that's forming. We got several updrafts. This is way more convection so far, I think, than what we're really expecting here. Especially at least near Wichita Falls. There was not really a whole lot of convection expected down here. And we are starting to see a lot of updrafts going up right now. And honestly, same thing up here in northern Oklahoma. We got a lot of different updrafts. Excuse me? We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Guess where? It's over in Florida. You're south of Deltona, Florida. 60 mile per hour damaging winds are possible. We're not really going to talk much about that, but it's a typical day in Florida, I would think. Quite often you see that type of stuff. Anybody storm chasing in Florida that can give us insight into the Deltona severe storm? How's Joplin looking tonight? It's going to depend on the evolution of these storms. It's going to come down to where we see supercells fire off. Because again, these supercells are going to be long tracked. Like the HRRR doesn't have them really reaching Joplin, but I do think at least if there is a supercell that develops here around Oklahoma City, which the HRRR is still very consistent on, then it would travel right up I-44 and it would basically move towards Joplin and Springfield. But by the time it gets there, it'll probably be on the weaker side of things. It won't be as intense. It will still probably produce hail and wind, perhaps even a tornado too. Here we go. Latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center regarding our supercell that is formed in northern Oklahoma, in addition to all the different updrafts that we have. Enid, Ponca City, Arkansas City, just east of Anthony. Initial supercells are capable of large hail and locally severe gusts. The tornado risk should gradually increase with northeastward extent. So the tornado risk is going to probably increase here over the next hour or so. The tornado probabilities right now currently indicating that there is a chance for a strong, maybe even an intense tornado if a tornado does drop with this cell as it continues to move closer to the Oklahoma and Kansas border. Apple-sized hail, in addition to damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, is also likely. Again, this is across the northern periphery of our tornado watch that's in effect. Let me take sorry, this is not the live radar, by the way. That is just the future radar. This is the live radar. Again, we have a destructive supercell right now in northern Oklahoma, producing baseball-sized hail. Still no tornado risk quite yet on this thing. This is Connor Croft, who is currently looking at this storm from a distance.
This one fails, and we might have to drop south.
You can see the huge updraft right there near Fairmont.
We're so far north.
This is Hunter Hurley, who's actually right on this thing. Hunter is like inside of the storm.
Slam onto my finger as I was sticking my finger out the window.
I think he's driving over hail right now. I think Hunter Hurley's driving over hail. I can't tell though. A little bit blurry. Hunter is inside of the Enid storm though. And he's starting to lose connection a little bit. He just sent me something on Twitter, so I'm going to check that. So this is from Hunter Hurley just moments ago. Back over in Hunter, Oklahoma, believe it or not. He got a picture of half-dollar sized hail, so that's the first order of business. Secondly, this is the hail that was coming down. So, yeah. And so now, this is what it looks like. He is driving on he is driving on hail-covered roads. On the wrong person. Hunter, you can kind of see it at the bottom, but he's driving on hail-covered roads right now. He's just driving on hailstones.
Wow, look at that, y'all. How
Good idea to protect your car, by the way, if you're in the track of any of these storms.
Wow.
Now he's out of the hail core area.
Y'all, that was insane. That was awesome.
Somebody just said in the chat, Highway to Hail. What a song name. Thank you, Lily, for the super chat. 22,000 watching, only 4,200 likes. Yeah, make sure to like the stream, by the way, if you're just tuning in. It does help get the word out to more people, kind of pushes the algorithm a little bit. People that are in the risk area. And also don't forget, if you have not already and you have any friends or family in the risk area today, definitely recommend you share the stream with them. And we'll be live here throughout most of this event. We'll at least be live through about 10 o'clock tonight. Might even be live later than that. We'll have to wait and see. It is going to be a long next several hours. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of South Haven. That is going to be for half-dollar sized hail moving in the direction of Arkansas City in southern Kansas. But again, our main concern right now for a tornado risk in the near term would be this storm right here. And that's the one that Hunter's looking at right now. Again, it has a very powerful storm already with hail. Has baseball-sized hail coming down. The echo tops are well over 45,000 feet, so it is a matured supercell. And it's also kind of got that look to it. It's still a little elevated. It's not surface-based fully yet, but once that happens, I do think that we're going to start to see an increasing tornado risk here in northern Oklahoma. Little update on that cell that's trying to develop west of Oklahoma City. It has not broken the cap yet, all right? But if this is able to overcome that temperature inversion that we have in the lower atmosphere, and it's able to explode, this could be a significant supercell down the road for those near the Oklahoma City metro. So we're keeping an eye on that one right now. Further down to the south, near the Oklahoma and Texas border, we have multiple storms that have fired off here. So far, again, these are very early stage dry line supercells that are producing the potential for large hail and damaging winds up to half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We don't currently have a whole lot of a concern, though, right now for a tornado. It's going to, again, take a little bit of time as the storms continue to track to the northeast. They'll be going basically right up I-44, moving towards Duncan, Lawton, and north of Waurika here in southern Oklahoma. So just stay weather aware if you're in that area. Also, thank you to Lily for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cobra, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is what Connor's looking at from a distance right now on that supercell. Again, in very hazy skies, hard to see anything. Hunter is still inside the storm, but I think he is currently... Let me double check. Yeah, this is Hunter right now. You can see how elevated the clouds are right there in the middle, which makes it more of a hailstorm right now rather than a tornadic supercell. Once it becomes surface-based, the tornado threat will rapidly increase. Thank you, DJ, for becoming a member. All right, let's go back over to the live radar. Let me go ahead and show you guys just something real quick. So again, if you're just tuning in, haven't already heard, again, we are under an enhanced risk of severe weather today here in the central and parts of the southern plains. Again, strong long track tornadoes are a possibility out of supercells like the one that we're seeing right now, if it's able to become more surface based. But right now, the main concern is going to be in western Missouri. Excuse me. central and eastern Kansas, and as well as back through central, northern, and southern parts of Oklahoma. There is a threat for, there's more conditional risk for significant severe weather if you are in the slight risk, which goes from southern Iowa back into North Texas. We're not entirely sure if we're going to see storms in areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, but if we do, we'll end up seeing large to very large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps an isolated tornado. As a reminder, tomorrow's risk of severe weather is a lot more elevated. We have a moderate risk of severe weather in place in the mid-south, and this is basically in the middle of the Mississippi River Valley, where very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado outbreak are likely. So we're going to be live tomorrow covering this pretty much entirely. I don't know when we'll be live. I'm not really sure, but that is a threat that we need to watch for very closely, and we might have a video tomorrow morning, but if not, we'll just be live. And this is a better view now of the Supercell approaching Ponca City and Blackwell.
Any rotation on this thing yet? Nothing crazy.
Once again, this storm is destructive, producing up to baseball-sized hail, in addition to 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Jordan Hall is approaching this cell from the south side. This is what he's looking at right now. So this is a different angle, much closer up to it.
TDS. Yeah.
Shout out Cat for the
Hate
super
dirt
chat.
roads when I have people that go 45 the whole time.
And thank you, Erica, for the super chat as
I
well.
wish I was up by Tim Marshall right now, because I'd just be hauling ass. But nope, I'm stuck behind Tweedledee.
We'll go back over to Connor. He's
Trying to get
Face this forward now.
Connor has a little bit better of a view now of the Supercell.
Yeah, I don't think that's an actual exit. Well, we're getting way ahead of it. We're in good position.
I'll keep him bottom right. So weather gonna be like in Abilene, Texas tonight. I think if anything down there, it'll be mainly after like, it'll probably end up being like after like midnight, mostly like overnight hour type stuff. Oops. There we go. All right. Let me see if we're starting to see an uptick of rotation here. We still have a mezzo, again, a loft on this cell. It just, again, if you look at the bottom right, that's the Supercell here near Tonkawa. It's, again, still on the relatively elevated side of things. But there is rotation aloft. Again, I don't think it's far from trying to produce a tornado. It's just going to take a little bit more storm merger activity and it becoming a bit more surface-based. I'm not sure what the observations are in this area, but I'm guessing there's a little bit more of a spread with the dew point and temperature. New mesoscale discussion details the increase in risk for north central Kansas. Oh, do we have another mesoscale discussion? Might have missed it. Yeah, we do have a new mesoscale discussion. This will be for those in northern Kansas and extreme southeastern Nebraska. The severe threat will be increasing this evening. So the main concern in this area will be damaging winds and hail, but there is a chance for a couple of tornadoes. Keep in mind that this is going to be basically our triple point where we have a warm frontal boundary in addition to our cold front and dry line that's back out here in the west. And what that's going to basically do is increase the amount of wind shear that we have locally. And so any discrete supercells or even semi-discrete will be capable of producing the threat for a couple of tornadoes. And I wouldn't even rule out a strong tornado in this particular environment. And keep in mind that those storms that develop back over northern Kansas will eventually track towards Kansas City. So this will basically form into a big cluster of storms over between 8 and 12 or so. And then it'll all form kind of into a line of storms, and that'll approach Kansas City as we go into the overnight hours. And that'll produce the threat for some significant damaging winds and maybe some embedded tornadoes as well. Little update on our supercells that are firing off back over in southwestern Oklahoma. We have a couple big storms right now approaching Walters, Temple, and as well as Lawton. This storm right now that's splitting to the north is producing a big hail core now. The warning us for $half sized hail, but I would imagine that hail is even larger than that. I think we're getting close to golf ball sized hail, maybe even up maybe near lime sized hail, which would be 2 inches in diameter. That'll be tracking again towards Lawton, west of Duncan. The storm that's going to be going towards Duncan would probably be this cell right here. It's going more to the northeast. This one right here is splitting more to the north. And then we also have a cell northwest of Wichita Falls that is fired up. I'm not really sure how this one's going to fare because we've already had convection fire off in front of it. But this one, if it's for some reason able to stay alive for about an hour, that one could also be a concern as it moves to the northeast. And yet again, another updraft is formed south of Cache. So we'll have to watch that cell as it moves towards Lawton. That actually might end up merging with this thing if they both kind of come together at the same time. That could get interesting. And also the little cell that we kind of had forming west of Oklahoma City, that one is still struggling. It's not getting by the cap. That is very similar to what we saw earlier, by the way. So I'm not too impressed with that storm right now, or that little cell, I mean. New severe thunderstorm warning for those in Winfield and Arkansas City. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 and also $half sized hail. So again, this storm is splitting away from our initial supercell. That is going to lead to more of a hail risk as that continues to move northeast. What Connor's looking at.
Sit here for about 10-15 minutes even.
I'm going to go over to Jordan. What Jordan's looking at right now, again, storm's highly elevated right now. He is currently not too far from the cell. He's on kind of the east side right now of the supercell. And again, Connor's really in a good position right now if it is to produce a tornado.
What are you talking about? It's on the front camera.
So he'll be kind of a good position there for this storm. All right. Let's go back to radar. Let's see if we have any update on the velocities here. We do have a pretty decent amount of contamination here. So not really too concerned right now about that. Again, still a destructive hail core right now approaching I-35. I do think... Do we have any... Hayden, I don't know if you're here, but do we have traffic cams up here? Curious, because we might be able to show you guys something. Let me see if the program has it. There are cameras, believe it or not. They're more up towards the border, though. Connor's going to have probably one of the best views of this storm coming in. He's right here. This is where our hail core is. We'll be approaching Tonkawa. Our closest cameras will be kind of on the north side, so we actually might be able to see, there's a couple Oklahoma City traffic cameras that are just north of the hail core here on I-35 that might be able to pick it up as the storm moves northeast. So that'll be interesting. Still a pretty good amount of lightning on it, meaning it's still a pretty healthy supercell right now. Again, more of a hail concern for now, but we are monitoring that tornado potential closely. The hail core on the northern cell, the one that split away from the supercell here that's heading in the direction of Blackwell, this one is producing a big hail core. So this is about to cross into Brahman and eventually approaching Dilworth, Chilocco, and then it will cross into Kansas, heading towards Arkansas City, Winfield, and Oxford. That hail core is huge. That's another big hail core. That is a big hail core right now crossing right over I-35. And once again, if you are traveling along I-35, you might want to just pull over back over near Perry until the storm passes, because I don't think you want to drive through baseball-sized hail. I wouldn't recommend it personally. I don't think it's a great idea. Baseball-sized hail can be destructive to windshields. Yeah, that hail core is big. This is a big hail core right over Brahman. Let me check and see if the camera is here. Okay, we do have hail coming down right now. This is a live shot on the Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma traffic camera. This is legitimate hail just coming. There's some rain coming down right now. I think we're going to start to see hail in a second. Unless that is hail. If that's hail, it's really tiny. I don't see it bouncing off the road quite yet. But this is basically in the dead center of our hail core. And trust me, I don't think storm chasers are trying to drive through this. This is probably at least golf ball size hail. But we're going to probably see it come in more here in a second. But this is the traffic cam in Brahman. I'm going to wait just so we'll pull it back up in a second. But again, for perspective, big hail core, the camera's like right about here. So it's pretty much going to be right in the hail core. I'm going to wait a second until it gets a little bit larger on that camera. Why is everybody driving in these conditions? Because they're not watching the Max Velocity live stream, that's why. They would have known. The wind's picking up a little bit here. Again, this is up in Bremen or Brahmin in northern Oklahoma. It's back up near the Kansas border. A little bit of hail falling. Again, I think it'll pick up in intensity here in a second, unless the cell just stays down to the south. And there it comes. Here comes the hail. There's a semi coming right through the storm too. There is hail now accumulating on the road too. So the hail is definitely coming down. I mean, so it's hard to measure it from looking at this, but the hail is probably in the ballpark of like pea size or something like that. But it might get a little bit larger, depending on where the hail core was like going right into Brahmin. I think this camera is just slightly north of Brahmin. But this is just literally hail. It's hard to even see raindrops in here. It's pretty much just hail that's coming down out of this storm right now. That's a lot of hail. I do want to go back to radar. Let's go back to the... Yeah, so the storm right now that's, again, west of Ponca City. This is a different one, but the one west of Ponca City right now is starting to get a little hook to it. Again, I don't really think it's an actual hook echo, but it is starting to organize a little bit more. We'll have to keep a very close eye on this. There is also a hail core. Again, not rotating, though, so we don't have any rotation, at least near the surface. There was at least a little bit of rotation aloft. But near the surface, again, I'm not really seeing anything. Again, aloft right now, we have a little bit of a mesocyclone approaching Ponca City. And then south of Lawton, we got a bunch of different cells that have fired up here. Again, near Granfield, Burke, Burnett, Temple. These storms are all just moving to the northeast. Mainly large hail and damaging winds with these cells as they continue to move northeast. Nothing tornadic quite yet. That one cell that was trying to develop west of Oklahoma City, it's still on radar, so we still have an updraft that is really trying to get, kick into gear here. There's a chance that this does kick into gear as it goes towards Guthrie, because this environment, we already had some showers in the area, and those end up exploding into the storm that we now have up here near Ponca City. So this cell might take a little bit more time if it stays on radar here, but in my opinion, it's, again, going to take a little bit more time to really kick into gear. This view of the supercell that's producing some big destructive hail back over near Tonkawa. This is Connor Croft, who is currently on this cell. That's, again, a destructive baseball-sized hail producer. This is his view right now.
Next to this thing, and you can't even see the base. I don't know if it's dust or what.
Just too dang milky out here.
Shout out to Cassandra for the Venmo donation, as well as Laura for the PayPal donation.
Stupid seahorse milk.
Yeah, it's something.
The dew points have really not changed at all in the last hour.
And what are the dew points?
Somebody asked in chat, what does, on the convective outlooks, what does it mean by sig severe? That means significant severe weather. Depending on what you're talking, it depends on what you're talking about. So for tornadoes, that's EF2 plus tornadoes. That's what technically significant is. And then for large hail, it's anything larger than 2 inches in diameter. And then for winds are usually going to be greater than 75 miles per hour or 65 knots. So that's what they mean by significant or severe weather. And I do use this terminology sometimes, but like for stuff like strong tornadoes, that is EF2 or greater. Intense tornadoes is EF3 plus, and then violent would be EF4 plus. Looks like Jordan Hall is currently driving through this hailstorm.
Go ahead and get up to 35, I think.
Let me go to Jordan. Jordan is now driving through the hailstorm. There's hail on the roadway. This is, again, the baseball-sized hailstorm approaching Blackwell and Ponca City. And from what I'm hearing, there was a storm chaser that measured baseball-sized hail. So that's that. But Jordan's just... Jordan's just driving right through the hail.
Avoided that.
Hey guys, guess what? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. Volusia and Seminole counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. I don't think severe thunderstorm warnings were on my bingo card today for Florida.
Alright. Where's the space gonna be at?
I'm passing mile marker 150. I don't know if they increase it as I go south or if they decrease, but...
Do you see a base yet?
Apparently there is a report of a wall cloud on this, but I don't 100% know about that.
Okay.
Alright, we do have another mesoscale discussion coming out from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be for southern Oklahoma, if I can find where I just put it. I lost it. Oh, never mind. I got it. It's downloading as an image. Okay, cool. Here's your latest mesoscale discussion. This is going to be, again, for southern Oklahoma. Large hail and severe wind threat initially, and then it will gradually transition into an increasing tornado threat. So, again, that is in southern and southwestern Oklahoma. So, unfortunately, again, today is kind of, it's not taking a full-blown turn for the worst, but, like, it's going in the wrong direction. I mean, we have had multiple storms now fire up in a very favorable environment just to the east of the dry line. And these storms could, again, become strong, you know, maybe even intense tornadoes if we actually see something tornadic out of that activity. So, once again, this is what we're talking about right now. We got a few supercells that have fired off. Again, none of these yet are tornadic, but the one that could become something more concerning would be the one near Temple. So the one near Temple right now is a bit more concerning. The one west of Duncan is more of a hailstorm for now, and the one near Burke Burnett for now is, again, more of a hailstorm, but that could definitely change at moment's notice. Going over to Jordan Hall, again, he has a pretty good view right now of the supercell in northern Oklahoma near Ponca City, producing baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. He's on the south side of it, so pretty good positioning for him. Also, severe thunderstorm warning in southern Kansas was just downgraded to quarter-sized hail.
Southern storms. Splitting supercells are evolving out of the dry line along the Red River.
Where's my wallet? There's my wallet.
All right, we'll go back to him. Guessing he's filling up on gas. Do we have storm chasers in southern Oklahoma? Okay, there's actually, we will at least have H storm chaser going down there. Okay. Interesting to see. I think Storm Media is actually going to go down there too. Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on them. This is what Connor's looking at right now on this supercell near Ponca City.
Yeah, nothing too worrisome that I'm seeing here. I also am pretty much right under this base.
I did see a report in chat that there is a wall cloud on this, according to Reed, but again, I'm not entirely positive about that. Hunter Hurley has a view right now. I can find which Hunter is. Hunter's 3. Hunter has a view of this storm. He's driving, again, right along a hail-accumulated road. If I had to guess, if we have a lowering or wall cloud, it would have to be buried back in that, like, hail shaft of that rain.
It is. Why is it one for baseballs?
Connor has a crazy view of this. Or he did a second ago. He just turned onto a road. I don't know if he can angle his camera to the left, but there was a pretty impressive view there of the supercell. But I don't think he can.
There it is behind us, guys.
Hunter's approaching it right now. And again, destructive hail with this cell, baseball-sized hail. And we may have a lowering back in there somewhere, according to reports. Jordan's a little bit closer to this. Jordan might go, like, kind of right into it. Jordan's more underneath this supercell. I think by far Hunter has probably the best view of this right now.
The storm makes me
Still a little bit
a little bit nervous.
further back. Let me get the exact positioning here.
'Cause that was really strong winds flowing into the influence of that storm.
Just kind of for perspective here, for those that are curious about where all these different chasers currently are, this is the chaser map that we have, and you can see we got Connor. He's the furthest east right now of this storm that we have. Jordan Hall's right in the center near that gas station, and you got Hunter, and as well as Tornado Pagey back over there to the west, and then Corey's a little bit further down to the south. So, and then further down to the south, you got Brandon and Storm Intermediate going south, and we also have Max Archer. We might have him on at some point going towards those southern storms. Thank you, Linus. I appreciate the super chat. Hey, we'll get the pronunciations down in about 5 years. All right, Hunter's gonna be bottom right. Let's go back down to Oklahoma City real quick. Again, we got a really tiny shower right now, a very tiny one approaching Okarki. That one's not probably going to do much. I think that one's probably chalked. The stuff that's going on down in southwestern Oklahoma, again, more concerning. We've had several storm splitters now, and I do think one of these is bound to become tornadic at some point as they move northeast, and I think this is going to probably be the one right here smack dab in the middle near Walters and Temple. And it's going to take a little bit of time. It's not going to be instant here, but over the next 30 minutes to an hour, I do think we are going to see more rotation on this particular cell, and maybe even something that becomes, you know, tornadic as that moves off to the northeast. So again, Hunter's perspective right now on this supercell in northern Oklahoma. Currently producing, now the warning has been downgraded. It is down to 2-inch size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is also a mesocyclone beginning to develop near Burke Burnett, Texas, by the way. So that storm down to the south is beginning to rotate. I do want to go actually full screen to that. Let's just go all the way down to the south. I want to show you guys. So this one back over North Wichita Falls. We are seeing again, this is very near the surface, but there's at least some circulation on that. It's hard to gauge a different radar site because this is in between so many different ones. I'm not sure if we can get full confirmation on that, but there's at least a little bit of rotation on that. It's not enough, again, for a tornado warning, but something to watch for down the road. I don't know what's going on. We have another cell that's trying to develop south of Wichita Falls, and we also have one trying to form near Abilene, Texas. If we had a cell form down here in North Texas, I would be shocked. But it's possible. I mean, this thing, none of the models were showing anything down here. And there's actually something trying to form right now west of Dallas-Fort Worth. And keep in mind, again, our tornado environment today is, or our environment in general is very favorable for tornadoes. We go back over to, let's go to Texas. I haven't really shown you guys Texas really much when it comes to our significant tornado parameter values. But again, it's pretty much maxed out across the entire state. It literally just is. So, you know, if for some reason a supercell does form and it's actually surface-based, the environment is extremely favorable for tornadoes. So we need to watch that closely. But again, everything that we've seen so far developing has been pretty elevated. We haven't had anything so far that has gotten to the point where it's tornadic, but in Oklahoma, the tornado parameter values are off the charts too. These are some of the highest tornado parameter values I've seen in like a year or two. So definitely interesting that we're starting to see convection that far down to the south. But again, not a concern until we actually have an oppressive updraft. It hasn't really gotten going too much yet. Just a small updraft on that cell. This is what satellite looks like right now. And we're going to lose our satellite to some extent here soon as the sun sets. But you can see right here, got some supercells firing off. This is back over near the Oklahoma and Texas border. That right there is the Oklahoma and Texas border. Big supercells back over in northern Oklahoma as well. And then a bunch of cloud cover in central Oklahoma for the time being. So I'm going to try to make those borders thicker just so you guys can see the map better, because I don't think they're thick enough. To the same extent, I don't know if I can make them thicker, which is the problem. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for Cotton, Comanche, Garvin, Stevens, and Grady counties. So this is all the way back down in southern Oklahoma. This will be going towards Chickasha, Lindsay, and Duncan. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Highway 19 will eventually be in the track of this. And this one right here is not, in my opinion, not concerning for a tornado risk right now. It's still splitting off to the north. But if a cell can break off and move more to the northeast, it'll become more of a threat. It's more of a left-hand moving storm, or kind of turning more to the north and not really going more east. And really what we need here is storms moving more east, northeast, and northeast. Might sound confusing, but basically in the northeast orientation. This one has more of that orientation, and the one back near Burke Burnett is kind of splitting more to the left rather than the right. And we got another one. This is going to be another warning back down in southwest Oklahoma for Comanche, Walters, Duncan, and Temple. That is also for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There are actually some cameras back over near Lawton. I just don't know if there's any view of anything there. There's also a storm chaser, Max Archer, that is going to be going down that direction. Keep an eye on him, too. We legitimately have a cell forming in Texas. Can you believe it? We literally have a cell forming right now in Texas. Hasn't broken the cap yet, but it might be. It might be on its way to. This is near Putnam and Cisco, east of Abilene. If you're in North Texas, I would at least stay weather aware here. I mean, the threat, again, was very conditional today for anything to happen, and it looks like we might have something trying to form. All right, let's see here. We do have maybe something developing. I'm gonna say that's not really rotation yet. We have another little, like, updraft that developed out in front of this big supercell that was producing a 1-point baseball-sized hail. And so this might be something to watch. A little updraft forming. After it merges, it might provide some energy for potentially a tornado threat. And we also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be for those in Newkirk. Basically going up towards the Kansas border. That is going to be for golf ball-sized hail. So stay away from windows and protect your vehicles if you can. One of the best things you can do today if you're in Oklahoma or Kansas or even in Texas is protect your vehicles. We have a cell right now moving towards Winfield, Kansas. That's mainly hail. Let's go back over to Jordan Hall. Jordan Hall is currently...
Jordan, I was literally behind you.
Jordan's
You passed me. I was behind you for the last 5 minutes.
Jordan's pretty much
I said, oh, hey, Jordan,
right near that
that's not
area
bad.
of where we might see a wall of
you
cloud
in
or
your
something
blue
try to
wrap?
form.
Yep.
We have a storm merger happening now. After that clears
How did I
out,
not see you?
we might see something try to form here. Shout out to John for becoming a member. Appreciate you becoming a VIP Velocity member.
You were in left lane. I just got off. You kept going into Ponca City. I got off. I'm just gonna look at this from this
Are we expecting an active day tomorrow? We are.
Continues to look like trash.
I think we're going to have a pretty big severe weather outbreak, maybe even a tornado outbreak.
Yep, you must have picked the next exit.
Actually, let's go to Corey Gherkin. He has a pretty good view of this right now. Near Tonkawa in Oklahoma. This is, again, just on the south side of the supercell. That is a pretty sus view of this cell right now. It's incredible how flat these clouds are. Like, they're over... Like, these are like you're overshooting, you know, cloud tops. It's, like, so flat and, like, perfect.
I don't know.
Oh, I guess it's right here.
Let me know if the audio is good for Corey, by the way. Might be a little bit loud.
No, it's just gone.
Weather radar. I mean, it should be. You can see cloud surging that way. So, I mean, it should be up there, but...
Now, the tornado threat right now for this Ponca City storm definitely increasing.
Oh no, you made it up here, Freddie.
Yeah, I cooked all the way up here. I mean, I'm here now, but I don't
I'm gonna stay on.
know
I'm
what to do. I
gonna
mean,
stay on him for just a second. I'll be back in a
results
moment.
right
Stay
now
tuned.
In southern Oklahoma look all that great either at the moment.
They don't look wonderful, but I mean that's the only play that at least we have. And I mean, the low-level jet will get cranking a little bit soon, and I mean they're in better dew points, and the environment's only going to get better as the evening wears on.
The only thing I can see that would make the southern storms turn into something is you have one storm right on the Red River that looks like it's about to nudge that northern, the one to the north. That's the only thing that I could see to save those storms down there. But I am about 5 minutes away from starting to run south as fast as humanly possible.
All right, we are back.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me, honestly, which was why...
Back to Jordan here. Jordan is a little bit closer to the cell as well right now. He's a little bit closer up.
I think we'll see it, get a lot better, but that's going to come in time.
Yeah, I think that I do see what you're talking about with the nudger. I don't know. I have...
Say what you will, the Oklahoma produces the most beautiful and terrifying looking storms. Yeah, pretty much. I'd say that's pretty standard for Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma is pretty much the center of Tornado Alley. Like, let's be real. It pretty much is. It's honestly hard for us not to see some crazy stuff there. Alright, let me go back to live radar. Let me put Corey bottom right. Actually, I'm going to go back to Corey in a second. Let me just check and see. Maybe a little bit of rotation forming on this. Corey has just an unbelievable view right now of this storm. It looks so elevated, but it kind of dips down there in the background. That's where the center of the supercell is. There was a report of quarter-sized hail there near Blackwell.
Where are we heading, though? East? We're gonna have to go back that highway.
Also, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in Nebraska. Okay. This Nebraska storm looks very interesting. We have a big hail core, and we also have maybe some circulation on this. The velocities aren't really coming together right now, but that is quite the hook. This environment up in Nebraska, keep in mind the environment is not nearly... Oops, sorry. The environment is not nearly as favorable for tornadoes up here in Nebraska, mainly because the dew points are lower. But that is quite the looking storm here. I don't even think the SBC has a tornado risk outlined up here. It's like extremely low if we were to see something. No, they do. All right, well, I guess we do. It's a very low end risk. There is a 2% tornado risk up in Nebraska. But with that said, these storms should stay elevated. But this one definitely has a bit of a look to it. We got a little outflow boundary too latching onto that hook. So there's a chance that this does try to go tornadic. Just again, the thermos here are not very favorable. Our dew points are like in the mid-50s, I'm pretty sure. Let me just quickly double check our observed data here. So yeah, 48-degree dew point. That's pretty terrible for tornadoes. It's not very favorable. But with what it looks like right now and the structure it has, I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, we've seen tornadoes with dew points in the upper 40s before. It's just not as common. It takes a lot more effort. This going towards Grand Island, Chapman. It should just stay north of Grand Island. It'll be tracking towards Chapman, Central City. Pretty much going right up Route 30. So if you're in this area, just, as the storm approaches, stay away from windows. It's probably the best thing you can do. And for the record, there are I don't think there's any storm chasers in Nebraska today. So, like, that's kind of like a no-go. We also got a cell right here west of this one that also has a little hook to it and also is outflow driven west of Wood River. So, something else to watch for. Didn't have that in my bingo card today either, but I expected storms up there, but not like looking like that. This is a view of the supercell that is in northern Oklahoma, north of Ponca City right now. Approaching Kildare and Newkirk.
Yeah, I'm headed back to 35
Thank you, Bill, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, Arkansas City, Kansas, looks like it just narrowly got missed by the other storm, but this upcoming one should just stay down to your south unless we have another storm splitter. I agree, Amanda. I agree. This is pretty ominous. This is pretty stunning, too. Alright, he's a little behind the trees. We'll go back to him in a minute. But this is the storm that he's currently on. Again, still a good amount of lightning. The hail core is not nearly as impressive as before. However, the storms in southern Oklahoma are, again, a little bit surprising. Mainly hail and wind right now. Not really much of a tornado risk. We got a big storm forming right to the east of Abilene, Texas right now. Pretty big storm. It's right over Putnam. And again, we were really not expecting much initiation in North Texas today. And so again, this is a bit more of a surprising storm that has formed. And I think the main concern down here will be large hail and damaging winds. But if it's able to evolve, which I think it will, there could be a tornado threat out of it. The echo tops right now are, as about 10 minutes ago, around 32,000 feet. But I do think it'll grow in size as it continues to move to the northeast. So this is a storm that we definitely need to watch for very closely. I don't think it's going to be tornadic in like the next 30 minutes, but something to keep an eye on. This is from Falcon Chasing in Ranlett, Oklahoma, on one of the southwestern Oklahoma storms just a moment ago. Huge rain shaft coming down, little hail core probably back in there too. And storms, this storm you can see at the top left, it's still a little elevated. The cloud base is pretty far off the ground. As we get closer to sunset is probably when these storms really turn into gear. Dew point, the temperature will drop and kind of get closer to the dew point. Should allow for storms to get closer to the surface. Let's go back over to Corey here on the Ponca City storm. Hunter Hurley also has a decent view. We'll go to him in a second.
Good old East Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
This is Hunter Hurley. Oh, that's not Hunter Hurley. Where's Hunter? This is Hunter Hurley. He's also looking at the same sort of storm here. The storm has been getting downgraded over the last several minutes. We are actually back down to quarter-sized hail. So this storm has downgraded a ton here over the last 30 minutes or so. Notice the velocities. We've had a mezzo on this for a while. Back about 15-20 minutes ago, it was actually a much stronger mezzo, but even then, not really getting close to the ground. It was still a pretty elevated storm. Over the last 15 minutes or so, it's become a little bit broader, but it's still there. Like, we still have some spin there aloft. So I still think this is a storm to watch for, but it is definitely an interesting trend that we've seen this weekend a little bit here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. If we look at our echo tops, it's still around 47,000 feet. So it is still a mature and intense storm. I think it's just gonna be a matter of time. After sunset, maybe, or around sunset, it might take off, but it's not looking the best in terms of its health right now in North Oklahoma. In and around Kansas City, again, we don't have any convection that has bubbled up quite yet. We've had a couple of attempts, but nothing that has really taken off yet. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, the next hour is going to be pretty important for anything that tries to bubble up. And in southwestern Oklahoma, we got a few cells right now moving through Duncan, Comanche, Rush Springs, and Walters. We do have a quarter-sized hail report coming out of Walters, Oklahoma. That is according to an M-Ping report. So we at least had some quarter-sized hail reported on this cell. And we do now have a special weather statement for the cell that is blown up in Texas. This thing is really blown up fast. We even have a hail core right over I-20 near Putnam. I don't think there's really any storm chasers down here in or even central Texas, but we might have one. I don't know. I know Falcon Chasing is going to go down towards that one, so we'll see if they see anything there. Shout out to Stephanie with the gifted membership. Also, thank you, Michael, for becoming a member. Well, while we have a quick second, I think it's a good time to talk about tomorrow's severe weather risk. Again, I'm not sure if we're gonna have a video tomorrow, so I'll at least briefly talk about what's happening tomorrow until we have any new updates here. Again, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather in play tomorrow along the Mississippi River Valley. This does include Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, and even back over into southern Illinois. Enhanced risk from Michigan back into North Texas, where very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado outbreak are likely in this region. Again, a rare 15% tornado risk is in place. The last time we had a 15% tornado risk or greater was on March 14th and 15th. Both days at least had a 15% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. So I do think we're going to see multiple tornadoes tomorrow. We even have a tornado risk that goes back into Oklahoma and North Texas, mainly for the morning, early afternoon, and as well as the overnight hours. It's a bunch of different times for tomorrow. So tomorrow's definitely a day, if you are anywhere in the risk area, that you're going to want to make sure that you are staying weather aware and also having multiple ways to receive warnings. We're going to be live most of tomorrow. I don't know when we're starting. I am going to figure that out whenever the 00Z HRRR model run comes out, and then I'll have a better idea. But I am debating on whether to make a video tomorrow morning or if we just go live. Well, that's kind of what the debate is right now. But this is what we're looking at in terms of our timing for tomorrow. We'll have a line of storms coming out of the west tomorrow morning. This will produce mainly a wind threat into Missouri and also back over into parts of eastern Oklahoma. Eventually, by the late morning into the early afternoon, a localized tornado risk is possible in northern Illinois, but our tornado risk really takes off during the mid to late afternoon hours, right along the Mississippi River Valley. So this is the area that we're expecting strong and long track tornadoes. It might be messy, but again, tornadoes can happen in this type of environment. Like, we can have storms with how much wind shear we have tomorrow. Storms like this can still produce tornadoes that are on the strong side of things, as long as we get some positive storm interactions. It's a very messy setup, but I do think we are going to at least see a few strong and perhaps long track tornadoes. The peak of this threat will probably be around 8 to 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. So 8 to 10 o'clock tomorrow evening should be our peak of tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail, and this will continue tracking east. And then by Thursday, we have more severe weather probably going to be happening. We'll be really watching this entire region here during the daytime on Thursday for more severe weather, including damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. And keep in mind, we have a risk of severe weather every single day between now all the way through Saturday. We have a slight risk every single day. North Texas in particular, you are under a risk of severe weather every day until Saturday. And I think Arkansas is under a risk of severe weather every day until Saturday as well. All right, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued. That is the wrong thing. Brand new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. This will be for those in southeastern Nebraska, southwest Iowa, northwest Missouri, and northeastern Kansas. This is going to be for a couple of tornadoes being possible, scattered large hail up to the size of tennis balls, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So again, that's your brand new severe thunderstorm watch. If you're back up to the north, we kind of have a gap right now when it comes to our watches, because this watch is up here. I do think if convection fires, we'll have a tornado watch here at some point. It might take an hour or two, and depending on when convection starts. But we've had actually nothing so far here near the Wichita corridor. We'll see if that changes, though. We still have some really nasty storms right now in Nebraska. A very nasty storm right now in Nebraska. Huge hail core right now north of Grand Island. All that white right there is going to be representative of a pretty big hail core approaching Central City and Chapman. I also got another one behind it. We got a little hook echo on this cell as well. They'll be moving to the east-northeast towards Central City. Keep an eye on this for a tornado risk. Again, there's a little bit of rotation, but it's not too concerning for right now. There's an outflow boundary there, so we'll see if that ends up transpiring into anything. Back over near Newkirk, this is the supercell that we've had some concern about. There is still a broad area of rotation that is currently over the south side of Newkirk, but it is not really looking overly impressive. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this storm, but it's been losing its grip quite a bit. The storms back over in southern Oklahoma still have a concern to them. Again, large hail, damaging winds being the main concern right now. We'll see if any of these can become organized and produce the threat of a tornado. We got a couple little cells that are going to try to nudge into this supercell, and maybe in about half an hour or so, these two all merge, and it just turns into one big storm. So that'll be something to watch for as that moves northeast. And once again, that Texas storm is blowing up very fast. We are talking about some large hail potential right now near Putnam, Texas, approaching the northwest side of Cisco. That'll be moving towards Route 183 here pretty soon. And we could see a tornado risk come out of this, again, if it is able to mature. But again, so far, nothing too concerning there. We'll keep an eye on it, though. Large hail damaging winds, the main concern for now. Thank you, Lassen, for the super chat. In Winfield, Alabama, wasn't their forecast? What's the forecast tonight? I don't think Winfield's seen anything tonight. Alabama, probably not going to see much even tomorrow. You see anything, it'll be late tomorrow night. Thank you, Stars, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Janita, also for becoming a member. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon so you're notified as well with the latest live streams and videos. Again, we are going to be live here tonight. We could be live as late as midnight, maybe even later than that, depending on the evolution of our severe weather. And then additionally, we'll be live a long time tomorrow. So it's going to be a long next 24 to 48 hours of weather. And honestly, the next 5 days are going to be pretty long. You know, this storm that's kind of weakening on radar, the updrafts are around 50,000 feet right now. I don't think this one is completely done. The cloud tops are actually larger than before. They're up to 51,000 feet right now. I know a lot of chasers are going off of this storm. There are some that are staying with it, including Hunter and Page, but a lot of storm chasers are just driving away from it. I don't know. Maybe this does still weaken, but the cloud tops are still very high on this thing. They've actually kind of increased over the last few minutes, so maybe it kind of splits and organizes again. It could also stay messy. We'll see. But we still have a little hail core. That's where our highest cloud tops are going to be. It's going to be right over the east side of Newkirk, which is where we're also seeing some $1.50 sized hail. There's no current damaging wind risk with this storm. It will be going towards Cedarvale, Silverdale, Sedan, long-term areas like Howard, Independence, and Cherryville will be on the track of this in southeast Kansas. If it stayed alive for a long time, which it's possible, if it stayed alive for a long time, it would go in the direction of Pittsburgh and just west of Joplin. Clear as can be right now in central Oklahoma when it comes to storm development. Back over near Duncan, Oklahoma. Again, we do have a supercell here that is trying to organize a little bit of lightning as well near Empire City. Hail core also approaching the southwest side of Duncan. So if you are in Duncan in Oklahoma, I would be staying away from windows. Again, up to ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with this storm. Got a new radar scan coming in, so we'll wait for that. Thank you, Truth and Piper, for becoming members, and as well as Janetta. Welcome to the Velocities. I have a friend driving from Louisville to Missouri. How is Missouri looking? Today is not too bad. I don't know where you're driving to in Missouri, but like if you're driving to like Kansas City, you're going to run into some problems overnight. If you're driving to like St. Louis, probably not going to see much until like, you know, early to mid tomorrow morning. Here's the latest radar scan. Hail core again approaching the southwest side of Duncan. There will be a storm chaser coming up on this soon, and if they have anything, we'll definitely go to them. My goodness, we have more storms forming right now in Texas. This is crazy. It's crazy because literally there was nothing really indicated to develop in North Texas today. We got more updrafts forming. We got 3. We got 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Currently got 4 storms, one that's active, but 3 other storms that are trying to develop right now, south and east of Abilene. And if for some reason these are able to develop, they'll be going right up towards I-20. Apparently the SIN values are 350. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that would make sense. Let me double check here. Our SIN values are essentially the cap that we have in place. That's the temperature inversion. It's essentially a measure of it. Here are our SIN values, and the brighter the color, the basically worse storm development would be. And the HRRR actually has it breaking apart pretty well as of a few hours ago. This is surface-based. Let's do mixed layer. Yeah, it's around like 90. Even by 8 to 9 o'clock, though, the SIN values are near 150. And keep in mind, like a magnitude of over 200 for SIN usually prevents storms from developing at all. But it's definitely interesting. I mean, the values are a bit lower down there. Just no models really showed anything developing there. Broad area of circulation currently near Newkirk, going towards Granola in North Oklahoma. Keeping an eye on that cell. Currently across central Kansas, nothing yet, but we are expecting storms to fire up over the next hour or two, producing significant damaging winds, large hail, and the potential for a few tornadoes. And then back over near Grand Island in Nebraska, we got 2 chonkers of supercells right now. Back over near Grand Island, Wood River, approaching Chapman, Palmer, and Central City. Very large hail and damaging winds are our main concerns with these. Again, the dew points are in the upper 40s and low 50s, so the chances here of us seeing something in the range of like a tornado or two are pretty low, but since this storm right here and the other one are both riding along outflow boundaries, there's a slightly more elevated chance that they could produce a tornado threat. We also have a strong storm that's further off to the east, back over near 30, moving towards Columbus with some small hail and gusty winds. Thank you, Ranger, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Grand Island storm's actually pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely a big hailstorm. If the lapse rates were any steeper, and if we actually had a better environment there, I think we'd be talking about a more significant risk for tornadoes. But currently it's not really that great of an environment due to the dew points being low. Here's your flying trampoline meter for today. We have not really shown this in a while, but we have a flying trampoline meter for those that are new to the channel. And so you want to hatch down your trampolines and bring them inside. If you are in Oklahoma, Kansas, or in Texas, we have a medium risk today for flying trampolines. Tomorrow's risk for flying trampolines goes a bit more extreme, as we have an extreme risk for flying trampolines across the Ohio Valley, Mid-South, Mississippi River Valley, as well as in the Midwest. So hatch down those trampolines. By the way, all these photos are not AI generated. Those are real photos of people's trampolines that went flying back in March of 2023. So, yeah. Well, I'll be covering hurricanes as the season starts to ramp up in the coming months. We cover everything. We do cover hurricanes. Hurricane season is not far away. We're only a few months away, believe it or not. Go back to 14 frames here. A little interesting. We've had 3 different storms here in southwest Oklahoma. One of which just merged into another supercell, and then the other one's a little bit further north. That one's still separate. Not really seeing anything that's developing out of it quite yet, but still gonna be something to keep an eye on. Jordan has a cracked windshield. Wait, I'm gonna go to Jordan real quick. What happened? That just crack? You just pulled over.
Got glass. It just went through my windshield. I'll call you back. Bye. Hey, I just absolutely lost my entire windshield. That is a turkey go through my windshield.
What did he say?
Did you say a turkey? Yeah, did you say a turkey went through your windshield?
He hit a turkey?
Whoever said he's gonna hit more animals, so they jinxed him.
Yeah, it's bad.
I was about to say, I had his camera down there for like a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm covered in glass. Hold on.
Hopefully Jordan's all right. Apparently he's covered in glass too.
Where you at?
Wow. Hopefully he's all right. That's crazy. I literally just glanced down for a second and I all of a sudden saw shattered glass and I was like, I don't think the hail core did that. Apparently he hit a turkey. Oh, what happened to his camera? I thought he was going to show us something. Gives you an idea of the dangers of storm chasing, though. I'm going to go ahead and Corey back on here. Then you need to burn for the super chat. My Iowa County is on the 2% marginal cusp today and tomorrow. How often do they go beyond the boundary? I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk up there. If we saw anything, I'd be surprised. It'll be mainly further south. I mean, if we got a tornado up there, it would be from a discrete cell. Or not, sorry, not discrete cell. A line of thunderstorms. It would be like a linear setup up there. So, yeah. Not really expecting much, though. In Iowa, other than some wind. The National Weather Service of Norman just sent out a sounding. This is their latest weather balloon that has gotten lifted up into the sky. And again, this looks really messy. You might not know what you're looking at here. I'm just going to point out a couple of things. First off, a lot of people are asking me, what is a cap? It's essentially a temperature inversion aloft that prevents storms from developing. We still have that in Oklahoma City. The temperature did not really warm up enough, I think, for storms to actually develop here. And we also have an inversion, a little dew point inversion there in the low levels, which might be preventing storms too. But that's definitely a little bit of a problem when it comes to storm development. We also have veering winds, lots of wind shear throughout the entire atmosphere. Our lifting condensation level is right here, so that is where our storms would develop. And the temperature inversion is just a little too sharp for storm development right now. That could change in an hour, but we really got about an hour and 30 minutes until storms just don't fire in Oklahoma City. So we need to wait for like an hour or so to really say, hey, it's over. I would at least give it another hour and a half. Lifting our level of free convection is right here. What this essentially is when we have a storm or a parcel developing, a cloud, it will basically shoot up very fast. That's how we get explosive, storms a lot of the time. When a storm goes from being a really small little cumulus cloud to a huge storm, that right there is where it really takes off. So that's a pretty important point, but we still need to get some sort of storm to get past the cap for that to even happen. But again, a lot of wind shear, curved hodograph still. It's still a favorable environment here for tornadoes, but again, generally speaking right now, Oklahoma City is all right for now. That could again change at some point, though, if we see any sort of convection develop. There was a storm that was splitting and trying to go towards Norman, Oklahoma City, but that thing has been fizzling out. So that's been a weaker cell. We'll see if that tries to form into anything as we get a little bit closer to sunset. Thank you, Rose, for the super chat. For turkeys, the hazards they don't warn you about in meteorology class. Pretty much. Pretty much what it is. Yeah, we don't get, when you're in college for meteorology like I am, you don't get warned about the hazards of turkeys on roadways. You cast for the super chat saying flying turkey meter. I don't think we're making a flying turkey meter, but I do appreciate the super chat. In all seriousness, hopefully he's able to get his windshield fixed as soon as possible, because that could take him out for tomorrow too. Hopefully that doesn't happen. There is actually, I don't know, do you guys, I don't know if I really want to show this, but this is when the turkey got hit, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, I'm not going to show anything else. Let's go back down to Texas, back towards Breckenridge. We got a big storm that has formed in North Texas. This is going to be all the way back over east of Abilene, near Eastland, Texas. This is I think Eastland County. Yeah, we got a big storm that has formed over the last few minutes, mainly a hail threat right now. I am not seeing much when it comes to rotation at this point, and again, it's a very early stage storm. I'd be really surprised if we had any rotation. There's a small little mezzo aloft, so there's at least a little bit of rotation. But again, this is going to be more than likely an elevated storm right now that is currently moving in the direction of Breckenridge, as well as Mineral Wells. It even could split. We'll have to wait and see. But definitely a storm to watch for in the long term. I'll kind of draw a little polygon here so you know where this is going to be heading. But it's basically going towards Mineral Wells, Breckenridge, just west of Weatherford. We got a couple of other cells that are trying to fire off too, south of Cisco. Those might try to do something. That would be more going in the direction of Fort Worth if those developed. So we'll have to keep an eye on that little convective activity there just south of Cisco. Still got a couple of cells down here over in Duncan and Comanche, Oklahoma. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are the main concern. $half-sized hail possible on the Duncan cell moving towards Marlow. A little cell again near Lindsay that's moving northeast. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cedarvale, east of Arkansas City and Kansas. This will be for damaging winds up to, or no damaging winds, but $half-sized hail with that storm as it continues to move northeast. And then all the way back up near Grand Island in Nebraska, we are talking about 2 big hailstorms moving towards Central City and Clark's. Main concern will be hail and wind as those move to the east, northeast. Thank you, Doug, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you, Milkman, also for becoming a 1-month member. Thank you, Rhonda, for the super chat. East of DFW for tomorrow into Wednesday. Thoughts? I think it's going to be a lot of wind and hail, honestly. Maybe a tornado. I don't think tomorrow really has much of a tornado risk in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but we'll have to wait and see. Definitely more of a wind and hail risk, for sure. By the way, good reminder, if you are not already, make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook. The links to those are in the description. We'll be posting a lot of updates on those platforms over the next few days with all the severe weather madness that is happening. We're going to try our best again to have a video tomorrow morning for you guys. I don't know if we're going to, but I'll try. If we don't have a video, we'll obviously be live almost all day tomorrow, so make sure you subscribe to the channel, because it is going to be a busy next few days. I'm going to try my best to have a video every day, but there's a pretty good chance there's going to be one day where we don't have a video because of the weather. We need a max velocity action figure with a tiny trampoline. That'd be interesting. That would actually be a really good idea, though. Like cheese curds and a trampoline, one in each hand. South St. Louis tomorrow. I think tomorrow, like if you're in St. Louis, this is the outline for tomorrow. This is our general severe weather risk. Oh, that's today. This is our general risk for tomorrow. Again, I think these areas, it's more of a line of storms tomorrow morning, which is going to stabilize the atmosphere for the afternoon, which would include St. Louis, Springfield, Bloomington, and Chicago. We could get an isolated tornado or two, though, depending on the evolution of this line of storms in the morning. The afternoon and evening is really the most concerning time frame across this entire region, stretching from North Texas all the way back into the Mississippi River Valley and the Ohio Valley. But our greatest concentration for strong and potentially long-track tornadoes would be in the more inner white circle I just drew. So basically from southern Arkansas back into southern Indiana and southwest Ohio. I do think strong and long track tornadoes are very well in play tomorrow. And again, I think we're gonna have a tornado outbreak. I think tomorrow, I've been saying this since like 5 or 6 days ago. I think we're gonna have a tornado outbreak. I just think it's gonna happen. We actually have a report on the north side of Grand Island at the airport of a 73-mile-per-hour wind gust that was reported. That is as of 10 minutes ago. This storm has now been upgraded. It is now producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. It'll be approaching Central City, Clarks, and Fullerton, and eventually going towards Columbus. Quite the storm in Nebraska. That's our highest level wind warning that we've had so far today. Shout out to Gent for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cassidy, also for the super chat. Anything for South Central Wisconsin in the morning to early afternoon? I would say it's mostly going to be wind if you are in southern Wisconsin. I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk up there. Maybe a little bit of large hail, too. Thank you, Lauren and Blizzards, for becoming members. We're still keeping a close eye on these storms near Duncan and Empire City. Again, right now, not really looking great. But these are 2 cells that, if they're able to stay matured, we could see them do something. The echo tops on these are around 45,000 feet. So they are still tall thunderstorms approaching Velma, Tatum's, Wynwood. Paul's Valley would be in the track of this. And we are still monitoring the storm that's east of Abilene, north of Cisco, Texas. Might have a little bit of large hail with that one as it continues to track to the east-northeast. Keeping an eye on that. Your live streams help me with my truck drivers, keep them safe during severe weather events. I'm glad I can help. I know we do have a lot of truck drivers that watch, and I'm glad I can help those people out. It's my favorite baseball team. I am a Boston Red Sox fan. I used to live in New England. Got a couple of new hail reports coming out of Blackwell, Oklahoma. That is from this supercell that is tracking towards Cedarvale. Ping pong ball sized hail reported in Blackwell. And then we also had some quarter sized hail reports from some trained spotters in Blackwell. We've not had any official reports to this point, I don't think at least, of baseball sized hail, even though I did hear that there was somebody that said that. The highest hailstone size that I am currently seeing from this supercell that has been reported was 2-inch sized hail, which would be the size of an egg, which is an expensive egg, back over on the west side of Tonkawa. That was about an hour, just a little under an hour ago. All right, we have a new mesoscale discussion out. Let's go ahead and go to that. This is going to be for those in Texas. We've been talking about the Texas storms a little bit. This is going to be for those in Texas. Isolated large hail and locally severe wind gusts will be possible with the initial storms. And then after that, we might see a tornado risk come out of this. But again, I would say it's kind of a low-end risk for right now. That's east of Abilene and going back towards Fort Worth. Sun is about to set here in the next 20 minutes or so. So this will become more of a nocturnal threat for severe weather here very shortly. Still keeping an eye on all the different storms. Again, no tornado warning so far today other than California. And our only tornado warning so far today was literally in the state of California. If you guys didn't already see that, this is let me find it. This was our only tornado warning today was in Grass Valley, California. I think we're gonna get a tornado warning at some point here today, but again, this was our only one that we've had so far. So pretty crazy. This was right before we went live. Question's going to be, will we have a tornado warning today? We're going to find out. Looks like Jordan is back on the road, by the way, bottom middle of your screen. Oops. Jordan is back driving on the roadway. That means he is, I mean, he still has a cracked windshield, but he is driving. Now let's just say in the off chance that we didn't have tornadoes with any of these storms, like any of these supercells, like this technically wouldn't be a quote-unquote bust. It would have, I don't know if you really could put a bust on today unless storms just did not initiate. The tornado risk in general, again, is still elevated. We still have a very favorable environment. The problem so far has been no storms have gotten down near the surface. They've all been very elevated. But if anything can get surface based, it would produce a tornado threat. I do think one thing that is a lot more certain for tonight is going to be what's happening in Kansas. And this is more of a late evening risk, but back over in Kansas, let me show you guys what's happening in Kansas here. We have a triple point setup, which is a little bit different. So what we're dealing with down in Oklahoma and Texas is a dry line setup. We also have a dry line up here, but it's a little bit different. So we have a triple point access, and the HRRR model by 9 o'clock still has discrete supercells. And I mean, it even has intense supercells. If I zoom out a little bit here, you can see we have one back over near Ponca City. That's the one that we've been looking at. So maybe, just maybe, that organizes. And then we have another one north of Salina. This is where the triple point is. We have a warm frontal boundary, which increases wind shear. And then we also have our dry line just back off to the west, which essentially will make a more favorable environment for potential tornadoes. This is by 11 o'clock tonight. We could be talking about a full-blown line of storms forming with damaging winds, large hail, and perhaps even a few tornadoes embedded in that line a little bit after 10 to 11 o'clock tonight. And then eventually, as we go into the overnight hours, that pushes through Kansas City. So if you're in Kansas City, unless we get a discrete supercell ahead of time, we might actually end up seeing some storms there around 4 to 5 a.m. and that would be mostly large hail and damaging winds. So very interesting stuff. And if we zoom out a little bit, just for everybody else, HRRR does not have much confidence in the southern storms in Oklahoma right now, but it has confidence in a line of storms tomorrow morning that's kind of broken, and then maybe a low-end tornado risk by the late morning. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Cleveland, Garvin, McLean and Stevens and Grady's counties in Oklahoma. This is all the way back down near Pauls Valley. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds will be possible with this storm as it continues to move to the northeast. We're keeping a close eye on that. Is Storm Runner Media still live? They are not. Okay, they are not live. I was about to say, if they're live, we'll go to them, but they're going to be approaching this storm here soon. So, we'll keep an eye on them. If there's structure, I'm guessing they'll go back live again. Shout out to Rescue Angel with the very generous super chat. What time do you think the severe weather will begin in the Memphis, Tennessee area? I'm literally so anxiety ridden. I did not sleep last night. Well, I don't think there's any reason to panic. Hold that thought for a second. Let's go to Max Archer.
Convective temperatures 87.
Max Archer right now is on the storm near Duncan. This is his shot.
Yeah.
So he's on the Duncan storm.
All of this right here, that's just hail. Well, that's not just hail.
That's just hail. Yeah, you know.
But for sorry, let me get back to the question. For Memphis, I think our main concern will be around the mid to late afternoon and early evening. It's gonna be a long threat because it's just gonna be a slow-moving line of storms. I do think there's a potential for a couple tornadoes though in that area, but I wouldn't be too concerned. Just have a way to receive alerts. Tornado action plane ready to go, and I think you'll be all right.
Oh yeah, so.
And we'll be with you every step of the way tomorrow, so won't be too anxious.
Speaking of which,
thank you, First or Fist. Sorry for the super chat. Is Duncan up for more after dark?
Yes, this evening.
Duncan, Oklahoma, probably not. If I had to guess, I don't think we'll see more storms after this.
Yep.
Am I going live tomorrow? Yes, I am. We'll be live tomorrow. We'll probably be live on Thursday, probably on Friday, probably on Saturday, maybe on Sunday. We might be live for another 5 days in a row. We could literally be live for 7 straight days on this channel. It's pretty crazy. The last time that happened, I think, was last May.
Nothing.
Once again, this is Storm Chaser Max Archer. He's on the Duncan storm. That's a little bit more elevated. You can see the cloud base there. It's pretty high off the ground. It is producing some hail, $half sized hail possible with this. Thank you, Evie, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Proof or Prof for the super chat. It's Treacherous Turkey Tuesday. Wow, might have a new name for turkeys.
Huh?
Might have a new name for Tuesday. It's gonna be called Treacherous Turkey Tuesday. Did I go to class today? I don't have classes on Tuesday. I am hoping to get in classes tomorrow morning, though. I don't know when we're gonna go live tomorrow, but I'm hoping I can get some classes in.
Get that radar button. Tell Mom to tag the box, and then tap on that radar button, and it'll take her to the closest radar.
That's slot 2, slot 1, slot 3. What slot was it? Slot 3. Okay. Keep Max Archer bottom right of your screen. But yeah, this is again the Duncan storm. Producing a little bit of hail. It's really about it. I don't see much with it in terms of rotation right now. This is really the only lasting storm right now in southern Oklahoma. So if there were a storm to do something, it would have to be this storm at this point. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on it as it continues to move east-northeast. Back over in Texas, we still got a few storms that have popped up east of Abilene, a couple north of Ranger and Eastland. They're going to be moving towards Mineral Wells, mainly with some small hail and gusty winds. Not severe as of right now, but we are monitoring a potential uptick in severe weather. We've had a lot of lightning on this cell north of Ranger. Been pretty dry in Texas recently, so I mean, wouldn't rule out maybe a little bit of possibility for like dry lightning or something like that here. Pretty low chance, but I mean, we could see a brief fire spark from any cloud to ground lightning. The supercell that has moved into southeastern Kansas, moving towards Cedar Vale, is still producing a lot of lightning. Trying to get the latest radar scan here. So you can see right here, still an elongated supercell, really not organized. We still have a hail core moving towards Cedarvale. It'll eventually go towards Sedan, Moline, Howard, and Longton, and as well as Independence. Again, the HRRR still has this as a discrete supercell for a few hours, potentially producing a tornado risk. But for the time being, it is not looking overly impressive. Again, we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Hey, Hayden, do you know why Connor keeps freezing? Is it because it's not it's playing on my end on the other thing? I don't know if it's like a memory thing or something. I know for sure Jordan is out right now. Connor's currently near Stillwater. Will I post a video tomorrow? I don't know. I literally don't. I'll wake up tomorrow morning and we'll find out basically, because I honestly have no clue if I'm making a video tomorrow morning. And honestly, it really depends on how long this live stream is. Like, if we have a continuing threat here for a few hours, we might be live till like midnight or 1 a.m. and I might not have time to make a video in the morning. I might be too tired. So, just gonna basically wait and see. It's a wait and see game right now. Yeah, all of our cameras are freezing for some reason. We have another cell developing east of Winfield right now. Yeah, keep an eye on that storm. Little cell developing just east of Winfield. Also, we just got a new warning in Nebraska. It's on the big supercell that's been producing damaging winds as high as 75 miles per hour. There was an observation at an airport of 75-mile-per-hour winds. That was at the Grand Island Airport. But the new warning is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and golf ball-sized hail. Grand Island is also included in this. And still a pretty impressive supercell. More of a hail risk and wind risk more than anything. The potential here for a tornado, again, is not zero. It's just on the low side of things, since these storms are in an environment where the dew points are in the upper 40s. And usually you at least need dew points in the mid to upper 50s and low 60s for there to be a legitimate risk, for tornadoes. So, not a super favorable environment, but we're going to continue to watch this as it moves off to the east-northeast, going towards Columbus, Osceola, Stromsburg, and eventually Rising City and Clarks will be in the path of this. How's Denton, Texas looking like for tomorrow to Friday? I think we're going to have a lot of different storms. It's going to be like multiple rounds of damaging winds and hail. Not everybody's going to see it, but there will be multiple rounds of severe weather. Here's the latest radar scan on these big storms up here in Nebraska. A lot of lightning as well here near Grand Island and Chapman. We have Nebraska traffic cams on the program. Let me see what we got in Nebraska. I'm curious to see. I mean, this is right along the interstate. We might actually have a view of something here. Might have a view of the big hail or something like that in this area. That over here. Just give me 1 second. We're gonna try to find a we're gonna try to see if we can get a view of this storm. I think there's cameras out here, so just give me 1 second here. Got the map up here. Okay, so there are some south of Grand Island. It doesn't look like there's anything along the route. This is a photo of this storm. The leading edge of it right here. So that's the cloud base. I don't know if we can piece anything together and maybe find an actual view of it, though. There's gonna be one coming up near Lakeview, which is up closer to Duncan. Oh, okay, this is a good view right here. This is moments ago in Nebraska. Look at that supercell. Zoom in a little bit. definitely elevated. But impressive supercell on the left side. That actually might be the hail shaft. Definitely a rain shaft. It's hard to tell if it's a hail shaft at night. Pretty impressive looking storm up here, though. Keep tabs on that in case something does end up popping up. All right. Wichita, Kansas. I think the window of storms hitting Wichita from the discrete activity is starting to shrink. We do have a couple storms, though, that are currently moving through southern Kansas, none of which are severe right now, but we'll keep an eye on all of them. I think, if anything, we're going to be really watching the storms that develop here in a couple hours back over in central Kansas. Again, we're expecting multiple supercells to try to fire off and form into a line pretty quickly. That'll produce some significant damaging winds at times, large hail, and the potential even for tornadoes. So that's something to watch for a little bit after sunset. Also, back over near Duncan and Marlow in Oklahoma, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning. This storm isn't done yet. It's still trying. The echo top's on it currently around 45,000 feet, so it's still a mature supercell. With nothing else in the area, I do wonder if this does try to do something here in the long term. But this storm does have potential still. I know it's still looks pretty small, and we haven't really had anything crazy in terms of tornadoes yet, but this is definitely something we need to keep an eye on. But we'll have to wait and see if any of these this southern storm in particular can survive as it moves towards the deeper moisture that we have. Here are the dew points currently being measured. And we are currently in an area of mid-60s for dew points, which is a lot of buoyancy. It's plenty for severe weather. But notice back over near Ada in Oklahoma, or Ada, we have dew points there in the mid to upper 60s. That's near 68 degrees for a dew point. So it's going to be moving towards a more favorable environment. So if it can stay alive, it will have a better chance of producing a tornado. And then the Texas storms right now are not looking very healthy. Again, some small hail gusty winds with this cell. The Eastland storm as well has been trying to get going, but that one's been struggling because of the cap. Going to continue to move northeast here over the next little while. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning up in Nebraska, that includes areas north of Grand Island, that was upgraded. This entire area is now up to a warning for golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. By far, this storm has been our most significant storm when it comes to wind. In terms of hail, it's not quite up there. Our baseball sized hailstorm was down to the south earlier in northern Oklahoma. Let's go over to Hunter Hurley. He's approaching, I'm pretty sure he's on that northern storm. That's back over in southeast Kansas now. He has a pretty good view of it. This is what it looks like right now. On the right side of your screen is the storm. Yeah, Hunter Hurley's looking at the storm right now, and that's crossed over from Oklahoma into southern Kansas. Near Cedarvale. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning in southern Oklahoma just got upgraded. It's up to ping pong ball sized hail now. So that storm might try to do something. It's not done yet. Thank you, Kaboom, for the super chat. Also, Hunter does not have audio, just an FYI. Thank you, Kaboom, for the super chat. What are your thoughts on fighting tornadoes with science? I think it's possible. It would take a heck of a machine, though, to rip apart a tornado. Like, it would take, like, a serious, like... I don't even know what it would take. It would just take so much for that to happen. It would have to be, like, you'd have to have, like, a massive fan or something that would just disrupt wind shear somehow. I don't know if it's even physically possible. It probably is. It would just take so much money and work. And it would probably have to be stationary. Thank you, Marzipan, for becoming a member. This storm over near Duncan, Oklahoma, again, becoming slightly more concerning. It's still Still not the most favorable environment, but if it is able to make it to I-35, I think this thing's gonna have a chance at a tornado. Not really a slam dunk here, but this is probably our best shot right here of there being a storm that tries to produce a tornado. Would be this one. Am I safe to go ahead and haul my RV through southeast Arkansas to Waco? I don't know how long that trip is. You say southeast Arkansas? I think you're probably fine. Just stay alert. Have a radar ready. If you have a weather app or something like that has radar, I would definitely keep that handy just in case. It sounds like John is here. I got to actually figure out how to actually get you on here. Also, update, the storm in Kansas has been downgraded. It is now down to quarter-sized hail. As we are now going after sunset, again, the temperatures are going to be falling. Our dew points are around the same, if not increasing. So it should be basically able to make these storms more surface-based, and that could increase the tornado risk. So we might be talking more about a nocturnal tornado threat. Maybe nothing happens. Who knows? We really don't know right now. But this would be the storm, and the one over in southeast Kansas are the two that have the potential of doing something as they continue to track northeast. It looks like Hunter Hurley is once again... Let me go back to Hunter. Hunter is driving again. It looks like maybe not hail on the road, but this is right through the storm in southeast Kansas right now. He has his audio on now. It's the storm that's now producing quarter-sized hail. Let's go over to, I'm gonna go to Max Archer. Maybe. Hunter's just driving through a storm right now. Max Archer right now. This is not Max Archer. This is Max Archer here. He is looking at the storm near Duncan. He has a pretty good view right now of the storm. Look at that. It's the one that's producing now ping pong ball sized hail just to the northeast of Duncan, Oklahoma. Hey, Steven for the super chat. West Central Illinois, Quincy, tomorrow afternoon. I think it's mostly going to be a late morning threat. Again, I'd recommend watching my video today. It's still very accurate compared to what I think will happen tomorrow. There are really no differences there. Pretty view, though, of the Supercell here near Duncan. Oh yeah, the next SVC outlook will be out in just a few minutes for today's risk. Not me to hit my mic. No problem, Smos. Appreciate you tuning in. Oh, it's definitely windy here. You can hear it on his mic. Some gusty winds. I'd say the wind gusts are probably around 20 to 30 miles per hour on the backside of this storm. It's really pretty, though. I honestly think the most pretty storms are the ones that happen at, like, 30 minutes to an hour before sunset. You always get the really cool sun view. This is now a little after sunset, but it's still a really pretty-looking storm. It's back over to Hunter Hurley. Completely different change of pace. He's driving through a storm in southeast Kansas. I'm gonna go back to our 3-cam overlay here. Of Hunter, bottom left, or Archer, bottom left, and then Hunter on the bottom right. Any chance Max DoorDash is a milkshake? Fun fact, milkshakes will make your voice die way faster if you have them on a live stream. And I learned that, actually. I did not realize it, but yeah, if you have like milk or milkshake or like ice cream or something like that before or during live stream or anything like that, and you're talking a lot, your voice will feel it after a while. So you're actually not supposed to drink that type of stuff. And I have had a milkshake before, like on a live stream, which like gives you a lot of calories, but also messes up your voice. So it's actually not really a good thing. Any updates for Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight? We're still watching the storms in Central Texas. Nothing solidified for a risk right now for North Tech or for like Dallas-Fort Worth. But if this storm can survive here over the next hour, which really the next hour is going to be a key turning point for any of these storms that are alive. If this storm can survive, we could be talking about a hail or wind risk and maybe even a low-end tornado threat as it goes towards the western half of North Texas and moving towards Dallas-Fort Worth area. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Again, not severe as of right now. We're just watching it. Thank you, Delbert, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Goob, that is an extra add-on. That's why I have it on. I want to go back to Max Archer just for a second. He still has a really cool view of this storm. You can actually see it like the updraft. You can see it like it tilts a little bit. Tilts a little bit this way. It's like a little tilted. Pretty cool. Hopefully the storm just dies, but it's still going. If it's able to make it to I-35, definitely be something else. Additionally, this is his shot just a moment ago. Really impressive looking storm, but look at again at the cloud base here. Look at the cloud base. Compared to the ground, it's really high up. I mean, we're looking a bit more distant on this storm, but it's a very high cloud base, which is preventing it from being tornadic actively. Also, just a heads up, if anybody for some reason, if you are in the between Little Rock and Tulsa, Jordan Hall is looking for somebody to do an emergency windshield replacement. So just a heads up, you can contact him on Twitter. Retired from OTR trucking in 2020. Your reports and streams are essential for the trucker. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate you tuning in. Anything from Milwaukee tomorrow? If anything, some isolated hail and wind will be possible. That'll probably be about it. Not really much of a tornado risk up there. This is back over in Nebraska, near Central City, northeast of Grand Island. We've had some reports coming in over the last few minutes of $half sized hail just outside of town. Once again, the highest wind gust that we've had observed so far today was 73 miles per hour at Grand Island Airport. That was our highest wind gust observed so far today. But again, we are expecting this to turn more into a line of storms here pretty soon. This will turn into more of a wind threat. Long term, it's heading towards Lincoln and Omaha, Nebraska. So definitely stay weather aware if you're in those areas. Protect loose line items, all that good stuff. You know what to do. You live in the Central Plains. Hopefully you know the precautions. Got any patio furniture laying outdoors? Might want to bring that in. Cover it over. Hail could fall too. Lightning is picking up on Archer's storm. Let's see. I have not seen a whole lot of lightning in the last couple minutes, but I haven't really been looking at them. The warning was just updated back to $half sized hail. There's actually no lightning even being detected on radar right now with this. We apparently have the HRRR model run coming in for tomorrow. And today. So this is going to be kind of key here because we need to figure out when I'm actually going live tomorrow and if I'll have a video. So let's just check this out real quick. And this also includes what's happening tonight. We'll begin with what's happening tonight here. This is the next few hours. It doesn't really show much like staying together here, but again, I do have a gripe. Like the HRRR model, it does not do a great job of nowcasting. It usually over or under emphasizes storms. So like this, ignore for like what's happening now. We have to do more nowcasting for what's happening like now. But by midnight and just after midnight, line of storms will form, damaging winds and a couple tornadoes being possible. By the late evening and into the overnight hours, so this is about 3 to 4 in the morning, storms continue in and around the Missouri, back over near Kansas City. We also might have some storms blow up over there in Oklahoma City late tonight. I wouldn't rule it out. I think the chances of it are not super high, but if we did see storms fire off, this would be more of a wind and hail risk overnight tonight into the early morning hours. The tornado risk would not be as high. This is going to be our cold front initiation. Early tomorrow morning around 6 a.m. storms will also try to fire near Dallas-Fort Worth. Once again, these are not really your tornado variety type storms. These are more of your wind and hail producers, but there could be an isolated tornado. By around about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, storms will continue to move east. We may have a localized tornado threat up here in western Illinois, southeast Iowa, and northeast Missouri. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. By around lunchtime, storms continue to move across southern Missouri, maybe a low-end tornado risk there, in addition to some large hail and damaging winds as those approach areas like central Missouri and St. Louis. And then further to the east, this is an area that we need to watch for very closely, and the latest HRRR model run is showing in an environment here that is going to be very conductive of strong and long track tornadoes, because there's really not a whole lot of convection in this area during the mid-afternoon hours. So if we are able to see a very open warm sector, which right now looks pretty open, I do think we are going to be talking about a tornado outbreak here across the Mississippi River Valley and as well as the lower Midwest tomorrow. Again, the HRRR, though, only goes out until 4 o'clock right now, Central Time, so we'll wait and see what it looks like here in just a few minutes. But, yeah, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to have a video, because this right here is going to be late morning, early afternoon, so we might have to go live for that, but we'll see. We'll just play it by ear. I'm not really going to know until tomorrow morning when I wake up. All right, little recap of what's happening right now until we have more of the HRRR model run coming out. We'll go south to north. We still have a strong storm in North Texas approaching Mineral Wells. Small hail, gusty winds are possible. This storm's been weakening just a hair over the last few minutes. But again, if it's able to survive about another 45 minutes to an hour, it could be a problem. Back over near Wichita Falls, we've had a couple of attempts at convective initiation over here as well. None of it has been successful as of lately. We've already had storms go through there. And we still have a storm here. That's just to the northeast of Duncan. That's producing a little bit of hail and wind. It's been very, very slowly weakening. But it's not fast enough for this thing to just be completely done. Again, it's going to be moving into a more favorable environment as it passes I-35, where the dew points are higher. And if it does move into that environment, it could become a more intense storm as it moves east. Long term, though, this is going more in the direction of Shawnee to Kasuma and as well as Seminole in Oklahoma. Then back over in southeastern Kansas, we still have a hail and windstorm happening near Cedarvale, moving towards Longton, Sedan, and just west of Independence, mainly going to be quarter-sized hail. And we also got a couple storms firing off just south of Wichita, Kansas. None of this is currently severe, but we are going to continue to keep a close eye on it as that continues to move east, northeast, and northeast. And they have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be for Lincoln, Saline, and Ellsworth counties in Kansas. You'll see it pop up here in a second. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Give it a moment to pop up. Oh, that's further north. Sorry, that's not anywhere near there. That's all the way back up near Salina. So just west and north of Salina, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds will be possible in this area. Back up into Nebraska, we still have a significant hail and wind risk occurring right along Route 30. We just had half-dollar-sized hail reported in Central City. Moving towards Osceola, Stromsburg, and just southwest of Columbus. So I'll be a line of storms here pretty soon. Also, I do want to go back to what's happening tomorrow. We got more of the HRRR model run coming in. Again, tomorrow we have a moderate risk of severe weather in play, which is why it's more concerning. And again, I'm pretty concerned about tomorrow. I'm just being honest. I'm pretty concerned that we're going to have a tornado outbreak. Depends on our convection and how it really orients here, but this is by 5 o'clock. So we're kind of leaving off where we we're basically starting where we left off here. Again, a cluster of thunderstorms north to south. We got some of these discrete supercells in Mississippi. That's not a good sign. We also have some discrete cells here in southern Arkansas, or really semi-discrete. Southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana. That'll be more of hail and wind, possibly a couple of strong tornadoes. This is, again, the region where we have our moderate risk in play right now, and it looks still pretty messy. This is through 7 p.m. Central Time. It still looks messy, but we can still get strong tornadoes out of this with how much wind shear we have tomorrow. These are your significant tornado parameter values, and notice even by late tomorrow morning, we still have a pretty favorable environment, even across Missouri, if we have anything discrete, and as well as Illinois. This is right around, again, 7 o'clock. We got many areas that are in a favorable position for tornadoes. Again, if we have more discrete supercells, it'd be a much, easier thing to happen here. But with it being really messy, it's going to be hard for it to happen. Let's go back to the 25 hour here. So this will be right around 8 o'clock tomorrow night. One storm there, another one here in Mississippi, and then multiple down in southeast Arkansas. So yeah, tomorrow again is very messy, but we can still see strong and long track tornadoes, even embedded in that cluster of mess, essentially. All right, the new SPC outlook is out. This is for tonight, and it honestly is it's a little confusing because they accidentally shaded this area incorrectly. I don't know if I've ever seen that, but I'm pretty sure the enhanced risk still includes Oklahoma City. The tornado risk is still hatched, so we still have a potential for strong tornadoes over the next few hours in central, southeastern Kansas, and also central and northern Oklahoma. Damaging winds are still expected to be significant near the Kansas City metro, and then large to very large hail is still a possibility for tonight. So the risk outline hasn't really changed a whole lot. Still pretty much the same. And by the way, we still have a 2% tornado risk in place if you're back over in California. It's a small little area, but there's still a low-end chance for an isolated tornado back over in California this evening. And just a heads up, if you're back in like Iowa, like southern Iowa, or even back over in like Chicago, tonight's risk is low. We're talking more about a large hail risk for any storms that are there. Maybe a brief spin up, but it would be a pretty low chance. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include Elk and as well as Chattahoochee County in southeastern Kansas. That is for quarter-sized hail. The wind threat here is pretty minimal. This is good news. This is pretty good news. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. This is on our southern mode of severe weather. They've just issued a new mesoscale discussion. That's Oklahoma City, Norman, Chickasha, and Lawton and Ardmore. The tornado threat appears to have decreased substantially, especially in the near term. So, at least for the time being, it's a low risk. Again, we don't have any storms out there right now, other than the one near Duncan that's been kind of falling apart here. But good news if you're back over here in central and southern Oklahoma. Going back down to that storm. Once again, this is our little cell down here. South of Lindsay. I'm surprised it's still going. I mean, again, if this thing can survive a while, it could do something, but it's going to have to make it to I-35. If it makes it to I-35, it has a chance to do something. How's the tornado threat tonight in Atchison, Kansas? Extreme northeast. I would say it's low against anywhere like, yeah, Atchison's north of Kansas City. I'd say it's low. Again, I think we're gonna have mainly a wind risk here tonight. But by around 10 to 11 o'clock, we're gonna have an explosion of storms in central Kansas, and we'll have a line of storms forming and organizing from Omaha back into North Kansas with mainly damaging winds. This is by 11 to 12 o'clock. Mainly a damaging wind risk. But again, a couple of embedded tornadoes are going to be possible in that line. And then around 3 to 4 a.m. is really when you guys get hit over there. You could get something before that, but 3 to 4 a.m. is probably the main time frame. Same thing for Kansas City. But we could be talking about significant damaging winds. It's going to be a line of storms. Damaging winds could easily be higher than 70 to 80 miles per hour with a line of storms that we're expecting there. So definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware and have ways to receive alerts overnight in case we do get a tornado warning in those areas. Thank you, Sven, for the super chat. How's the... Oh, I just answered that. Never mind. Thank you again for the super chat. How's Chicago looking tomorrow in terms of tornadoes? I would say it's kind of like a low end risk. I honestly think tomorrow we're gonna have that like small area of organization for our tornado risk. Let me show you guys again. Like one area in particular in the Midwest that I do think we have a more organized threat for, but it's gonna be mostly late morning and early afternoon. It's not a slam dunk, but it's possible. Oops. This is right around lunchtime and just after lunchtime. This right here, this corridor. High tornado parameter values, which we had those today, just no storms or surface-based. We had those today, though. It's pretty similar to tomorrow. Pretty high values there in Illinois and in eastern Missouri. The values are honestly pretty high, even up into Indiana and Illinois. The problem is the storm mode's not going to be that favorable in those areas after about 2 to 3 o'clock. So, you know, if you're in like Michigan, northern Indiana, northwest Ohio, again, I don't think there's reason to panic here. But definitely stay aware, because we could see a couple tornadoes up there. Even though the numbers are high here, I know it looks scary. It's the storm mode doesn't look great that far to the north. It really looks very concerning in this corridor, which is basically from far east Texas into northern Louisiana, eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, northern and central Mississippi, western Kentucky, essentially right along the Mississippi River Valley, and also in the Mississippi Delta. So... our wind shear is plenty strong for tomorrow. And we also have a lot of instability. So tomorrow's environment, again, just is really favorable. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and let the severe thunderstorm warning end for those over here in the Maysville area and Pauls Valley. But they have continued a special weather statement on this storm. Again, this is still something we need to keep an eye on, because if it's able to get past I-35, the dew points are higher. And then from there, things might get a little bit more concerning, but we'll have to wait and see. I guess it's just kind of a waiting game right now on that cell. Not entirely sure if it's going to pan out, but it might. Why are the storms struggling? It's a mix of things. The cap is one of the reasons, but we also have another problem, which is that the temperatures are way warmer than the dew points. And we looked at the sounding in Oklahoma not too long ago. Let me go to the weather sounding in Oklahoma. Which honestly, I mean, this is a good thing. I know today was like kind of a last second event. It uptrended a lot, and really, it could have still been really bad. There's still severe weather, by the way, ahead. It's just, you know, the tornado threat in Oklahoma doesn't seem like it's going to pan out. But this was the biggest problem. Like, this was a sounding from Oklahoma City at 7 o'clock, which was only, you know, a little over an hour ago. Still had a pretty strong cap near the surface. And we also had a dew point inversion, which means that storms were trying to bubble up, couldn't really do it with that little moisture inversion there. But it's basically a loaded gun sounding here. Dew point near the surface as well was a little bit too low when it came to the temperatures elsewhere. Some of the temperatures were higher north and south. This is Dallas-Fort Worth, by the way. Really dry air in the pretty dry air in the mid-levels, and then once again, very strong cap in place there. And if we went back up to Kansas City is a more favorable place for severe weather tonight. Very small cap here, but I mean, again, when the line of storms rolls through in the cold front, we're definitely going to see some severe storms there. So, tornado watch has been canceled though for Oklahoma City. Been canceled for an Enid. It's been canceled for Ponca City. Ardmore has been canceled as well. I'm not sure. I'm guessing North Texas, this will probably be canceled here soon. And then this is an area that we're still keeping a close eye on. Norman, Ada, Shawnee, Seminole. And then Tulsa is still in a tornado watch in case for some reason in the next 30 minutes, which again, it'll be really last second, in the next 30 minutes in case something does fire here, there's still a tornado watch in effect. And tornado watch still continues here in southern Kansas. There is somebody saying in the chat they're getting hail in Wichita. By the way, Hayden, there's no the Wichita camera I don't have for virtual rail fans for some reason. I don't know if we just didn't add it yet. We do have a camera in Wichita though. I'm gonna pull it up. There is a little hail core going through Wichita right now. Non-severe, but some small hail gusty winds possible. This is the virtual rail fan in Wichita right now. And currently, it looks all right. This might be a little bit away from the storm. It might have already passed too. That is what it looks like right now in Wichita. I'm guessing the storm already passed the camera, but it's over downtown right now. How will Des Moines do overnight? I think Des Moines going to be really just isolated hail at worst case scenario. I don't think there's anything else really up there that we're talking about in terms of severe weather. This Ellsworth storm might not be done yet. Where's Ellsworth? Is it this one or is it the other one? Further north. Where is Ellsworth? Okay, this is actually further west. There is a storm back over near Ellsworth that is starting to get its act together a little bit. We got a little mezzo on it. This is near the triple point, and we actually have several different little areas of rotation here. So this is an area to watch. This is near Salina for reference. We got a few areas of some circulation developing. I'm gonna see if we have any traffic cam views here too. So there are some traffic cams near Salina. All right, there is a camera in Salina. It is out, and then there's another one that is on, looking at the ground, and then there's one south that is currently live. This is live in Salina right now, on the south side of Salina. It's looking northwest. You can see the lightning there in the background. Thank you, Vicky, for the generous super chat. What about Durant, Oklahoma? After midnight? I think we'll have some wind and hail in the morning hours. So just be aware of that. I do think the severe weather risk, though, in general for, like, Durant is pretty low. Like, right now. A little bit further off to the west here. It's a different picture camera. This is probably our best shot right now, but that's at least a decent view of the storm. We got a storm going through Wichita, too. Plenty of people traveling here in Wichita right now. Let's see if we can get a better sky view. I'm not going to keep flipping through all the cameras on this end. The storm near Salina is up to ping pong ball sized hail, so it is a little bit more on the slightly more significant side of things. I'm in West Michigan and I work from home. What should I expect? I don't think we're going to see a whole lot in West Michigan tomorrow. It'll be mainly a wind risk. Severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska has been condensed only for Central City now. $50 sized hail was reported recently in Central City. It's going to be approaching Osceola and Stromsburg with mainly a hail and wind risk. The tornado risk out of the storm, again, very low to 0. Got a few strong storms as well north of Kearney and Lexington. Those are producing some gusty winds, some frequent lightning as well. Severe weather does continue to ramp up here in central Kansas. This is, again, our triple point. We have our dry line, and then we also have our warm frontal boundary, which is going to basically create a little bit more wind shear, so we could get a localized tornado environment here, in addition to some strong winds and very large hail are all in play. This will, again, all turn into a line of storms in just a few hours. So it should get pretty interesting across central Kansas in a little bit. Got a few strong storms as well in and around Wichita. We got a severe storm again still near Cedarvale. This has been a long track supercell. I mean, it hasn't been a tornadic supercell, but it has been long tracked. It's going to be approaching Fredonia and also Independence here over the next little while. The storm east and northeast of Duncan is still fighting. It is still fighting. That's what Storm Intermedia is looking at right now. No lightning in the area. But it's fighting. Tornado risk for McKinney, Texas? I don't expect tornadoes there tonight. Very low risk tomorrow. Hey, Renee, I appreciate the super chat. Also, back over in North Texas, this is pretty much the remnants of what we have had with that strong storm east of Abilene approaching Mineral Wells. There's still a little cell there. It's going to be approaching Mineral Wells with maybe some very small hail, lightning, gusty winds, not really much else to it. Back up in Nebraska, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning north of Kearney and Elm Creek. That'll be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and also quarter to $half sized hail. We do have a camera in Kearney, I believe. In fact, there are a couple cameras, I believe, in Kearney, Nebraska. So we might be able to see something. There's plenty of lightning here. Actually, cameras in Lincoln. I didn't even realize that. So over in Kearney, Nebraska right now. And if we... This is looking back off to the west towards those storms on the virtual rail fan. You know, we've looked at this camera probably about 4 or 5 different times over the last, I don't know, 12 months or so. Always have had something crazy in Kearney. It's always been strong winds or somebody running away from, you know, being outside during a thunderstorm. Like, it's been interesting. I've had some interesting views of stuff here in the past. Can confirm 1/4 inch sized hail in Central City. Appreciate the report. Gives us a good indication of what's happening out there. There is still a strong tornado threat. Again, it's conditional, but there is still a strong tornado threat, mainly in southeast Kansas, east Kansas, maybe even central Kansas. I mean, again, the triple point has the potential to produce maybe a couple, you know, strong tornadoes. It's not out of the question. Tornado threat for Kansas City. It's low to medium. There's a flash of lightning, by the way. There are a lot of lightning strikes on the radar here, but maybe not. Less than before. Mainly a wind and hail risk there. If there's any other reports here. There is a new update from the Weather Prediction Center. Heads up if you're in northeast Kansas, northwest Missouri, or southwest Iowa, or southeast Nebraska. Rapid convective expansion is going to be training here over the next few hours, which means our flooding risk will be increasing. So anywhere in that pink little kind of cloud-looking thing, that's where we're expecting the potential for some flooding to occur due to heavy rainfall in a short period of time. Flooding is going to be a major concern in the Mississippi River Valley. Kansas is not really getting much of any flooding compared to what they're probably going to be seeing, with potentially 10 to 15 inches of rain being possible. But if we look at the amount of rainfall that's coming tonight, this is our total amount of rainfall expected just in Kansas and around Kansas City. There will be some localized areas right around 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, mainly north of Salina and north of Manhattan, back over just to the north of Kansas City, and even in the Kansas City area. There's a chance there of around 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. There is a PDS flood watch that is in effect, which means particularly dangerous situation flood watch. That literally stretches across many states. Let me pull it up on here. Hydro flood watch. We have a PDS flood watch in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We're expecting a widespread area to at least see 5 to 10 inches of rain all the way from northeast Texas into almost all of Arkansas, all the way into the Ohio Valley. 5 to 10 inches of widespread rainfall is likely, and there will be some locations with as high as 15 to maybe even 20 inches of rainfall. We could even have some isolated locations in this area here pick up as much as 25 inches of rainfall. So, very rare situation. You don't usually get particularly dangerous situation flood watches, but you can see particularly dangerous situation with historically high rainfall amounts are forecasted. I was concerned about this a week ago. I didn't really talk much about it because I didn't really think it was going to happen. I thought the models might change, but they have not changed at all. But they think that this heavy rainfall could be about a 25 to 100 year type event that's going to be happening. So, yeah, pretty crazy. We'll be covering the severe weather tomorrow. We'll be covering the flooding, too, that's going to be coming with it. But the flooding really comes, I would say, later this week. Let me turn off the weather alerts here for flooding. I also want to show you guys something else regarding tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, the next few days, though. We actually have a high risk of excessive rainfall in effect already. This is going to be for Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. This is for Thursday in western Kentucky, southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, northwest Tennessee. Means there's at least 70% chance of excessive rainfall in this area. Major flooding is expected in this area. So, again, this is a big event. This is going to be pretty bad. And yeah, I can't put much words into it other than it's just going to be a bad situation. I'll show you guys also the rainfall accumulation that's expected. It's bananas how much rain we could see here. I'll show you a few different computer models essentially of how much rain we could end up seeing out of this. This is the GFS model. Oops. High-res models have a much better grip of this, but like we don't have many. The GFS model plants about 12 to 15 inches of rain in a very widespread area across western Kentucky, northwest Tennessee, and as well as southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. Look at this, even 6 to 12 inches of rain from east Oklahoma into Ohio. Keep in mind that this is about a 4 to 5 day event, so all this rain will come over a long period of time, but it is still a ton of rain that is going to be falling in a short period of time. The European model, this goes through about Sunday into Monday. It's not as intense, but I honestly don't agree with this as much. I think the GFS model has a better grip of this situation. This is the NAM all the way through early Saturday morning, showing a highlighted area of upwards of 10 inches of rainfall back over northeast Arkansas. So, a potentially catastrophic flooding event is possible out of all that activity. We are beginning to see a supercell organizing a little bit now north of Salina, Kansas. It's more of a hailstorm right now, but maybe a little bit of rotation on the north side of town. So a little bit of something to watch for there. We also have a small mezzo back over near Ellsworth. So a little bit of rotation on that cell. A little bit of convergence. Got a little bit of rotation aloft there near Ellsworth. The Salina storm by far, though, is the more concerning one. It's discrete. It's producing large hail and damaging winds, perhaps as high as 60 miles per hour and also up to ping pong ball sized hail. That hail could even be a bit larger now. There is a traffic camera here. I'm going to pull it up. There is a traffic cam here. In Salina. This is a view right now, just to the south of Salina on the interstate. I-135. See all the lightning flashes in the background right now. So frequent lightning all around Salina. Thank you, Polo, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Jared, also for the super chat. Anything for Valley View, Texas today or tomorrow? I would say, again, the main concern is going to be hail and wind across North Texas. There's a low tornado risk tomorrow, but it's very low. Not, like, overly concerned about it. Timing for Northwest Tennessee tomorrow is mainly from, like, 5 to, like, 12. Again, for more details on tomorrow, I definitely recommend you watch my forecast from today. It's still, again, very accurate pertaining to tomorrow. There's been no major changes other than our SPC outlook. Well, rotation's coming together right now north of Salina. We actually have a decent little mezzo forming on this. There is some rotation. This might be a storm to watch. It might just be the storm to watch here. They have upgraded this warning to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and as well as tennis ball-sized hail. So this storm has been upgraded even further. We do have rotation, a little area of convergence near Highway 81. And keep in mind that there could be a little bit of a hail contamination area here, but it's definitely more embedded in the storm. We have a pretty decent view here of the velocities. So this is definitely looking like maybe something to watch here. Tornado watch has been canceled for North Texas, by the way. There's only 2 counties in there that were included in that. Shout out to Erica and Christopher for the Venmo donations. I appreciate it. Decatur tornado threat in Illinois is low. It's not 0. I honestly think tomorrow's tornado risk, I'm kind of on the fence about this, but I do think there is a low chance for a strong tornado in this region tomorrow. Like, I think there's a low chance, and it would be during the late morning and early afternoon from that line of storms. I don't know if we'll see it. I just think that we could see a hatched risk added there. But, again, that's really late morning, early afternoon. But once again, if you have not already heard, again, we have a moderate risk of severe weather in place. That's going to be for this entire Mississippi River Valley stretch. And we are going to be live tomorrow for a long time, so make sure you're subscribed. Click the bell icon so you're notified as well. If, or not if, but when we go live. We'll be live, but I don't know when. Once again, tornado risk is beginning to increase just a little bit here in Kansas. We got another velocity scan coming in. We have an area of convergence approaching Highway 81 just north of Salina, Kansas. And the latest scan still showing a broad area. Again, this isn't like an imminent tornado risk, but with this being a pretty discrete supercell, wouldn't really take much for it to do something. Basically right next to the warm front. So this is a pretty favorable environment for maybe a potential tornado threat. I'm not gonna lie, I think I just swallowed a fly. I think I just swallowed a fly. There was a singular fly flying in here. I think I just swallowed it. Because I felt something weird in my throat. Again? The last time this happened was like a year ago. All whopping 0.01 grams of protein, probably. I don't know if that. Oh, actually, I do want to look at Thursday too, real quick. Thursday is another day that we could get an upgraded risk. Just real quickly, I do want to check out Thursday's severe weather potential. Again, we have a large slight risk across many different states. This is the timing for Thursday. So this is tonight, tomorrow morning in North Texas, tomorrow afternoon and evening. Probably a big tornado outbreak out there in the Mississippi River Valley. This is Thursday morning. That's interesting. Thursday morning in North Texas could be interesting. Even in the late morning could be interesting. My goodness. We're probably going to get another hatched tornado risk on Thursday. We're probably getting another one on Thursday. Look at all these discrete supercells riding right along the boundary on Thursday. These are our significant tornado parameter values. I mean, they are still very high. They're high enough for there to be tornadoes. If they're able to be right along that boundary on Thursday, we could have another tornado outbreak on Thursday if that evolves. Yeah, that's a concerning trend, though. That's a lot of discrete supercells here in a elongated area, kind of overlapping each other even, too. And then in addition to all the rain that we're going to see, I mean, this weather pattern is just brutal. It's just a brutal weather pattern. Curious what the NAM showed. The NAM model doesn't show really anything, but it has a much larger warm sector, which could lead to more problems, but we'll see. The southern warning was just upgrade. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, there was an upgrade. We're up to tennis ball size tail, I think, on both warnings now here in Kansas. Here in central Kansas. Also, severe thunderstorm warning further to the north near Concordia. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and golf ball sized hail. So just north of Concordia. A slew of severe thunderstorm warnings also popping up across Nebraska, mainly damaging winds and large hail. And not really much of a tornado risk there right now. We also have a severe storm east of Wichita that is producing quarter-sized hail. No damaging wind threat as of right now. Still keeping a close eye on this activity. Again, a strong tornado is still in play. Don't forget, we still have a chance if a storm can organize. This is our hatched area for tornadoes, which includes where our triple point axis is up here near Salina, and then our discrete cells that are back over between Bartlesville and Emporia. I gotta remove the hydraulical outlook here, and this. Alright, this storm's done. It's a goner. The storm south of Slaughterville and Norman, it's a goner. Very little activity here left, just a little shower. That's really about it. Texas storm 2 has fizzled, so it's pretty good news.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, we have a tornado warning. It is for the storm north of Salina. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This for Bennington, west of Manchester. Velocities have become pretty strong here over the last several minutes. We actually have a storm chaser on this. We have John McKinney on this. Let me get him on here. We actually have a chaser. I didn't realize we had a chaser. John McKinney is in this side, this supercell right now. We need to get him on screen ASAP. So John McKinney is on this storm. We're going to go full cam. Just give me 1 second to change off Connor here.
Copy, over.
John McKinney is inside of this storm right now. Just give me 1 second to center this.
Down to the interstate because there's no road other than the interstate, and I'm gonna go.
So John McKinney's inside the tornado warning once again here in Salina. This is near Bennington.
Oh, it is tornado warned. I didn't realize it, but it finally is tornado warned.
All right, I'm keeping bottom right. But again, this is our tornado warning right now. It's going to include Bennington, Highway 18 just west of Manchester. And even if we don't get a tornado, we have a huge hail core right now. Baseball-sized hail currently falling with this storm. Might even be larger. Approaching Manchester.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Well, we have yet again another tornado warning. Things have all of a sudden just taken a turn. This one is going to be for Barton, Rice, and Ellsworth counties in Kansas. It's all the way back out to the west, east of Great Bend, near Chase, Lyons, and Mitchell. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. The rotation right now is on the southwest side of the warning, east of Great Bend. It's going to be moving towards Chase, and also moving towards Lyons, and going towards Little River. So all those areas currently in the path of this tornado warn cell. This storm definitely looks decent, though. Again, pretty favorable environment up here in Kansas for tornadoes, and we are starting to see organized supercells near that triple point that we've been talking about plenty of times in this stream. I gotta say, this storm north of Salina is one heck of a supercell. I mean, John McKinney, again, bottom right, is on this storm. It's a heck of a storm near Bennington. Even if it did not have a tornado, we just got giant hail right now falling with this. You can see the scatter spike here. There's a huge hail core over Bennington. We could easily have baseball plus sized hail on this storm. The current warning is for tennis ball size, but it's probably higher than that, if I had to guess. I am checking to see, and John's in this area, but I'm trying to see if we have any cameras on either of these storms. The one near Chase is the one I'm more interested in to see if we can see anything. I don't see one on that one. There's one camera. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Once again, if you're just tuning in, 2 tornado warnings currently in effect, both of which, again, in Kansas, one north of Salina, one near Lyons. And the one that's north of Salina is a lot more concerning for very large hail and as well as the potential for a tornado. If we have a tornado with this, it could be rain-wrapped. I'm going to go back to John McKinney. He's looking at this right now. John, off to the left side of your screen would be where we're looking.
Get you a better view. Okay.
We're getting some flat... Oh, look at that. What was that? Lost Scud or something? That's kind of ominous.
I might see something out my window now.
I can't tell.
A bunch of scud hanging down.
Looks like a huge area of scud.
We're on the interstate just underneath this storm.
So yeah, this is the tornado warning cell north of Salina. Yeah, you can see all the scud there on the left. Basically scary looking clouds. Might be something back there though, can't really tell. I hate storms at night. Like, these actually kind of freak me out too, even just looking at this. You can almost never tell what it is. I can't tell what's hitting John's car right now. It might be hail though. Like those weird ping sounds. Once again, this is the tornado warning near Bennington, approaching Manchester and Longford. Left side of your screen is that kind of scary looking cloud area.
Crazy storm, man. Absolutely crazy.
PDS Scud? That's pretty much what it is. I think on the left side is all scary looking clouds. And I think in the middle top part, that might be a lowering or a wall cloud trying to form. I think that's what I'm getting out of this. Because the far left looks like a lot of scary looking clouds. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include Longford, Oak Hill, just south of Wakefield, north of Chapman. That is going to be for tennis ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, tornado warning in effect for Bennington. Our rotation looked a lot stronger just a few minutes ago. Might even had a tornado there near Route 81. It's right now right along Highway 18. It's going to be approaching Manchester, Kansas. We also have a tornado warning just east of Great Bend. Area of rotation is approaching Chase, Geneseo, whatever it is. Lyons, Mitchell, Frederick, Galt, Little River, and Lorraine. Otherwise, everything is mostly just hail and wind. We have a couple storms still producing large hail and damaging winds, and one in northern Kansas is becoming a bit more significant. We even have a little bit of rotation on that one too, moving towards Belleville and Cuba. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Let's go back to John McKinney. See if he has any update on this storm. Again, he's right on the Salina storm near Bennington.
Stuck in the hail core, man.
Sounds like he's in the hail core, and you can kind of hear it bouncing off his car too.
What's wrong with my can't get my stream to load. Let's exit out.
Latest radar scan, bottom right of your screen, is a massive hail core east of Bennington. Could even be up to baseball-sized hail on this. We did get a report from a train spotter of 60-mile-per-hour winds in Salina.
Hopefully that's not what you see.
Not too long ago. It's the only report that we currently have on this storm. We need more lightning to be able to see anything. Lightning has just stopped ever since clicking back on it. I'll keep them bottom right. If you guys see anything, just let me know. They have put out a new mesoscale discussion for northeast Kansas, southeast Nebraska, southwest Missouri, for mainly just talking more about the wind and hail risk that is going to transpire here and a low chance for a tornado. Keep in mind that this is just around, if not north of our triple point axis. And I've talked about this a lot, but again, our triple point is essentially where our warm frontal boundary is, which is where a lot of wind shear is. So we have a lot of wind shear with this supercell. It's kind of just riding along the warm front. And then our dry line's back off to the west, and that's where storms are initiating. So we basically have like a triple point here, and we're really watching this activity here over the next hour or two for the potential for tornadoes. Might even see a strong tornado out of this activity, especially out of something like this. I mean, that storm is looking pretty impressive right now. Also, tornado watch has been canceled for all of Oklahoma and Texas. It's done. It's over. But there is going to be more severe weather. It'll be mostly after midnight, damaging winds, large hail, and perhaps an isolated tornado in the morning hours tomorrow. So still stay weather aware. I probably will not be live tomorrow morning when that's happening. That's going to be like 6 a.m., 8 a.m. So just heads up if you're back down there in Oklahoma or Texas. That'll be, again, morning hours. But once again, this environment's favorable. All right, let me just show you. They have updated the tornado warning for Ottawa County. It's this one. It's still radar indicated rotation. Let me show you the juice that this thing has to work with right now in Kansas. This is your significant tornado parameter values. And notice that we still have a pretty favorable environment here. Again, this is kind of your little triple point here, right? We got our supercell kind of riding up the warm front, and we also got another one that's near the Chapman area. That one's also in a pretty favorable environment. So still a lot of wind shear. Again, these tornado parameter values are still very high, even in Kansas tonight. And then just after midnight, that threat will start to move more towards Kansas City. So still a very favorable environment. But right now, the tornado warning still includes the east side of Bennington. Let me go over to John. There's a phone in the camera shot. Right side. Okay, that's Scud. You can see middle in the screen, there's Scud. So again, on the Salina tornado warning.
I'm trying to make sure I'm streaming. For some reason, yeah, I'm streaming, so, some reason I just lost all connection or something. I mean, I don't know what happened there.
What's on the right side of the screen?
Yeah.
If one of my mods is watching, or one of the Discord people, can somebody screenshot whenever you get a good lightning flash?
There we go. Now I'm pulling things back together. So should I go north here on this road, or should I go one more? It's already past this road, so
okay. Thank you for the clarification in the chat. There is a road sign on the middle right of your screen.
Next exit.
I hate nighttime storms. They're terrible. That is a sign on the middle right. That is not a tornado, just for those that are wondering. Man, if there was a time like that we had like a weird upside down like triangle,
okay, here we go,
planted randomly, that would be actually scary.
I'm trying to determine. I think I'm just gonna go north and just find country roads or whatever and track it, because not seeing an exit on the interstate.
Definitely a lot of scud hanging down from the storm, so it has potential.
We'll see what happens.
The Twilight Zone, honestly, it's kind of relatable. Looking at that. Alright, John is back on the road. We'll keep him bottom right of your screen. I do think this...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I do think this storm is attempting to cycle. We do have a brand new tornado warning now for Buckeye and Manchester in Kansas, just north of I-70. east of Bennington. This is for Ottawa and Dickinson counties. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Once again, the rotation is intensifying again. We have a little area of convergence just south of Highway 18. John McKinney, bottom right of your screen, is on this storm, and so we're going to continue to stay with him. And yeah, once again, this is a dangerous storm, not just for the potential tornado threat, but also it is producing very large hail and damaging winds. It's destructive hail. Upwards of tennis ball to baseball sized hail is falling out of this storm. That will crush a windshield, by the way. So if you're driving and you're along Highway 18, you might want to pull off. Might want to get out of there as the storm continues to move east. Long term, this will be moving towards Junction City, Manhattan, Ogun, as well as just south of Wakefield. That's kind of the general trajectory of it right now. We also have a supercell back over near Lyons, east of Great Bend. That is mainly going to be a wind and hail risk, but there is still a little bit of rotation on this near Chase, approaching the north side of Lyons. Genoso, Galt, Mitchell, Little River, Frederick are also in the path of it. And then after that, it'll be moving in the direction of Lindsborg and falling just south of Salina. Actually, this could be actually going more towards Salina, so we might have to watch this for the Salina area. It's going a little bit more northeast. Also, we just got a report of quarter-sized hail, according to a trained spotter in New Cambria, which is right on the south side of this hail core. Look at the rotation. It's coming together again. So we got some strong rotation again on Highway 18. It's going to be approaching Buckeye and Manchester. Let's go back to John McKinney.
I was kind of hoping that the interstate would give me...
This is his live shot right now on this storm.
To get on it.
We do have an area of convergence right now.
This person's turning. I'm going to stop right here and figure out a route. Yeah, I'm behind it. So...
Just gonna stay here for a second, see if we can see anything with the lightning flashes.
All right, let's try that.
Definitely still quite a bit of scud. Keep in mind, we didn't really have much scud on any of the storms we had in Oklahoma today, and those could have been tornadic pretty easily if we had surface-based storms. Just see all the scud everywhere. If you look in the middle there, you can see it. Maybe something on the left. That could also just be scud. Just scary looking clouds, essentially. It's that on the left. Yeah, that's scud as well.
See people driving north on it, right?
Definitely a lot of scud clouds on this. I mean, look at this supercell, though. Holy cow. It's an impressive storm on radar, for sure. A very impressive storm on radar. Approaching Manchester and Buckeye. You know any friends or family in this area, make sure that they're aware of it. Again, pretty significant storm right now, approaching your neck of the woods. This is a powerful supercell currently tracking to the east-northeast. Further down to the south, we still have a tornado warning for Lyons. Again, the rotation's been a little bit broader on this cell, but we're going to continue to keep a close eye on it. I'm going to go back to John.
About maybe 5 miles behind it, maybe? I don't know. Got a switch back here.
Just a little rain in Wichita. I think there was a report of small hail there earlier.
Looks like I got a tornado warning here.
There is scud over them. All over it.
Alright, he's starting to lose a little bit of connection. We'll go back to radar here. And he's on this tornadic supercell approaching Manchester and Buckeye. Latest radar scan still showing an area of convergence just southwest of Manchester. We'll be approaching the town of Buckeye here over the next few minutes. Long term, this is going to be heading in the direction of Junction City, Ogun, and Manhattan. So much more populated areas are in the eventual track of this, which is why this is more concerning. Population really increases once we get to Manhattan, but even Junction City has plenty of people. And so we're not just talking about a threat of a tornado. Again, we are still looking at very large hail, like baseball to potentially larger sized hail that's going to be moving in the direction of Westmoreland, Manhattan, Wamego, St. Mary's, all these different areas. So if you're out in front of this, anywhere that I just kind of outlined here, just make sure that you have your tornado action plan ready to go. If you've not already, I would protect your vehicle. Protecting these sort of loose line items, bring those inside. The winds could get strong. Trampoline should be hatched down, all that good stuff. Just make sure you're ready for the powerful supercell right now moving across central Kansas. Also, we do have a storm further to the north. This is near Belleville. This one actually has a little bit of rotation as well. So little mesocyclone there just north of Concordia moving towards Cuba. That'll eventually move in the direction of Washington. 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds and half-dollar sized hail is possible with this storm as it continues to move northeast. Otherwise, a lot of hail and wind out of that activity right now. Tornado risk is, again, much lower the further north you go because of the dew points being, more modest. So, let's go back to John again on this tornado warning cell.
Back side of this thing in order to...
So he's currently on the back end of the storm. He's just to the south of Manchester. The lightning's definitely been increasing. I mean, I've noticed that a lot. Like, you can see how many lightning flashes there are now.
What's that? Buckeye?
There's a lot of lightning flashes,
Buckeye,
which...
You definitely want to take shelter right now. The storm is packing some very serious stuff here, guys. Right now I'm on the back side of it, getting some strong RFD winds that just kind of pulling towards the storm.
Well, that's good to know. So he's feeling some RFD surge, which one of the ingredients for having a tornado. That is our rear flank downdraft.
On the ground. Radar is, I don't know, the radar I have is very scattered looking on the rotation, but it's...
I don't know who...
I don't know why it's so scattered.
I don't know who John is talking to. I don't know if there's another chaser in front of this. Still radar indicated for the record. I'm not sure who he's talking to. He did say on the ground, but I'm guessing that was probably talking to somebody else. Might have just been a question. Tornado warning for Ottawa and Dickinson County has been condensed. It now just includes the town of Buckeye and Manchester. Don't let the tornado warning polygon fool you, though, on the long term, because, again, this supercell is moving in the direction of Manhattan and Junction City. This is kind of like the general area of where it's currently tracking, but keep in mind it can move a bit more south and north, depending on, essentially, the warm frontal boundary. It's kind of just riding along it right now. So, assuming it continues to move east-northeast, it will probably still impact some of Manhattan, Kansas, if not all of it. Back over in Lyons, Kansas, we still do have a tornado warning. This rotation has been much broader over the last few minutes. It'll be approaching Marquette, west of Lindsborg, and going towards Fallen over the next few minutes. And as I say that, it actually got a little bit more intense on the latest scan. But still not strong enough to be a tornado, just enough there to be a tornado warned for sure. East of Wichita, we have a hailstorm happening north of Eureka. No tornado concerns with that. And then off to the west of Joplin in Fredonia, some large hail is possible out of that storm if it's able to intensify again. But for now, it's mostly just strong winds and a little bit of small hail. A little bit of rotation also north of Concordia, Kansas. And then we got a bunch of severe weather happening in Nebraska this evening. A bunch of large hail and damaging winds across central Nebraska. Even a storm heading in the beeline, essentially, towards Omaha with some large hail and damaging winds. So continue to stay weather aware, even back up in Nebraska. And as a reminder, the tornado watch in both Texas and as well as back over in Texas and Oklahoma has been canceled. So we no longer have a tornado watch there. There has been a report of a funnel cloud on this storm, by the way. So we do have a report of a funnel cloud on this storm. Again, John McKinney is closing in on it.
My option to go
Moments ago, though, funnel cloud was reported.
Right behind it. So are you almost to what is it, Bucky? Buckeye? Bucky?
I would say almost to Abilene to the south.
Almost to Abilene.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Oh, you're on the interstate.
Just a couple miles off.
All right, we'll go back to them in a second. But again, there has been a funnel cloud reported on this storm. It's going to be approaching Buckeye, just south of Manchester. Our tightest area of rotation is just on the south side of Manchester. This is what Buckeye looks like. I'm pretty sure it's probably just some farms. Let me get a map up on here. Buckeye, Kansas. Let's check it out. Okay, there's some places here. So if there is a tornado, which again, there's a funnel cloud reported, but if there's a tornado, it would be approaching the Buckeye Community Church of the Brethren, and also the Three Bullheads Equidine LP. There are a few buildings here. We actually have a few little maybe buildings that are in the track of that near Jeep Road in Buckeye. Also, the Wuthnow Heating and Air Building, the Zion Brethren in Christ Church, and Green Ridge Cemetery are going to be in the track of a potential tornado. Again, there has been a funnel cloud reported in the last couple of minutes. The town of Manchester has a few more homes and buildings. There are people that live in Manchester right over here. We got some big hail and wind coming right into Manchester right now. If we have a tornado, it actually could be on the south side of Manchester too. There's multiple different homes there. It's a little community in the northeast quadrant here of Manchester, right there. Let's go back over to John and just listen in as he's
getting close.
He's obviously on the tornado warning.
Tornado
that sound effect is.
Things going off again. The warning just went off, so we're back in the polygon. We're coming up from behind it. I know what I was going to do. I was going to see how far away I am from the rotation. So.
Oh man, the inflow is strong.
Inflow strong.
Yeah.
Let's see. I am.
5 miles south of that conflict.
I am about.
There's been a lot of lightning again. I pointed that out a few minutes ago, but there's been a lot more lightning than we had like 20 minutes ago, which can a lot of the time lead to. It's kind of like an indicator sometimes to an intensifying supercell, potentially tornado-wise too.
Whoa! Getting crazy winds here.
You can hear it.
Yes, so.
Listen to the RFD surge right where he is.
This is really bad winds right here.
Really intense. Yeah.
That would like hit him out of nowhere too. You could hear the car shake.
I can't go north yet.
I'm just gonna have to kind of crawl toward it. So it got some kind of an emergency vehicle up ahead.
Okay, so it's flying east on the interstate. Take the north option here and chat.
So once again, John McKinney, we're looking at the tornado warning northeast of Salina, which has had a reported funnel cloud recently. Big RFD surge just a moment ago.
Gradually gaining ground on this storm. I don't know how fast the storm. I haven't taken time to look at how fast this storm.
All right, he has no signal. We'll go back to him in a second. Again, powerful storm right now moving through the Manchester area and Buckeye. Again, if you're in Buckeye, you need to be in your safe place. Same thing with Manchester. Velocities are a little bit broader here, but I mean, again, it's a tough storm to look at because we have a lot of hail on this thing. Like, there's just hail everywhere, so there could be contamination easily. A lot more lightning, again, over the last several minutes, definitely indicating some intensification. And as, again, just a little heads up, we still have a tornado warning in effect north of Lyons in Kansas. Broad rotation. We'll be approaching Highway 4, moving towards Marquette and Fallon, eventually Salina. So just be ready for that. Very recently, we just had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Niles, Kansas. That is from a trained spotter. And even as of recently, 60-mile-per-hour winds in Bennington and quarter-sized hail reported in the area. So this storm is definitely producing some severe weather characteristics for sure as it continues to move towards Wakefield and Milford. Long-term, the supercell will move towards Manhattan as well as Westmoreland. Terrible polygon, but this is kind of like your general area of where this is heading right now. So be ready for the storm if you're back over near Manhattan or Westmoreland. Large to very large hail, damaging winds, and a possible tornado are the main concerns with this big supercell tracking across north central Kansas. Back to John. He has his connection back.
Firefighter or something.
Also, thank you, Christy, for the generous super chat. Appreciate that.
Forward.
And he's lost connection. All right. Back to him in a second. It is a very rural area, so it's not too surprising. Is this heading to Chicago? This storm is not currently tracking toward Chicago. But Chicago will see a little bit of severe weather tomorrow.
Might be a storm chaser ahead of me.
Definitely having some rough signal. Rural heading towards university. I'm talking about in the tornado warning. The tornado warning, I don't know what the population is, but I'm pretty sure it's low. Let me double check. It's about, the southern warning that we have is 1,400 people. And this one is currently about 800. So, I mean, like, generally speaking, this area is rural. But obviously, long-term Manhattan is not rural. And same thing with Westmoreland. Little random storm is fired back over east of Arkansas City. I'm not concerned about that right now, just something to watch. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Humboldt for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back over to the west of Manhattan. Again, this is our big storm. John McKinney is still having some connection issues, but he's on this storm. The rotation's been a little bit broader over the last few scans, but again, it could intensify again. It could easily recycle as it tracks to the east. Very large hail and damaging winds continue to be some of the main concerns out of this supercell, as it does continue to track to the east. Have that tornado action plan ready to go if you're in Junction City, Oregon, or Manhattan. And I don't really think Junction City is going to really see this, but it's still tracking a little bit more to the east. So hail is kind of cycling more that direction. This is kind of moving a little bit more towards Manhattan. I'd say Junction City is going to probably be okay from this storm, but we got the other storms behind it that could also become a little bit tornadic, mainly a wind threat, but maybe an isolated tornado out of that activity as that continues to move east. And the storm that was rotating near Belleville, that one's weakened, so not too concerned about that anymore. All right, back over to John. He's caught up to somebody here on the tornado warning. How's it going, Graceland? Thank you, Ozzy, for the super chat. I appreciate that. The audio's glitching out a little bit. I'm just going to turn it down for a second. The SBC convection discussion for tomorrow states that there could be a greater tornado threat in northern Illinois tomorrow under certain conditions. I think there is. I mentioned it like an hour ago. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they added a hatched area for tornadoes in like northern Illinois, mainly for late tomorrow morning. Alright, I'm just gonna put him bottom right for now. His audio's glitching out. But no, I do think there's a chance that we get a strong tornado threat late morning, early afternoon in those areas. As a reminder, if you have any questions about tomorrow, please watch my video today that was out this morning. It's not very different from, what I'm expecting tomorrow. But again, I'm going to try my best to have a video out tomorrow morning. I don't know if I'm going to, because like tomorrow we might be live by as early as like lunchtime, maybe even sooner than that. So I'm not entirely sure if we'll be able to get a video out tomorrow. But definitely recommend watching my video from this morning if you have questions about tomorrow. Again, the forecast hasn't changed much. The only thing that really changed was the SPC outlook. And then also there's like, I don't know if I really talked about it much, but really this area here could see an isolated strong tornado tomorrow morning into the afternoon. So, but I mean, if that does end up materializing, I think we'll be live. Quick update on Nebraska. We got some big storms right now north of Grand Island, mainly a wind threat with a little bit of large hail as well. Very low tornado risk in this area. So we're continuing to watch that closely. And also a severe storm going towards Fremont and Wahoo for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Do a quick little checkup on the tornado warning here. Rotations actually come together a little bit more over the last few minutes near Geneseo. They might extend this tornado warning towards Marquette, Fallen, and Lindsborg. So just stay weather aware. Long-term, that's heading in the direction of Salina. So Salina, you're in the track of that. This tornado warning does end in 3 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I can't believe the timing. It's terrible. We now have a new tornado warning for Wakefield and Milford. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. I'm not. This is not like set up, guys. It's not staged. I don't know how this keeps happening. It happened so many times last year too. Let's go to Freddie McKinney. I think he's actually driving into it now. So this is Freddie McKinney. And I can't do anything about his audio kind of being pixelated and stuff, but he is currently inside of this tornado warning. It looks like it's organizing again. Glitchy, but he's on the west side right now of that kind of hook that we have on radar. Rotation's mainly rain wrapped right now. It's going to be approaching Milford. Milford Lake is also in the track of this. If we do have it, again, we had a funnel cloud report not long ago. It was about 10-15 minutes ago probably. But if this does have a tornado at any point, it will be approaching the Zion Church, Pause Inn and Groom Board, the Good Hope Cemetery, and then it gets a little bit more populated once we approach Milton or Milford Lake. There are a couple of campgrounds in the area, so if you're at one of these campgrounds, you need to get to a ditch, or you've got to get out of here. Well, I don't know. You just got to get to a sturdy building, or get to a ditch at this point. If you're in a campground, we got the West Rolling Hill Campground. We got the Corpse Engineers campgrounds in Curtis, Towley Beach as well. Rolling Hills Public Use Area is also in the path of this. Thunderbird Marina and RV Resort. You need to get to a sturdy structure if you are in Milford, or get into a ditch. East Rolling Hills Park also in the path of this. Then the Milford Nature Center and also the golf course will be in the track of this. We got a lot of campgrounds on the east side of the lake too. So please get to a sturdy structure if you're in any of those areas. Also, the Miller Mobile Home Park is in the path of this. We got a lot of RV and mobile home parks in this area. And then you also got the Flagstop Resort and RV Park in Milford. Right there. And a bunch of campgrounds. I mean, this is an area that is more of like I wouldn't call it like a tourist attraction, but it's kind of a tourist attraction here west of Manhattan. Like a vacation area. All right, let's go back to John. Again, he's on this tornado warning. Looking middle screen for anything. I don't know why the audio is so buggy. I'm just going to mute him for now. But again, John McKinney is on this storm. Gonna keep it muted. Yeah, if you're wearing headphones, I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep it muted just because it's really staticky. Sounds good, Joey. I'll check it out. One thing I'm noticing right now is the lightning has really subsided quite a bit on this storm. I mean, there was a ton of lightning like 10-15 minutes ago. It's all of a sudden like there's almost like no lightning all of a sudden. There's basically no lightning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be southwest of Salina, approaching Fallon, west of Lindsborg, south of Canopolis, If you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We got quite the mesocyclone on this storm right now over Genoso. It's going to be approaching Langley, Marquette, and then eventually Fallon, and Smolin's also in the path of this. That rotation's intensifying a lot, though. That's quite the rotation. Very strong mesocyclone on this. Convergent area is right over Genoso, and it's going to be approaching Langley over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Fallon, Brookville, all of you guys are on the track of this. Long term, it's going towards Salina. So if you're up in Salina, Kansas, you're not done with severe weather quite yet. The storm will probably just stay to your south, but it's not certain because it is moving northeast right now. So we need to definitely take this seriously. Looks like John is now driving through an RFD surge again.
Yeah, I'm right on the very south.
John is driving now through a surge of wind on the tornado warning near Buckeye and Milford. See the wind picking up. Connection's going out again. But the wind's definitely picking up on that cell where he's at. He's kind of in the hook now. Let's go back to him.
Just gotta keep going.
Sounds like the audio's fixed itself. Thank you, Fuzzy, for the super chat. 1st Infantry Division is at Fort Riley in Junction City. Lots of Army folks out around there. The storm should hopefully just stay off to the north of Junction City. That's, again, the hope.
Well, I realize the stream is doing some cutting.
Again, this is John, who's on the back side of this tornado warning.
Definitely tornado warned. What's behind? Are you still there, Mike? Hey, Mike. There's 2 tornado warnings to our south and behind us. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Makes you wonder if I should go to Salina.
I'm gonna take a peek at them and see what they look like.
If you're guys tuning in, this is John McKinney on the tornado warning going in the direction of Manhattan, Kansas. Currently includes Wakefield and Milford, which are populated areas, lots of mobile home parks, in addition to a bunch of campgrounds. And if you are in this pink polygon and you are in one of those campgrounds or RV parks or in a mobile home, you need to go to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. It's not safe to be in those places when we have really significant damaging winds, very large hail, in addition to potentially a tornado wrapped in the rain. Again, we don't see anything on radar that would definitely confirm a tornado here, but the winds are very strong. We've already seen that. And again, this storm could cycle. We definitely could get a tornado out of it. The storm that's back over southwest of Salina really has my attention. I mean, the velocities on this thing have really come together. And so I'm definitely a bit more concerned about this storm moving towards Salina. Definitely have a mesocyclone on this, and it's in a very favorable environment. Again, the tornado parameter values are still very high. And yeah, again, it's just a dangerous storm that's moving in the direction of Salina. Going to try to go back to John McKinney here, but his audio looks like he's cutting out a little bit. I'll wait for him to get better connection there. By the way, this storm here has been upgraded to golf ball sized hail, so this tornado warning cell moving towards Salina, golf ball sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds in addition to a potential tornado are going to be possible as that moves towards Salina in Kansas. Thank you, Cassie. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you for everything you do. My mom and I enjoy your streams. Living in the Northwest Arkansas area, the weather can get scary at times. It can definitely get scary. Really anywhere in the, basically anywhere in Tornado Alley, I feel like there's always a scary day or two or multiple days that are just scary every single year. Dumb question, is he related to Freddie McKinney? This is his dad. It's not a dumb question, by the way, but yeah, this is, if you guys know who Freddie McKinney is, John McKinney is his dad.
I'm in Junction City.
I think there's actually something maybe out my window here. I gotta.
John thinks he sees something.
Right across the road there. Look like.
It's the first time he's really said he thinks he sees something, so.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw something crazy out my window. So let me pull up here. Let's just pull over right here. Just get on the brakes right here.
Kylan, I do think this storm is on track to hit Manhattan. I think Manhattan is going to see a little bit of wind and hail potential here. It's not a guarantee, but it's basically on track for Manhattan. You'll at least get some sort of gusty winds out of this storm. There's a low chance that this storm does beeline it towards Manhattan with a potential tornado, though. This is, again, John McKinney. He's on this supercell. It's nighttime. Again, I can't really do much about that. It's going to be hard to see anything, but we have some lightning, so that'll help try to amplify some lighting to see if we can see anything on this. We can't confirm anything via radar. The velocities have been pretty broad for the last several minutes, but it's possible that there could still be a tornado in here. Maybe a
coming from right to left, I think.
Maybe something. The RFD surge was pretty strong a few minutes ago too.
Just saw a patrol car.
A little bit of connection issues, so we'll go back to them in a second. The storm's approaching Milford in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and you got to get to your safe place again if you're in Milford. Big hail course still continuing. We got some large hail on this. It's not as large as earlier. Notice that our CC signature, which is something that can basically depict things that are falling out of the sky that are not necessarily rain. We barely have any sort of, hail core at this point. There's really not much popping up here that's different from being rain. You can see like 5-10 minutes ago, we had a huge scatter spike here, but now it's just gone. So the hail core is not as bad, but we are still talking about some substantial winds and perhaps a tornado embedded in this storm. I'm more concerned, honestly, about the storm southwest of Salina, but this is the one southwest of Salina, bottom right of your screen. Bit more of a mezzo there. But let's see if John has anything. He just stopped.
All right, gonna jump out of the vehicle, give you guys a look, give myself a look, because
McPherson, Kansas could see some severe weather, Brent.
This part right here.
But it'll probably be a little bit of a lower risk. So mainly a wind risk there. All right, John McKinney's now out of his car. We got to feel inside the storm essentially with the wind blowing against the camera.
So the tornado warned storm is to our north. Got winds out of the south right here. Blasting north. Just feeding this storm. Alright, let's go up here and keep going. You guys.
I'm just gonna give you guys a kind of a little long-term trajectory of this storm. I'll give you one for both of these tornadic supercells. So the one that's going towards Manhattan, this is kind of your general trajectory. It's gonna be this right here. This is kind of like the general area over the next hour and a half, 2 hours that this thing's going. I've outlined the entire town of Manhattan just in case it takes a weird turn. It's right along the warm frontal boundary, so you never know. It will long-term go towards Atchison, but by the time it gets to Atchison, it'll probably become a much more disorganized storm. I don't think it'll be as tornadic, but we're definitely going to have to continue to keep a close eye on this. The southwest of Salina storm, this one's kind of going more in this direction. So it's more going in the direction of Salina, and we'll go probably towards Abilene and Junction City in the long term. We'll have to see how fast, though, this becomes more of a line of storms, because by the time it becomes a line, we're talking mainly about wind with some embedded tornadoes. So the threat of severe weather would be a little bit different. I'm going to go back to John to see if he sees anything. The lightning, again, is really downtreaded on this storm.
You can see my location down here underneath.
He's in a pretty darn good spot if there were a tornado here.
Slightly passing the storm. There's the velocities, reflectivity there. And now I'm going to decide, there's also, behind us, there is a tornado warned storm directly behind us.
Where's El Dorado, Kansas?
Storm or two.
El Dorado, Kansas. Yeah, it's way back down there. All right. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska for the St. Paul and Fullerton areas north of Central City. That is going to be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That's the one back here. Sorry, that's quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. All right, let's go back to John.
In front of it.
The Supercell is going to be moving right over Lake Milford over the next few minutes near Wakefield. John McKinney again on the south side of the hook.
It's going to drop a tornado.
Rotation's been broader on radar, but it is still something that could produce maybe a brief tornado or maybe even something long-term if it's able to organize.
So when you dive north...
Just want to give a quick update on the one southwest of Salina, too. Mesocyclone, again, is still pretty strong. We have a good amount of rotation still approaching the north side of Langley. And in about 25-30 minutes, it's going to be right in the town of Salina. So if you're in Salina, make sure your tornado action plan is ready to go. If you have any, family members that are sleeping, just make sure that they're, maybe not awake right now, but just make sure they're ready to get awake here soon. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, a large one just to the west of Manhattan. This is going to be for golf ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. One thing I am noticing with this supercell that's west of Manhattan is that there is an outflow boundary right here, so that might kind of limit the tornado risk just a little bit. But we'll have to wait and see. Sometimes it varies with storms.
I do plan on stopping up here in a minute. Try to figure this out a little bit better.
Go back to him in a second. By the way, if you're in North Texas, this is a pretty good indication of what we are going to be seeing tonight into tomorrow morning. I know a lot of you are probably watching from North Texas, or maybe some of you are. There will be some storms again overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning. The main concern being damaging winds and hail, but there is a low-end tornado risk. So Gainesville, Paris, Dallas, Fort Worth, Graham, Cisco, kind of in the track of that. We are expecting some storms again overnight tonight to fire back over in Oklahoma and Texas. It's not going to be the same, in terms of our risk that we could have had. We could have had some strong tornadoes. We didn't end up having that. Instead, this is going to be more in your variety of like a line of storms forming along a cold frontal boundary. So, for example, this is what it could look like. Right around 3 to 4 in the morning, storms will fire off here in Oklahoma and Texas. Mainly large hail and damaging winds, a very low-end tornado risk, and that eventually will move into Arkansas and as well as Missouri. I do want to point out that, again, there is a potential, even late tomorrow morning into the early afternoon, maybe an isolated tornado or two in eastern Missouri, perhaps back over near St. Louis. The Midwest is a little bit more conditional. We're going to have to wait and see how that plays out tomorrow morning in the late morning, early afternoon. But don't forget, we do have a large moderate risk of severe weather in place tomorrow across the Mississippi River Valley. We are going to be live a lot of tomorrow, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. It's a moderate risk right now for southern Indiana, southern Illinois, right along the Mississippi River Valley, where strong long-track tornadoes are possible. And we also have an enhanced risk from Michigan back into Texas, where very large hail and significant damaging winds are a possibility. So be ready. It's going to be a pretty active time frame here. All right, we're going back to John McKinney, who's on the storm again near Milton. This is his current look at the storm. Again, we don't have like any lightning right now, so it's very hard to see what we have in here. But if there is one lightning strike, we might see something.
Shut off on it. Let's
But
see.
the velocities on radar, again, have been broader here over the last few minutes. I think this is more outflow driven, so we probably don't have as much of a tornado risk right now, but still keeping an eye on it.
Alright, so this is where we're at.
I honestly don't know if we're going to get another lightning strike on it. You can see all the lightning in the area that's been over the last, like, 20 minutes, but there hasn't been anything in the last, like, 5 minutes. We still have some pretty strong rotation. This is over the Canopolis Reservoir, approaching Fallon, Smolin, and just north of Marquette. Going in the direction of Salina right now. This is not far from producing a tornado, if it isn't already. This is our upper level rotation on the storm southwest of Salina, too. Look at this thing. Very strong velocities, just south of Brookville. Definitely be ready to go to your safe place if you are in downtown Salina or anywhere in that area. Storm is definitely looking concerning. That's what it looks like right now, just outside of Salina. You got frequent flashes of lightning in the area. Got a little bit of lightning, though. That rotation's pretty strong. We might have a tornado here. Rotation is pretty strong right now along Highway 141. We just got a flash of lightning on John's stream. Okay, he's getting the RFD surge again. Whoa! It's on the northern tornado warning. Getting smacked by wind. He's getting back in his car. I don't blame him. Jeez. Look at the dust going right across the road too. That's from the dirt road.
Strong. Like I was saying, I mean, it's blowing.
I really expect to go back to John and have him getting hit by wind. Like a wind tunnel. It's a full-blown wind tunnel right now.
Flow into this beast. I think this is our storm, so let's
RFD surge. It is rear flank downdraft.
Hello.
You said it might have been inflow, which it actually could have been since he's on the southeast side of the storm.
Spotter network here. We just noticed a tornado warning near your area. We just wanted to check in on you and see what you're seeing.
Well, not seeing a whole lot at the moment. I mean, seeing stuff, but I'm not close enough to see anything.
What's up? Cheese curd here. What's up? Here's the latest radar scan on the tornado warning cell southwest of Salina. Latest scan, still strong rotation right now, approaching Fallon. See what's here. This will be approaching the Coronado Heights Castle. So apparently there's a castle in this tornado warning. It's the Coronado Heights Castle, the White Cross Hill, Camps Phillips Water Tower, Anderson Family Cemetery. Salina Speedway is also in the path of this. There's actually there's a Salina Speedway, which is like a race track. It looks like a horse track. I guess they do horse racing or something at that place. That is currently in the path of this. And obviously Salina, a very populated city here in central Kansas. I was about to say Kentucky for some reason, but Kansas. This is once again a live shot right now from the interstate I-135 near Sentinel Road, mile marker 91. Again, a lot of lightning with this storm. I mean, lightning is a big thing. Definitely need lightning. Got a lot of lightning on this thing. I gotta change Hunter Hurley to John. Where's John? All right. I'll have another radar scan here in just a moment. This is the latest one. Still strong rotation. East now of the Canopolis Reservoir, approaching Fallon and Smolin. We'll probably end up getting a tornado warning for Salina here. It'll probably still be another 10 to 15 minutes until they issue it, but be ready to go to your safe place if you're in Salina. The tornado warning that's west of Manhattan has become extremely messy, but this supercell still looks like a beast. It does look like it's become a little bit more elevated. We're still talking about a considerable threat for damage north of Manhattan, with damaging winds around 70 miles per hour and golf ball sized hail being a possibility as that continues to move northeast. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for Clay, Ottawa, and Dickinson counties for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I believe that's the Salina storm. Oh, sorry, guys. Supposed to be a tornado warning. Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a member. This is our latest warning. So near Bennington, north of I-70, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail is possible inside of this warning. All right, let's go ahead and get our first update of the evening from John regarding some of our damage and stuff. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so it looks like down in Nebraska and Farwell, we have reports of quarter-size hail. Then moving up to Kansas in Chanute, we have reports of penny-sized hail occurring. Now, we are seeing some reports of wind damage coming in as well. So in Grand Island, Nebraska, a utility company is reporting of strong winds. Looks to be a few broken power poles down, shed damage in the area, and quote-unquote a possible strong gust tornado, quote-unquote, from the storm report. Then another one in Chickasha County in Mississippi, we have a large tree down. Looks like this was a delayed port. Lastly, another thing that is kind of developing, I've been looking into this. It looks like as of 4:45 p.m. Mountain Time in Idaho, there was report of a potential weak tornado that occurred, but it looks like that it was in a field and very brief. A satellite or aerial review does show potential damage from a EFU, which would be a EF unknown. I'm not certain that they're going to survey the damage or not at this time, but no damage reported, no injuries whatsoever, just a random spin up.
Alrighty, well, thank you for the information report. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I didn't even know about that. I'm actually kind of surprised. Apparently, we might have had a tornado earlier in Idaho, which is very interesting. We might have actually had one in California too earlier. There was a 2% tornado risk in place back over in Central California, so good information there. Latest radar. Back over to the north, the tornado warning west of Manhattan, that one has been canceled. So they've gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning, but we're still talking about a lot of hail and wind with that, just to the north and west of Manhattan. And then just southwest of Salina, we still have an area of rotation going to be approaching Smolin over the next few minutes. So again, Salina is in the path of this. Be ready to go to your safe place if you are in Salina, as we definitely have a concerning storm here moving to the northeast. I'm eating a snack. Let's go to John for a second.
Coming into Johnson City.
There you go.
And I think... So you're going north on 77?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think I'm just going to punch in Manhattan and just play the long game on this one.
Somebody just said in the chat there was a bunch of storms in Central Florida. It's actually kind of surprising.
Roundabout, coming into Junction City right now. Alright, I'm going to punch in Manhattan. Yep. Whoa, I'm going to turn you down. Man,
Max, that isn't food? What are you talking about? Look, this is some good food.
20 gifted.
You guys see this? The wrap, I'm getting ice cream on my fingers. It's like a honeycomb ice cream sandwich.
Miss Melanie.
It's pretty good. I highly recommend.
Melanie, thank you. Welcome in.
I'm not eating flies, bro.
Welcome to Storm Champion, you new champions.
I'm almost done, then we'll go back to radar.
Power modes. That means I got to...
This ice cream is like melting in my fingers.
had to pull over here.
Is this guy new to chasing? I'm not sure how much experience John has. He's been chasing for years. I know that. I just don't know how long. I don't know when he started. This is a live look right now on I-135. We got a bunch of lightning right now on the horizon. Okay, we have a new report coming in. Let's go ahead and go to John. He has some... Oh, shoot. I almost dropped my water. John has some new reports on some other stuff here in Kansas. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so it looks like actually for our cell north of Salina, Kansas, it looks like a secondary report of a funnel northwest of Milford Lake Dam was reported. Not certain if that is still valid as this was 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's not valid anymore, but yeah, that was a report. Go ahead. Do you have anything else?
Also, these storms are also producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. This has been verified from spotters on the ground.
Apparently I'm muted. Nice. Good times. I don't know if this was even caught, but I was saying that back over north of Salina, there was at least one funnel report and perhaps another one north of Abilene. So we had two different ones. But yeah, just a little update on the tornado warning southwest of Salina. The rotation is a little bit broader over the latest scan. We still have an area of convergence, but it's not nearly as strong as before. It will be approaching I-135 in about 15 to 20 minutes and also the south side of Salina. I'm a rookie streamer, guys. I've never done this before. My bad. I've never done muting and unmuting before. I thought I was deaf for a second. No, it's just me. Don't worry.
This is an urgent
Okay.
alert.
Whoa.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a PDS tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado heading towards Salina. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is heading towards Salina. According to the warning, I did not expect this, but this is a confirmed tornado located 8 miles southwest of Brookville. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, it's going to be moving towards Salina. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. It is a damaging tornado. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Going towards Salina. This is going to be approaching Smolin over the next few minutes, and this tornado currently is going to be hitting the Unity Hollow, Indian Creek, Mission Hill Cemetery near Fallen Cemetery. It's also near the White Cross Hill, and it's going to probably be hitting the Camp Phillips Water Tower. And then in the town of Smolin, there's an all-in screen print building and the Smolin House of Prayer. And then after that, it's approaching a much more populated area near Salina, which includes the Salina Speedway, the C&W Ranch Bed and Breakfast, and then the Saline County Road and Bridge Building, and then it will eventually approach the southwest side of town. If this is still on the ground, it will be approaching the Salina Regional Airport just west of I-135. So, again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you're in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm heading towards Salina. If you know any friends or family in Salina, make sure they're aware of this. And again, feel free to share the stream with them too, if you have any friends or family in the path of this. This is pretty surprising, I'm not gonna lie. In Salina right now, no sirens. Well, Salina's not in the tornado warning, so you're not technically in the warning, but you will. I mean, almost undoubtedly there will be a tornado warning there here in a few moments, especially if they're going to the PDS level here. Which again, PDS means particularly dangerous situation. This is reportedly a large and extremely dangerous tornado approaching Smolin and north of Fallen. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. The radar doesn't really show much. I'm kind of surprised, but maybe it's like right here, approaching Fallen. We don't have any debris signature or anything like that. Granted, we have no close by radar sites, so it's gonna be hard to see anything anyway. But this is definitely a dangerous storm. I mean, it's been rotating for a while. Just a little update. North of Manhattan, we still have a very significant storm. Rotation is actually trying to ramp up again. Just west of Manhattan, we got a little area of rotation developing. So we need to watch that closely. I know it's very messy, but that'll be moving in the direction of the north side of Manhattan, going towards Rocky Ford and some more lakes there that have campgrounds and mobile home parks and RV parks. So stay weather aware. Big hailstorm, windstorm, and in addition to that, we also got a couplet that is attempting to form. Maybe it weakened. It's still there. Little couplet there east of Wakefield. It'll be moving toward the north side of Manhattan here soon. Here's that tornado report. That was at 9:53. There's at least one. So about 10 minutes ago, there was a reported tornado just off to the west side of town. That was, again, just south of Brookville and south of Terracotta. This is still a PDS tornado warning, again, just issued moments ago. If there's still a tornado, it's going to be over the northwest side of Fallen. There are some cameras in this area as well. Not like in the warning, but there's one coming up. This is one shot looking on Sentinel Road, looking northwest. Still got frequent lightning. You can't really even see it. Let's pull it up on this screen, but there's still frequent lightning right now happening on this supercell. It's gonna be hard to see anything though, I think. Until we actually, if we have something in Salina, it'll be easier to see. Thank you, Lauren, for becoming a member. This isn't PDS? Is it not PDS? It says it on my end that it's PDS. Yeah, this is PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. I had to double check. The warning in the... I don't think it actually says it in like the... Let me double check. Does it say it in the warning? It doesn't say like part... It does say the tornado damage threat is considerable. That's all you need for it to be technically classified as a tornado. A PDS tornado. Whenever you get a considerable damage threat, that's when it's technically classified as particularly dangerous situation. Again, we are in Kansas right now. This reportedly large and extremely dangerous tornado will be approaching Salina over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Over the last several scans, we've been seeing a noticeable downtrend in terms of our strong rotation. It's become a lot larger and broader of an area of circulation that's approaching the south side of Salina. This tornado apparently is about to pass a METAR station, which basically means we might get some sort of observations. We gotta see where that METAR... Oh, that's the airport, isn't it? So right here, if there is a tornado, it would go basically right by the airport on the southwest side of Salina. where it's currently tracking towards. The I think it was a Salina Regional Airport is right there. So this is going to be coming up on an airport. But again, I don't really see much on radar that would confirm this. The only confirmation that we had was about 15 minutes ago over in Ellsworth. It was in Ellsworth County, which is where we're the other county over, about 8 miles southwest of Brookhaven. There's apparently a camera near the airport. This is a camera that's near the airport. So this is just off to the east of the airport, so we might see something coming in. You can just see all the frequent lightning flashes, so it's a highly electrified storm here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, they have issued a new tornado warning. That's going to include the town, or city really, of Salina. Yeah, Salina. This is going to be for Saline County. It'll pop up here in a second, but if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. In a much more populated area here, New Cambria is also in the track of this. Interstate 70 is also nearby. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is tracking into a very populated area. Again, there was a report of a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And we might get, even if it's not on the ground anymore, we might get a new one. The rotation is going to be approaching Smolin and moving right over I-135. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. This is the latest radar scan. Again, our rotation is now right over the town of Smolin. It is going to be approaching the Salina Airport in the next, 5 minutes. The Salina Regional Airport, you are right in the track of this. Hopefully there aren't any, planes flying out or anything like that right now. But you are in the direct path right now. If there's a tornado, you'd be basically in the direct path. Coming up as well, the Hilton Garden Inn in Salina is in the path of this. Sam's Club as well on the south side of town. The AMC Classic in Salina is also in the path. Got a Lowe's, Long MacArthur Ford, and there's also the Salina High School. Salina South High School that's in the path of this. And the Hong Kong Buffet is also over in this area, and Chick-fil-A. Bennington State Bank, PF Gym. That's kind of like the general area where this would be going. Now, again, tornadoes can change directions. It can go further north, can go further east, further south. General trajectory, though, right now is just to the south side of the town, but you want to be in your safe place if you're anywhere in Salina, because, again, tornadoes can change directions on a dime. There's a lot of people that live here. Hickory Hut, Barbecue, Russell's Restaurant, and the Cozy Inn are also in this area. An area of rotation right now over Smolin, approaching Interstate 135. The PDS tornado warning does go for 19 more minutes. If I had to guess, they're probably going to either update it so it's not PDS anymore, or it'll just be, canceled after the storm moves into the Salina area. Rotation again approaching the Salina Regional Airport right now. Is once again a look right now at this storm on one of the traffic cameras on I-135 near Sentinel Road, mile marker 91, and just south of Salina. You got frequent lightning currently out on the horizon. Never know, might see something on this. There's just a lot of lightning. It's a highly electrified storm. I mean, there's basically a flash of lightning every second or two. It is organizing again. Got a little hook right over Smolin. There are cameras in Salina. We're just going to keep pulling them up periodically. I don't have them on my software that I can just flip everything out. Actually, maybe I can. Let me check. We're going to try some crazy stuff here. Hayden, is there a link that I can use for that camera? I think there is. Try this. There we go. Okay. We got bottom right. We're going to put that there. A more consistent shot. Rotation has intensified a little bit over the last couple of minutes. We got a little bit more of a hook echo. We got a hail core actually moving right into downtown Salina, approaching I-135. This tornado warning does include a lot of people still. About 51,000 people are included in this tornado warning right now. Again, we do not think there is a tornado right now on the ground. Just the PDS tornado warning is still in place. Just in case we're going to leave it on. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning update. We still have golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds on the storm north of Manhattan. This is a significant storm right now, just north of Manhattan. A lot of wind and hail. Manhattan and the Ogun and Oak Junction City areas are kind of getting lucky right now that we don't have that storm right over top of you. It's kind of hitting the rural areas right now. Oh, I see what you're talking about. And I can't do anything about that. It's just going to be like that. Alright, let's go back to Salina. This is from the other radar site. This is the one further east. And notice how the velocities, like, you know, this is like 10-15 minutes ago. It wasn't really even that tight. And you can kind of see, like, the latest scans. It's a broader area of circulation right now. At least from that radar site. If we go to the one that's a little bit closer, there is at least still some circulation. It has organized a little bit more, I think, over the last couple of minutes. Again, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore. Even though we still have a PDS tornado warning ongoing, I'm going to change it back to just a normal tornado warning. Because it's moved out of the PDS tornado warning. I'm guessing they're just going to cancel it. I'm pretty confident we don't have a large tornado right now, but obviously stay in your safe place if you're in the Salina area, because there could be one at any time. New Cambria is also in the track of this, going towards I-70. You are in the path of a potential tornado. This is going to go right over the airport, by the way. It's going right over a METAR station. So we might get some interesting... Might get some sort of interesting data here in the next few minutes, but there's literally an airport right in the southwest side of Salina with... Let's see. The CC drop is all contamination from what I'm seeing. Unless this is old. This looks like hail over the north side of Salina. CC is correlation coefficient. The radar site that's back over near Manhattan, that one is starting to show more of an area of convergence now, approaching the west side of town. It's right over the regional airport. We don't have a tornado right now, but we could at any time. We about to cross over Interstate 135. The AMC Classic in Salina is in the path of this, and as well as the Kansas State University, the aerospace program there. That's right over where the strongest rotation is. The strongest rotation is now right over the west and northwest side of town. So this is taking a little bit of a turn to the left. It's going to be approaching the Cozy Inn, Hickory Hut Barbecue, Russell's Restaurant, Dillon's, which is a grocery store, Atwood's, Arby's, right along Broadway Boulevard. We also got the Emergency Aid Food Bank, Ace Home Center, Quick Star, Rooster's Tavern. There's a potential tornado threat heading towards your area. There is a report of a tornado on this storm as of 4 minutes ago. Spotters are reporting a tornado just north of Smolin on the southwest side of Salina. So it sounds like we do have a tornado in progress, or at least a report of one from the National Weather Service of Wichita. So this is a confirmed tornado via that report as of about 4 or 5 minutes ago. So it sounds like we do have a tornado heading into town. If it is still on the ground, it will be approaching right now I-135. And then after that, it'll be moving into again, a very populated area. It really does not get much more populated than what we're looking at right here, other than like a big city. But this tornado is moving towards a lot of people. It's going to be approaching also the Kenwood Cove Aquatic Park, the Homewood Suites by Hilton in the downtown area of Salina. Also got some golf clubs and...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is now officially a confirmed tornado. So once again, we are now up to an observed tornado here for those in Salina. Confirmed tornado right now moving into downtown Salina. You need to be in your storm shelter. Basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm right now that is moving into Salina. They'll also be approaching New Cambria and also I-70 in about 20 minutes or so. If you have any friends or family here, please make sure they're aware of this. It's a little past 10 o'clock, so there might be some people sleeping. Keep in mind that about 20 minutes ago or so, there was a PDS tornado warning on this, so... It might have a history of producing strong tornadoes. The latest radar scan is showing a very tight couplet right over the west side of town. And so our tornado would be right over, like, here. It would be right near the Hickory barbecue, I'm pretty sure. The tornado is confirmed moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour, again, by weather spotters. The tornado would be right over that Hickory barbecue. It's also approaching the Homewood Suites by Hilton. The Salina Regional Health Center is also in the path of this. Dillon's. The Kenwood Cove Aquatic Park. Bill Burke Sports Complex. Lakewood Park. A lot of different homes, too, and businesses on the north side here of town that are currently in the path of a tornado. Obviously, if you've not heard your location area and you are inside of this tornado warning, you should still be in your safe place. I'm just giving some call outs for the general area of where this tornado may be, which that could be the tornado there. We're seeing at least some level of a debris signature. Either that's debris or that is hail. They have confirmed it. Again, there was a train spotter confirming a tornado here near I-135. It's now in downtown Salina, assuming that this is on the ground still. This is our second different tornado This has been confirmed. This is inside the tornado warning on the can drive camera. Or this is just on the, I think, yeah, this is inside the tornado warning right now. Not sure if we can see anything. This is on the I-135 stretch near Sentinel Road, mile marker 91. It's looking northwest. We are seeing a lot of flashes, but I'm thinking that's lightning. Back to the 3-cam view. Keep that bottom right. This is the, wow, this is the latest velocity scan. This is still uptrending. I mean, there could be a potentially, you know, strong tornado on the north side of Salina if this thing is fully coming together. It's approaching New Cambria. There is a CC signature right over Salina, but it's hard to tell because it's a low reflectivity area, so it's not necessarily, it can't fully be confirmed as a tornado here, like this right here, but there might be one in this area. The velocities, again, are very strong right now, just over the south side of I-70. Just went through the north side of town, and it's going to be approaching New Cambria now. So it'll be going basically right up East Old Highway 40. If there's a tornado, it's currently hitting the Shrevers Sweethearts, Landscape Consultants as well, and it will be approaching Leah's Pa Spa. And then up in New Cambria, we got a Farmer's Direct, we got a bar, and there's also a church there that are in the general path of a potentially strong tornado moving east-northeast. This has been confirmed once again by storm spotters and also via the National Weather Service, after having a relayed report there. This is once again inside the tornado warning. It's just a little further south of where this tornado would be. And the velocities have continued to uptick. The rotation's even a little bit stronger on the latest scan. This is the latest scan. Oh, sorry, we're not on PDS. But this is the latest scan here. Velocities are very tight, approaching New Cambria. This is also on track for Solomon. So Solomon's in the path of this. It's going to be tracking right up I-70. The visibility has dropped a ton on this camera, and there's still a lot of lightning. Still a few cars on the roadway, too. Skycam showed multiple power flashes. I don't know if we have access to that, but apparently there's a camera that's been showing multiple power flashes. And what we're looking at right now looks like lightning. Power flashes are usually a little bit longer. I need to check the I-70 cameras. That's what I'm trying to find. So there might be I-70 cameras. Yeah, there's a camera coming up in Solomon. Keeping an eye on that. If you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado currently that is approaching New Cambria.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, well, they have issued a new tornado warning that's for Ottawa and Dickinson counties in Kansas. It is a, once again, observed tornado that is going to be heading towards Abilene Enterprise. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So going towards Abilene Enterprise, just west of Chapman. Also, Manchester is in the track of this. Again, our tornado currently is over near New Cambria. It is approaching the town of New Cambria with the Farmers Direct Foods Horizon Pest Solutions, and a church and a bar that are in this warning. And then it's also right next to I-70. So if you're traveling along I-70, you might want to, avoid this storm if you can, as it is currently producing the threat for not just a tornado, but also ping pong ball sized hail. And some high winds are likely with this as it continues to move to the east, northeast over the next several minutes. And that tornado right now is approaching New Cambria. Our next camera in line would be Solomon, by the way. So that's our next, potential view on the CAN Drive traffic cameras. Not related to today, but tomorrow, the latest NATOcast outlook just came out, and looks like we're going to have a long day tomorrow. Pretty good chance we'll have a tornado outbreak along the Mississippi River Valley. If you're just tuning in, this is again a confirmed tornado right now that is heading towards right along I-70. We'll be heading in the direction of New Cambria. It's right over New Cambria right now. It's going to be heading towards Abilene and Solomon. Be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you have any friends or family in this area, please make sure that they're aware of this. This is a dangerous situation currently that is unfolding. We've had a tornado on the ground, potentially for as long as 15 to 20 minutes. We don't have great radar coverage, so it's very hard to tell from this angle. Putting Solomon up on here. Should be coming up. I'm not seeing a clear debris signature. Again, okay, so they have downgraded the tornado warning. It is no longer confirmed. It is back to radar indicated. I was about to say, the rotation did look at least somewhat broader here on the radar. So it's at least a little bit broader. There is a, you can see a CC drop here, but that's not a debris signature. That right there is just clear air contamination. But our rotation has become a little bit broader over the last few minutes over New Cambria. It will be traveling right along I-70. If you're back over near Abilene, continue to be in your safe place. The warning out in front of this is still technically a confirmed tornado warning, but again, I think they'll probably downgrade that. The rotation was really strong over the north side of Salina, though. Let's hope that there is not much tornado damage here. According to trained weather spotters, we've had a confirmed tornado with this a couple different times now. Quick little update on our other storms. We actually have some severe weather happening still back over south of Kansas City. These are some of the storms that developed way earlier today. Got a little large hailstorm damaging winds heading towards Appleton and Clinton in Missouri. That's well to the north of Joplin. And then across Oklahoma, again, nothing right now, but we are expecting storms to initiate again in probably about 2 to 3 hours. Those will be near the cold front, mainly with wind and hail, but there is still a low-end tornado risk. And we do have a training area of thunderstorms right along Highway 56. This is not going to just lead to severe weather, but we also have a threat for flooding with these storms training from southwest to northeast. So if you're anywhere between Kinsley and Ellsworth, be prepared for a potential for some localized flooding, especially on the highway there, as this continues to move southwest to northeast. Again, a risk for flooding existing here. Latest radar scan will come in here in a second, so we'll just wait for that. What's it look like for north central Arkansas tomorrow? Again, I recommend watching my video from today. It talks all about it. I am going to, I don't think I'm gonna have a video tomorrow at this point. It's a very low chance if I do have one, but we will be live most of tomorrow, so we'll be answering all those questions then. It'll be better, honestly, just to have it in a, you know, be able to answer all the questions in the live stream rather than try to, you know, pump out a video. I don't think I can get a video out by 6 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, especially with how late we're currently live. If I did, I would get like 6 hours of sleep if I try to make a video tomorrow morning. But as a reminder, make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. And again, we'll be live probably for at least 12 hours tomorrow. Tornado outbreak is appearing likely, to say the least. I think we're definitely going to see a tornado outbreak tomorrow in the Mississippi River Valley. At 6 a.m. a cat wake up. I've actually gotten woken up by my cat multiple times now. It's actually pretty consistent. He does wake me up quite a bit. Tornado warning has been condensed. It is no longer for the town of Salina, so if you're in Salina, you can get out of your safe place. But New Cambria, still stay in your safe place. Near Solomon, Abilene, Kansas, and also Manchester, Kansas. Continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Warning will pop up smaller here in a second. There it is. This storm north of Manhattan just keeps chugging along. It's still producing ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Generally speaking, the threat here of tornadoes on these cells are much lower since it's now kind of north of the warm front, so not really going to see much tornadic activity out of that. The main concern again being this one supercell that we have right now heading towards Salina. Long term, this supercell will probably track towards Wakefield, maybe even Junction City, so stay alert if you're over in Junction City, but it'll probably just stay to your north. It's a good idea, though, to have a tornado action plan ready to go and multiple ways to receive warnings just in case it changes course. Thank you, CJ, for the super chat saying 65-mile-per-hour winds at Salina Airport. Thank you for that report. That's actually helpful. So yeah, when this tornado, or at least, you know, area of very high winds went right over the airport. Oh, can't look at this. This is over in Solomon right now. This is where our strongest area of rotation is. This is on I-70. It's right where the rotation is. It's like, I think it's just to the east barely of where the rotation is. So it's approaching this area. The camera's bouncing up and down a little bit. It is shaking a little bit. That might be some sort of gust front or something, because the rotation is still a good... Well, maybe not. The radar just has an update in 3 minutes. We'll keep that bottom left. It was shaking a little bit. That might be some sort of like outflow or something. But the strongest rotation is over the north side of New Cambria. It's approaching the south side of Niles and Solomon, which is that bottom left camera. If you are in the town of Salina, you are no longer in the tornado warning unless you are in like New Cambria or like the far east side of Salina. You know, the southern radar site is showing really intense rotation, approaching Solomon very quickly. So the velocities are still very strong, at least from the Solomon radar site. It'll be interesting to see what happens on that camera, because it's, again, basically in the direct path of this. Velocities are still showing strong rotation, but it's kind of in a clear air area. See how strong the velocities are aloft, though. It's going to go right over the town of Solomon, right along I-70 here over the next few minutes. Definitely could still have a tornado with this, as it approaches Abilene, Chapman, and eventually Junction City. And we're just waiting for the camera on the bottom left to start picking up, and then we'll go full cam to it, because that's basically in the direct path of this possible tornado. So we're just keeping an eye on it right now. The tornado warning out in front of this does expire in about 22 minutes, which means it goes until about 11 o'clock. And assuming this rotation stays strong enough, we'll probably get another tornado warning. Marlena for the super chat. When you do a long live stream during the weekdays, do you just miss classes at school? Pretty much. I mean, Tuesday, Thursday, I don't have issues though, and most of my classes are in the morning anyway. So my plan right now tomorrow is to at least attend a couple of my classes and then come back. I don't think I'll have a video though tomorrow, unless I get like no sleep. We still have very strong rotation just off to the northwest of Solomon. Just waiting for the CC to update. Yeah, I still don't think that's a tornado, but the velocities are still pretty strong there on the northwest side of Solomon. Let's go back to this camera and see if it picks up at all, because again, the storm's like right next to it right now. It's in Solomon. There could be a tornado here, right along north of I-70. Everyone in your class sub to your channel? I just don't know if that's true. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. Storm is quickly approaching the town of Solomon, Kansas. In Solomon, Kansas, we got the Nosies, Rosies Bar and Grilla, the Bush Market. There's a swimming pool. Solomon High School, the Dollar General is coming up as well. Solomon Fire Department, Solomon Water Tower, Chuck Henry Sales, got a liquor store, Senior Center, Sunbelt, the Town Hall of Solomon. Dollar General's right next to the highway. I'd say the Dollar General's like the closest thing to this if we had a tornado. Very strong rotation right now, just north of I-70. How about a live stream of your classes? I am not doing that. You guys wouldn't even know like half the things that we talk about in my classes. It's like there's so many math things and a bunch of other stuff. There's a lot of weird stuff in those classes. This is the other tornado report that we had. It was next to the airport, literally. A train spotter reported a tornado on the ground at 10:14 p.m., so about 35 minutes ago, in Smolin on the southwest side of Salina. Thank you, Francis, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Substantial roof damage reported in Salina. It's according to somebody in the chat. I don't 100% know about that, but there might be. There was a report about roof damage. It's in East Salina. Actually, let me check. There might be able to see it here. I don't see it yet. Was a funnel cloud reported prior to all these tornadoes too, west of Lindsborg. Hey Ryan for the super chat, appreciate it. Just the latest scan. There's just so much contamination here. It's hard to tell if that's even like, I don't know. There's just a lot of like clear air contamination. Really looks like it's really strong rotation in a tornado, but I just don't think it is. If this was a tornado, you'd usually see some sort of debris signature on this, and we're just not seeing that with everything correlating here. But obviously, if you are in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place in case there is actually a tornado here. I'll have another radar update here in a moment. Thank you, Zero, for the super chat. The tornado warning here was just downgraded. It's set observed for a while. They just downgraded it. It is to radar indicated now. Reed said massive debris ball. I don't know when he saw a massive debris ball. I mean, I saw like a small, maybe a small debris signature on the west side of Salina, but that was it, and it didn't last very long. Apparently a photo of the tornado from 20 minutes ago in Salina. I'm not sure if it's actually the tornado. I don't think it's his though. Never mind. All right. All right, latest radar scan. Again, we're still seeing some like circulation, mostly northwest of Abilene, north of I-20. But generally speaking, the rotation is not as strong as it was over Salina. We could still have a tornado with this, and if there is one, it would be moving eventually in the direction of Buckeye and Manchester. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. Yeah, I saw the photo. I don't think... I mean, it's not his, and I don't know if that's even from today's event, so I'm not going to bother using it. Unless it's like an actual storm chaser, it's hard to kind of verify that type of stuff. Storm north of Manhattan has been mostly wind and hail. Yeah, it's still mostly wind and hail. We got an outflow boundary on this. Again, it's north of the warm front. These storms will be going towards Atchison and eventually St. Joseph. But overall, again, really our only tornado threat, like actively, is the one that's near Salina. Everything right now in Missouri is just hail and wind. Again, we'll see some storms refire later tonight, really overnight tonight in Oklahoma and Texas. Those will be mostly elevated hail and wind storms, but there's a low chance for a tornado embedded in that activity. But yeah, this is the latest scan. Still some rotation approaching Highway 18, moving towards Buckeye and Manchester. If I had to guess, they'll probably issue a new tornado warning here soon, and that'll be going towards Wakefield, north of Chapman. It'll be kind of going in this direction. But keep in mind, if you're in Junction City or Chapman, you might get into a tornado warning. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, we might actually have a photo from the Salina tornado. But give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can show you guys. We might have a photo from it. It actually looks large too. I'll get confirmation here in a second. Yeah, if you're in Salina, you're clear for now, but you got more storms coming. We got a whole train of severe storms that are heading in your direction here soon. Main concern being ping pong ball sized hail, 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, maybe a low end tornado risk. Will I be up for the storms in Oklahoma? No, there's no way. I can't. I'd be up, but like, I still have college and stuff, and I also want to be live for like 12 plus hours tomorrow, so there's just no way I can risk losing a ton of sleep on top of being live until like 3 a.m. tonight. Especially with an outbreak expected tomorrow. I need to be realistic. Hey, I'm still waiting to see if we can show you that photo from the tornado in Salina. If I can, I will. But it looked like a pretty big tornado in Salina, if that's actually it. You run a 24-hour channel? We're working on it. We are working on a 24-hour channel. It's coming soon. Don't know when, but it's coming soon. It's honestly been something I've been wanting to make for years now. I haven't had the infrastructure to actually make something like that. I need a caffeine fund. It's not even caffeine. Like I still need good sleep. Even if I get 6 hours of sleep and like caffeine, it usually doesn't work out. $48-hour channel, absolutely. Hey, Randy, for the super chat. Southwest Missouri will be mostly tomorrow morning. You think it's a picture of a funnel? Looks like a tornado to me. Or it might be a funnel too. It might not even be either. Can't really tell. It's hard to tell. It might not even be in Salina. Like I've seen photos like this before, and they like literally don't end up being anywhere near where the tornado happened. It was just like from some random event. This hook echo has come together here over the last couple scans. Got a little bit more of a hook. Waiting for velocities to update. Velocities are still a couple minutes behind here. Yeah, so our rotation would be right over Highway 18. Again, approaching Buckeye and Manchester. Rotation's again a little bit broader here. Again, they'll probably issue a new tornado warning here in a few minutes for Buckeye, Milford, Wakefield, those places. Just be ready to get to your safe place. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Salina. So again, you're not done with severe weather if you are in Salina. Current threat is golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. We do have an update from John. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so a lot of these reports are coming from mainly the low pressure center up in Nebraska, where all of our storms are firing. So we have reports of the most southern severe thunderstorm warning that has considerable damage threat to it. 63 mile per hour wind gusts, so definitely can be potentially destructive to anything outside. Be blown away a few trampolines, if you may. Moving away from that, we also have reports of golf ball size hail in Grand Island, Nebraska. It looks like it actually is a report that recorded that it was developing from ping pong size hail up to that golf ball size hail in a small time frame. And then again in St. Libory, Nebraska, we have another storm chaser report of ping pong size hail. Furthermore, moving away from that, we actually just got a report from the FFC. It looks like that our tornado that occurred to the southeast of Atlanta on the 31st got a EF1 rating. So we'll develop it on that.
Alrighty, thank you for the report. Sorry, I was in the other room. All right.
Just like on the street.
You're good. All right. Let me go back to here. We don't have a confirmed tornado. All right. John, I don't know what John would have done if he didn't know that I was like not here. I didn't tell him I was leaving. So. All right. Tornado warning has been condensed further. It goes for 7 more minutes from Manchester, west of Buckeye. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. Once again, going towards Buckeye, just south of Manchester. A new tornado warning will probably be issued here pretty soon. For Buckeye, I would have to assume. But, yeah. Thank you, Jeff, for the super chat. I think it'll be mostly a wind and hail risk in Ohio, more of wind than anything. There will be a chance, though, for a couple tornadoes, especially on the southwest side of the state. How intense storms will be in Joplin? I think it'll be a lot of wind. There is still a chance for an isolated tornado even in and around the Joplin area. So definitely want to stay weather aware if you're in Joplin. Thank you, Jen, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sherilyn, also for becoming a member. Here's the latest radar scan, which, again, this storm has moved pretty much into a lot of rural areas here, north of I-70. The next really main city, or not city, but town, will be Wakefield and Milford, and we talked about these areas earlier. Those particular locations are a little bit more populated, as they do have, they have some, like, RV parks, mobile home parks, and stuff like that. So once again, you know the drill. If you've been watching the stream and you're in those areas, you're going to want to make sure you get to a sturdy structure if you're inside of a tornado warning. This one, I'm not sure if it's going to make it that far, but it might. There's a decent amount of clearing here, so it does have an open window for maybe a tornado as it moves northeast. The velocities have continued to stay pretty strong, and over the next few minutes, it'll be approaching, again, Wakefield will be really the next location in about 20-25 minutes from now. So make sure that you are staying away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're out in front of the storm. Wait and see if we get a new tornado warning on this. For now, again, it is radar indicated. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So your brand new tornado warning will be for Clay and Dickinson counties here in Kansas. That's heading in the direction of Wakefield. Again, it'll pop up here. Includes Buckeye. Manchester does not quite yet include Wakefield, but just be ready to go to your safe place here in a little bit if you are in Wakefield. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. This tornado warning includes about 1,200 people. It's for Industry, Talmadge, Upland, and Manchester in Kansas. So about 1,200 people are in this tornado warning. So once again, get to your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. As this continues to move northeast, if you're in a mobile home, get to a sturdy structure. Hey, Jeff, for the super chat. One of the reasons why we get a lot of tornadoes, I mean, like even at night sometimes, it really depends on the setup, but a lot of the time, like the temperature cools down, the dew point rises, and sometimes we get more surface-based storm activity with stuff like that. Today's trough just had kind of weird timing. Like this triple point, I mean, I've been talking about this literally since the beginning of the stream and over the last few days, but I expected this triple point threat to actually take place. I was very confident that we'd see this. You know, I was very confident in this. I was pretty confident we'd see a discrete cell begin near Wichita. That never actually happened. And I was also, there was medium confidence that stuff would happen in Oklahoma. It was a conditional threat. Never ended up happening. But yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, you know, peak daylight heating and stuff is like mid to late afternoon, early evening. And then even into like the late evening, overnight hours, the temperature and dew point get closer to each other, and it can actually increase the tornado threat. So. Apparently there was a wall cloud over it was about 3 hours ago, but in Marquette, Nebraska, we actually had a wall cloud up there. That was one of the storms that had a crazy outflow and a hook and all that stuff. It was pretty interesting. We do have a severe thunderstorm moving just north of Omaha right now with damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour just north of Interstate 80 and right along it. And then we also have some severe weather right now north of Manhattan, damaging winds, and the potential for a couple of tornadoes will exist as that continues to move east towards Atchison. And then we also have a severe storm right now near Appleton City. It'll be moving towards Clinton. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to tell you what, guys. This tornado warning, it's still going, and there will still be more warnings overnight tonight, but I want to get some sleep because we're going to be live for a long time tomorrow. But, you know, continue to stay in your safe place for this tornado warning. The rotation, in my opinion, has been broadening out a little bit here recently, so I'm not nearly as concerned about it. But, you know, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the tornado warning. There's going to be severe weather continuing into the overnight hours. Again, a lot of damaging winds for the most part here across Kansas. I wish I could stay live for this entire thing. I literally just can't, especially with having to be live tomorrow, and then I have to probably attend the class tomorrow morning. So it's kind of a weird schedule for me. And in 3 weeks, by the way, I graduate from college, so I won't really have these issues. It's really just for like the next 3 weeks. I have classes still. So it's a little bit of an issue, but other than that, I mean, again, I would be live late. I just really can't tonight. But other than that, again, we may have a video tomorrow morning. I'm giving it a very low chance. I'm going to see what happens when I wake up tomorrow morning. And in the case we have a video, it'll be out around 7 o'clock Central Time. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified whenever that video does come out. Also, make sure to click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. We are going to be live 12 plus hours, almost undoubtedly tomorrow, with tornado outbreak coverage. It is expected to be a big event. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you're subscribed, and we're going to have full-blown coverage, lots of storm chasers, basically like today as well. It's going to be a very, very busy day, so make sure you're subscribed, click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. We're going to go ahead and raid John McKinney. He was on our stream. We'll raid John McKinney. Just, why not? He's currently going back up, I think, to Nebraska, so might as well. Thank you, Pappy, also for the super chat on the way out. Also, thank you, Caden, for that super chat as well. Also, as a heads up, I never mentioned this in today's stream, but our Supercell merch is now out at shopmaxvelocity.net. You can check it out. We have t-shirts, we have mugs, hoodies, long sleeve t-shirts, v-necks. It's a full-blown collection. Phone cases, mugs, stickers, and all that cool stuff. The link is the top of the description. It's also at shopmaxvelocity.net. I'll put the link in the chat a few times. Really cool collection. Our designer worked very hard on it. Definitely recommend you check it out. Again, 100% done by a designer. No AI involved at all. So really cool design. Definitely recommend you check it out. Shopmaxvelocity.net. Top link in the description below. I also thank you, Jimmy, for becoming a member. But yeah, that's it for today. I appreciate you guys all watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. And again, we'll be back tomorrow. I don't know when, but we'll probably be back sometime late morning, afternoon for a live stream. I'll try my best to get a video out in the morning, but I kind of doubt it. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. All right. Thank you guys all for watching. Stay safe. Have a great night. And stay tuned. We're going to raid John McKinney. Go ahead and put some max raids in his chat. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great night. Stay safe. And we'll see you guys.